Colonel George Graham stares up in pure disbelief after the lightning strike, and Hazenheim stands over him, shrugging off the charge of attempted murder, like it's nothing, saying he only swatted a pest, just doing his job for the Empire's future with his boot pinning a butterfly, and then adding that he's even ridding the Empire of the real thing that corrupts it, end of story. This all goes down in the Gastra Empire, an ancient, massive realm, the biggest and the oldest kingdom on the whole continent. Right here in the heart of the Empire, at a massive ceremony where new general officers are chosen, this is where their next chapter ignites. An announcer barks the winner, Lizard Iregra, top graduate of the General Officer's exam, and reveals he'll be posted to the Celestial Palace's Ministry of Defense. Iregra answers with a rock-solid, no doubt, yes. After that announcement, Emma Donnier gets the nod as the runner-up graduate and is sent straight to the Ministry of Agriculture of the Celestial Palace, and she accepts the assignment without hesitation. Her acceptance lands and then the announcement hits 4th place. Hazenheim shoots back a sharp yes, and Emma immediately glances over at him, surprise flashing across her face. Later, in a hushed room, she strides up to Hazen, who's sitting behind his desk, and blurts that his placement is totally unexpected. Because yeah, she'd figured he'd be first, right up until she remembers the 3rd place announcement never happened. He snaps his gaze up from the papers and says 3rd place is good enough, while Emma watches him like, you're not fooling anyone. He just won't admit he lost, because without him, a commoner grabbing 1st place would have never even been on the table. He snaps the book shut and says, sure, they claim where you're from doesn't matter, but that's not the truth. Then he leans in and insists, it doesn't matter where you start. She leans in, pushing him for answers, and when he starts talking, one strange memory hits him, of a flustered high-ranking official who looked shocked to still be standing there, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He steps in front of the whole assembly, a calm, confident smile tugging at his lips as he formally takes his new title, Hazenheim, Northern District Border Guard of Galna. His eyes don't even blink as he seals his decision in his own head. Then he steps into that role, because deep down, he's really chasing the power of his country itself. As they drift away from the ceremony, Emma exhales hard, stretching like the speech finally ended, and snaps at him for running his mouth non-stop. His boasts are terrifying and downright shamelessly embarrassing. Then she throws the real punch. Even with all that talk, the Empire's still slipping, and this assignment reeks of favoritism for the nobility. She shoots a finger to her lips and hisses, don't you dare say stuff like that, we don't know who's listening. He just gives a straight, yes, sir. Right as her warning cuts in, a loud, booming voice steals the moment. Rifa, a tall, muscular woman, strides in waving like she owns the sky, and Emma blurts out how fast she got here. Rifa laughs it off and says she rode a horse for 3 straight days just to make sure she's there for their big day. She snaps her focus to Hazen and demands, did you see what's happening in the capital and those outlying cities too? He nods and confirms he did, and Reifer can't ignore it. The giant gap in splendor between them still won't budge. Then she giggles and ruffles Emma's hair, teasing that with a post in the Ministry of Agriculture, at least she won't have to worry about food. Yet Emma protests, saying her new job is way more than just those small civil service chores. Her smile drops into a serious stare as the new assignments hit her. She demands to know if the 2 of them really are being shipped to Galna's northern district, right where the border guards are fighting in the front line, with the Cuban tribe causing trouble again. The truth lands hard. For a while, they're not going to see each other. Hazen stays cool as ice and says the front line is exactly where he wants to be. He'll come back victorious as fast as he can. Right next to him, Rifa squares her shoulders, smirks with total confidence, and vows she'll protect him. Even with her loud, bold talk, she still lowers her voice and admits, his act really is tough. As the friends huddled together, a smug voice thundered from above, laughing at the whole dream of a commoner clawing his way to become an imperial officer, then sneering hard at his assignment to the farthest frontier, where he'd have to battle beasts and barbarians. The speaker stepped out of the shadows like a chubby little know-it-all with a smug grin, then tossed them fake congratulations for that totally useless attempt. Hazen and Emma instantly recognized him as their classmate Demita. Then he turned to Emma and praised her kindness to her face, but warned, no noble blood could ever mix with commoners, not without consequences, so she needed to pick her friends way more carefully. Then his focus snapped straight to Rifa, and she jolted at the sudden attention. Demita said the very same advice fit her too, and offered to hire her as his personal night protector, while arguing that her post at the Ministry of Commerce was way better than getting tossed into some dangerous battlefield. Demita stammered, panicking at how bold he'd been, but Hazen swooped in and cut him off, calm as ice, telling Demita to back off, because Emma was clearly getting uncomfortable. Emma cut in for herself and snapped back that if she'd ever had feelings for him, she'd be so mortified she couldn't breathe. Then she reminded him that for all his fancy noble title, he still got stuck dead last in their class. Rifa jumped in too, saying Demita only climbed to Imperial General thanks to his family's clout, while she could actually stand being near someone he'd call weak. Hazen's eyes went razor-sharp as he said, straight to the point, that Demita's resume didn't cut it for either woman, and that his noble blood meant nothing. Humiliation snapped into his face, warping it into a raging mask as he spit out that he only hoped Hazen would stay a lowly merchant and end up making friends with other pathetic nobles who'd rise as generals, ordering all of them to keep out of his sight forever. With a dismissive smirk, Hazen sent him a blunt, "Have a good day," then turned away, and his friends slid right after him, close as shadows. As they drifted off, Rifer shot them a reminder that from here on out they'd de-split and go their separate ways, then wished them both luck, only to turn back to Emma and quietly wonder why Hayasen always managed to say the kind of stuff that turned people into his enemies. He said goodbye to his friends, and Emma hit him with full confidence as he went. A month later, he marched into the northern district of Garner, new post, new pressure. Right in front of that massive fortress, he stepped up and officially declared his arrival as Sub-Lieutenant Hazenheim. They marched him in and shoved him before his new commanding officer, Colonel Jedru Magno, seated behind a massive desk with a blazing insignia, and right away he said, "It's been 10 years since a commoner was assigned to my command." The colonel went on to say Hazen's arrival couldn't have been better because there was an open spot. Then he jabbed at the roster, stuck Hazen in the 8th platoon as a new sub-lieutenant, and promised he'd fill in the rest later. Then he leaned in and asked if Hazen had any questions about the assignment, but the young officer shut it down with a short, blunt answer, "No questions," and his face gave nothing away. Colonel Magno studied him for a beat, and a sly little smile tugged at his lips. Then he nodded and slid over a simple warning that sounded downright ominous. "Be careful." With a stiff, formal bow, Hazen cleared his throat, nodded once, and cut the chilly little reception short as he walked away. As soon as the door slammed shut behind the young officer, Colonel Magno's contempt snapped into focus. He brushed Hazen off as some nasty nobody, and with a cold certainty decided it didn't even matter, because the kid was going to die in this new post. The colonel's own men stood there and muttered about how brutal it was to dump the newcomer into the 8th platoon, but Colonel Magno just leaned back, shut his eyes, and shrugged. He didn't care why, he only cared that it was done because nobody wanted some lowborn officer, no matter how good he was. Totally oblivious to what was being said inside, Hazen planted himself in the hallway. Cold as it was, it didn't scare him one bit. Then a shadow swept over his face and a razor-sharp grin cracked into place, showing he'd been hungry for this moment all along. Its thoughts snapped straight to the next moment, training first. At Training Ground 8, the air was already packed with grunts and heavy breaths as shouts barked at the recruits to sprint even faster. He storms up to the 8th platoon's training grounds, cracked up, fenced in with barbed wire, and stuffed with rough homemade gear like crooked climbing walls and battered punching posts. Yet the soldiers inside look half zoned out, some trading cards while others go through this weird strength ritual. Hazen's eyes lock onto this brutal training as 2 soldiers heave at a massive sled while a far bigger man sits on it like dead weight. Then one puller snaps that they're just dragging something unnecessary that'll destroy their backs and knees, and Hazen watches the whole thing in silence, questioning whether they're really training at all. The soldier yanks the sled and seethes inside, clocking that his partner looks like a kid soldier, not some hard trainer, and then he flicks his eyes back at the overseer like, seriously, he's built like a pig. Suddenly the smaller soldier rockets up cheering, shouting that he's won and that today's wine is his, while the heavy guy sprawled on the ground snaps that he cheated. That outburst basically screams it. This whole thing was rigged from the start, like they were betting on wine, and the rules felt wildly unfair. The loser, furious, whips his eyes at the heavy guy and pins the blame on his own slow steps, claiming the man's massive weight cost him his prize. With frustration exploding in his chest, the soldier barrels forward and screams at the heavy man, throwing a punch right at him. Right before the hit lands, a massive hand snatches the punch out of the air. Then the muscular man with the chin patch steps in, stops the brawl, and demands to know who the newcomers are. Unbothered, Hazen looks down at the guy on the ground and flat out says he got beat because he's too heavy, so he should lose weight and lay off the drinking. He steps forward like he owns the moment, calmly introducing himself as Lieutenant Heisenheim, the man now running the 8th platoon. Rifa, the escort at his side, chimes in with her name too, then points out how these soldiers act like they're free to do whatever they want before turning straight to the muscular overseer and demanding, right there, his name and rank. His stiff posture melts into a confident grin as he leans in and confirms, "I'm the Overseer Sergeant Kamo." He explains how the orders from above keep shifting, so they've taken training into their own hands, and then his gaze snaps to Rifa as he smirks. Hazen brought quite the looker with him, huh? Rifa locks eyes with him, flashes a sly little smile, then tells the sergeant there's plenty of way better fun than training, and asks, sharp as a blade, why he never joins in. Her offer didn't land with the sergeant at all. Lieutenant Hazen shut it down with a chilling command, praising Sergeant Kamo's build before snapping Rafa into action to deal with him, while Kamo just chuckled. Without thinking twice, she struck one crushing stomp and the sergeant hit the dirt, completely wiped out. It wasn't just luck. It was pure Zexan power, the kind her people are born with, physical strength that dwarfs the North. Towering over the downed sergeant, Rifa declared that anyone daring to lay hands on her had better get stronger than she was. Then Hazen snapped that training was changing. 30 brutal laps around the field, and if they said no, they'd be buried alive. With their leader wiped out so quickly, the whole platoon blared out their agreement and moved on the spot. Then he snapped his focus to the man still sprawled on the ground, smirking as he asked just how much longer he planned to pretend he was out cold. Before the sergeant could answer, another soldier snapped up and backpedaled in rage, blood running from his nose, then screamed that Hazen was a mad wizard for swinging that magic staff on his own men and ordered him to be hauled to the infirmary. Hazen didn't flinch, he just pressed the question back at the man. Did he really think of himself as a soldier? He saw the man break into a run, shrieking that it was just a little nosebleed. And from Hazen's side, it didn't sound like real whining at all. A defiant soldier roared at everyone to clear the way, then bolted out of the training grounds, crumbling under the pressure the moment it hit. As dusk rolled in, the rest of the platoon sprawled across the field, drained to the bone, and the brutal run finally ended. He strode up to one of the men to check his condition, and Sergeant Baz, still clinging to life, forced himself up onto his knees, telling the lieutenant with a shaky breath that he was okay. The sergeant snapped, shocked, "How'd you know my name?" Hazen smirked and said he'd memorized the whole platoon roster. Then he pointed to Baz, praising his grueling stamina as well as his sharp sword skills. Next, Hazen shoved him into the role. Baz would lead instructions starting tomorrow. Baz froze for a second, then, still flustered, he swallowed his nerves and accepted. As the whole platoon sprawled there, wrecked and breathing hard, Sergeant Kamo shot his hand up like a kid at recess, practically vibrating with excitement. While Lieutenant Heisenheim explained that physical training was just part of the job, they still had to take care of themselves. Then the lieutenant went right into the new rations. 2 servings of food and 3 glasses of wine. Before he even finished, Kamo blurted, "So that's for everyone." Because his teammates were still crumpled on the ground from the brutal workout. As the training exercise wraps up, the 8th platoon erupts in cheers like they just won for sure. But Sergeant Kamo stays hunched, sweat pouring down his face as exhaustion grinds his teeth. And from a short distance, Heisenheim watches it all in silence. He clenches his jaw, snarling a curse under his breath, and the frustration hits him hard as the outcome sinks in. They turn into night, the moon blurred behind the clouds overhead, late but not quiet. Soon, a knock slams onto Hazen's door. Hazen snaps, "Who's there?" And when he cracks it open, a gaunt man with an unsettling grin leers back and declares, "Sergeant Dickett, 8th Platoon," saying they've already set up a welcome party for the new lieutenant and calling for him to come right away. Hazen stays on guard and snaps that this doesn't feel like an invitation at all. Dickett scrambles to calm him down, saying it's just a misunderstanding and they don't want enemies, then offers wine and food to forge a real friendship. Even so, Hazen can feel a trap in their smiles, but he nods quietly and goes along. Just before they head out, Dickett jabs a finger at the magic staff hooked at Hazen's hip, warning it's trouble waiting to happen. Then he stands tall and vows that the whole platoon will have Hazen's back no matter what goes wrong. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he leans in and needles Hazen, asking if he feels unsafe without it. Then he turns away with a smug chuckle and promises Dickett will personally lead him to the party. In the room next door, chaos is already boiling. Sergeant Kamo snatches Baz by the shirt and barks at him to shut up, then rages that Baz is getting arrogant just because his sword skills got praised earlier that afternoon. The door blasts open and Dickett roars that the main guest has arrived. Hazen steps in and Baz, bottle in hand, roughs him up with a rowdy welcome, then shoves a full glass of wine into his grip and tells him to drink. He stared at the bottle and the stacked food, face locked up tight, then one terrifying thought cut through everything. It had to be poison. To prove it was safe, Sergeant Kamo snatched the bottle and slammed back a long drink straight from it, then barked that there was no poison, reminding Hazen he'd even readied himself first as the subordinate. And right after, he leaned in and dared Hazen, "So, are you scared?" Still stone calm, he raised the glass and took a sip easy. In his mind, he knew that first cup was just a decoy. The real poison had to be hiding in the second. As Hazen lowered the glass, he raved about how delicious it tasted, and it totally threw Kamo off, until the sergeant broke into a smug laugh and confirmed Hazen's hunch. The second cup was poisoned, and that fool was going to writhe in pain for 3 straight days and nights. He didn't waste a second. He grabbed the bottle, poured the drink into 2 empty glasses, and said it wouldn't be right for him to celebrate solo, so they should all clink glasses and toast together. The offer hung there like a death sentence, and the rest of the platoon stammered, then froze solid. Kamo's skin went clammy as a brutal truth finally clicked. Hazen already knew that cup was poisoned. Still, Hazen kept his face locked in place, clocked their hesitation, and shot back sharp and direct. What was wrong, and why wouldn't they drink with him? Then he raised the poisoned glass, and this calm, scary smile slid across his face. Easy voice, no shake. "Don't worry," he said. "It isn't poisoned." He thrust the drink forward and pressed, right on cue, if it wasn't the very wine Kamo himself had made. The direct challenge landed on the sergeant like a brutal punch, snapping his face into shock and raw fury, because when the truth hit, there was no denying it. This newcomer somehow knew everything. With the whole plot laid bare, Hayes and Connolly forced them to admit what went wrong. "Our plan was sloppy, and every jittery move they made gave them away," he said, snapping into a lecture that assassination demands real training, not just ordinary killing, and Kamo could only gape in stunned silence. That smug lecture finally snapped the sergeant's composure. He snarled, cursing every rookie who thought they mattered, and then roar. He windmilled the heavy bottle toward Hazen's head as another soldier at the exact same time launched a vicious kick at him. He shrugs off their two-pronged attack like it's nothing, then snaps into action with Kazakiri, a wind cutter, whipping it out using just a plain fan. The invisible blade whips straight into Sergeant Kamo's face, blasting him backward in a full skid, while the other platoon member just stands there, stunned and frozen in disbelief. That attack's raw power hits like a thunderclap, and the other soldier starts trembling in pure shock, staring at his comrades, lifeless bodies on the floor, while his mind spirals with one terrifying question. Did he kill him? But even pinned down and barely able to move, Sergeant Dickett is still awake, staring at the chaos like it doesn't make sense. He gasps out the question, "How could Hazen pull off magic when the staff was left sitting in my room?" Hayes turns his back on the fallen man and calmly tells him the magical staff isn't always the answer. Then drops a chilling warning. Don't reveal everything, especially when it might decide your fate. His chilling words shatter what little nerve they have left. Two conscious soldiers slump to the floor and beg for forgiveness. They admit Sergeant Kamo poisoned the wine and that they only took part because they were threatened. Hazen listens, then snaps the truth into place. Kamo didn't get punished for poisoning the drink. He got punished for smashing a superior officer in the head with a wine bottle. Then he bends low, voice razor-deep and menacing, staring straight at the spiky-haired soldier, saying if the wine really had been poisoned, the man would be punished for treason, not for assault. To drive his point home, he lifts a glass brimming with dark red liquid, then asks in a voice that sounds sweetly calm, "So tell me, did you poison this wine?" The soldier blurts that it's not poisoned, but his terror screams louder than his words. Then he swears they only followed Kamo's orders and even mixed the poison themselves. Hazen's face flips into a wide, cheerful grin and he laughs, saying he's relieved, then pushes the idea like a dare. "If that's true, you should drink it too." The soldier's hand shakes violently. Then the glass slips from his grip and smashes on the floor, red wine exploding across the wooden planks. Hazen just stares at the wreck with icy satisfaction, thinking, yeah, that's exactly what they earned. A soldier lets out a terrified, choked gasp, right as Hazen's smile evaporates and an icy stare snaps into place. "What's wrong?" he demands, voice stripped of warmth. "Drink quick, R." Lieutenant Heisenheim loomed above him like a silent executioner, and he stayed pinned to the floor, shaking under the crushing aura. A frantic flash hit, him being shoved into kicking Sergeant Kamo, his body moving from sheer coercion, not any real hatred. Sergeant Dickett's piercing scream tore the memory to shreds as he writhed in pure agony, while Hayes and Conlai swung the fan they used to cast the spell. Hazen snapped his wrist again, blasting yet another invisible force blade straight at the coerced soldier. The punch slammed into the man and sent him crashing across the room, dropping him hard on the floor, right beside the terrified Sergeant Koma, unable to move. With the conspirators finally crushed, Hazen yanked Kamo's head down to the floor under his boot and declared it plain. Sergeant Kamo and Dickett had plotted to assassinate a superior officer, an unforgivable breach of military discipline. As for Sergeant Baz, Hazen shrugged it off. He'd just been stuck in the wrong place at the worst time. He bent in close, eyes blazing, and demanded the pinned sergeant confirm it. Ignoring the crushing silence, Hazen spun to the last living soldier and clapped a hand on his shoulder, handing him the grim task of dealing with the bodies and breaking the news to their families. Then, as one last comfort, Hazen let him know the wine had been swapped, and it was never poisoned. "You can finally breathe easy," he told him. With his orders locked in, Hazen stormed out, shut the door on that grim mess, and called out a warm good night to the survivor, then wished him sweet dreams. Alone in the corridor, a cruel smirk snapped onto his lips as a thick, dark liquid dripped from one eye, and he dismissed them as nothing but brats. As that strange stuff dripped from his eye, an old memory tore through him. Decades back, a robed monstrosity loomed over a hooded figure, spitting contempt as it called him pathetic, snarling whether this was really the end for the man everyone feared as history's most powerful wizard. the same one who'd lived for 200 years. His wizard's voice echoed in his mind, admitting he'd lost someone he couldn't bear to lose, and by the time he tried to pull her back, it was already too late. He knew the truth, people die, that's nature's law, but he refused to accept it, so he threw away his own soul and every scrap of magic he'd ever learned. And the price of that deal, 3 years ago, he woke up trapped in this young body, staring at the terrible question. Was the one who made the bargain a god or a demon? The memory slipped away, snapping his attention back to right now, while that dark, tear-like streak stayed etched by his eye, proof of the deadly bargain he'd just sealed. His eyes snapped up to the night sky, where a full moon glowed through the clouds, and in that cold light he weighed the military's rot, top brass and lowlifes alike, corrupted clear to the bone. And then it clicked. If you wanted to climb fast, this was the perfect stage, as long as you chased results. Standing on a balcony, a cold, determined smile snapped onto his face, like the fuse was lit. He knew this was the moment it all started, time to crush the decay and rip into a country that had been rotting in corruption for way too long. While she oversees the 8th Platoon's training, Riafa barks out instructions with cheerful menace, spurring the runners forward. If she catches you, she promises 2 extra laps, and her grin widens as she watches them fight to keep up. A week has crawled by since the incident, and one exhausted guy in the platoon can't stop staring at Hazen. How does he keep going like that? He's been nothing short of amazing, showing up for training every single day, unlike when Sergeant Camo ran things back when Hazen had stood over that defeated figure. Inside a brutal fortress, a top officer sinks into his desk work, flipping through documents. Then he lifts his eyes at the visitor in front of him and with a calm little smirk says it still amazes him the man is standing here alive. Heisenheim stands rigid at attention as he faces the officer, then Heisen fires back. Why the shock? I've been sending my daily reports like you ordered. The officer just gives a soft, I see. Then he cuts the whole thing short, saying the 8th Platoon was basically a nest of criminals, pure trouble from the start. And with a sly smirk, the officer even apologizes for putting him through it like that. The officer presses on, confirming he's got the report that Hazen killed Sergeant Camo and more on his very first day. And once Hazen agrees it's all true, the officer grins and says he's about to introduce him to his new boss, Lieutenant Moe's Pizza. At that exact moment, a flustered guy with a thick mustache stormed into view, snapping that it's totally unacceptable to lose 2 subordinates on day 1. And then, Lieutenant Moe's Pizza hit his face as shock and disbelief took over. Hayes gets hit with his introduction, completely stunned. He can only squeak out a weak, confused sound. The first officer snaps the lieutenant back into place, saying it wasn't just 2 men, 10 non-commissioned officers and lieutenants are gone in 2 weeks, and the files show the 8th Platoon's last commanders all died under shady conditions, pointing straight at coma. Then he leans in and grills Hazen, asking what he knows. Hazen snaps his eyes to his new superiors, grilling them for their negligence, slamming the point home that if they'd moved after the first death, the second one wouldn't have happened. Then his voice turns razor-sharp as he delivers the final judgment. You're a piece of shit. He slams his accusation down, voice low but unshakable, hinting the superior officer deliberately turned a blind eye to the truth behind the earlier deaths. Then the officer's face twists in furious rage, because he can't stand having his authority called out. He forces himself to stay calm and shoots back that he's just laying out objective facts, nothing more. And if the officer can't swallow how Sergeant Camo died, then they should ask for an outside investigation. That does it, and the officer explodes, screaming that Hazen's words are open disrespect toward a superior. The officer clenches his teeth and a deep growl rumbles out. Because the second they start poking from the outside, their eyes lock onto every move he's made, and it all traps him in a spot he can't survive. Before the confrontation can explode, Colonel Jedru Magno, higher up the chain, slides in as an emergency report hits the table, cool as ice, and he snuffs the tension on the spot, postponing the fallout for now while making it crystal clear. A full detailed report will be demanded later. The emergency gets spelled out. A hostile Cuban tribe from the mountains has been named, and a squad of about 100 just showed up 3 kilometers from the border. The messenger's words hit Hazen hard. He studies his map, remembering how the Empire's expansion keeps skipping these rough regions, leaving the local villages open to raids like this. In the middle of the chaos, Hayes spots his opening. He swivels to General Jedru and without any formalities asks to lead the vanguard platoon, straight up calling it the perfect chance to prove how strong he really is. As Lieutenant Moe's Pizza starts to protest, General Jedru just calmly weighs that wild request. Then after a beat, he nods and gives the go-ahead. Go, he orders, protect the villages with his brand new authority blazing in his chest. Hazen steers the 8th Platoon out into the rugged, hill-choked wilds of the borderlands. Hiding deep in the dense foliage, he and a fellow platoon member slip out to scout the enemy. Then one of them peers through a spyglass and confirms it. They're watching the human tribe. The humans are armed, but they haven't struck yet. And as soon as he knows, Hazen fires the only question that matters. Tell me, is there a wizard in their ranks? Peering through the spyglass, the truth snaps into focus. When the soldier checks it, he confirms the man with that huge, ornate crown isn't just posing. He's a wizard, and he's pinpointing the main threat. Watching his target from afar, Heisen quickly nailed the truth. Those crowned men had to be minor nobles, because inside the Empire your magic and power weren't just learned, they were bloodline deep, and only nobility carried that kind of gift. One of his platoon mates challenged his plan, asking why they wouldn't just wait for the main forces to show up, but Heisen snapped it down fast. He wasn't waiting on those slow reinforcements, and then he laid out the whole scheme. Sorcerer-on-sorcerer fights usually boiled down to lone duels, so while he struck down the wizard, the 8th platoon would hit the human tribesmen hard and snag them while they were still distracted. And Heisen made it even more deadly. Most magic users can only control one wand at a time. With his strategy locked in, he barked the order like he owned the moment. All right, let's go. He exploded out from the trees, dropping in front of the stunned tribesmen. Sorry to crash your meeting, he said, and his voice sliced through the quiet forest. This land already belongs to the Empire. I won't sit back while outsiders run wild. The tribesmen jerked in shock, shouting for answers about where he came from. Their leader, the wizard, sized Heisen up as a sorcerer, then calmly ordered his men to back off, though there was a sharp, daring edge in every word. Heisen stared as the opponent's staff lit up, ice shards snapping into place around it, and he breathed, "Got it, so that's what your staff can do, an ice axe." The wizard didn't waste a second. He blasted a storm of spinning ice rings, and Heisen skidded backward across the forest floor, snatching out of the way just as they hit the ground and exploded into shards. He pressed the attack and ripped a massive, swirling vortex of icy power straight through the clear sky. Heisen looked unimpressed. Just a not bad smirk flickered across his face before he said it was too simple and that a little wind could change everything. With a snap of his wand, he blasted a razor-precise gust straight through the wizard's spell, slicing it apart and deflecting it like it was nothing. When his magic fizzled out, the human wizard launched himself forward and sprinted right into the fight, leaping through the air with an ice axe raised to smash him down. Heisen sidestepped the clunky swing as his grin spread wider. And that's when, getting close, he realized the one crucial thing. The moment he got a clear look at the weapon, it all clicked into place. This wasn't some run-of-the-mill wand. The guy swung his wand clumsily, even fought like he had no grace, but that core gem gleamed with a level of quality he'd never seen up close. Its size, its shine, only a major in the Imperial Army would ever be allowed something like that. He whips out of the way of another swarm of ice shards, heart pounding as his mind races. Because if a savage is sitting on a gem like this, then the human tribe might finally have a real lead on where these priceless magic artifacts come from. That hit him like a thunderclap. Now he was locked in. He had to get that staff no matter what it cost him, so he drew in his power and started gathering the energy for his own spell. With a roar, he tore loose his shadow fangs. Darkness ripped open in a void at his feet, and tendrils of pure night lunged forward, striking again and again. One snapped through the wizard's ice shield, and another whipped straight for the tribal leader. Dark magic slammed home, and the wizard got thrown back. The ornate staff yanked right out of his grip, spinning through the air. Heisen shot forward and snatched it out of mid-flight, then stared at the weapon like it mattered, because their duel had already pulled a crowd. From the nearby woods, a war party of Kuman tribesmen burst out, sprinting toward him with axes and cleavers held high, roaring in rage. While he stayed icy calm, just nodding like he'd noticed them coming. He spun away from the charging warriors and signaled his men. Then he declared the wizard was beaten and roared, "Advance." At his command, the 8th platoon burst forward on horseback, their armored bodies glaring against the tribal warriors waiting ahead. The clash hit like a hammer, fast, brutal, and unstoppable. Rifa and Sergeant Kamo tore into the front line, and their superior training and gear crushed the tribesmen's raging assault before it even found its footing. From afar, he watched the fight rage on, and a quiet, approving smile crept onto his lips as he clocked his platoon's work, thinking, "Yeah, they can pull this off when they really focus." When the fighting finally died down, Sergeant Kamo stepped in and announced the results. Sure, some enemies slipped away, but there were too few left to threaten the village again, while the captured warriors, tied up and kneeling, kept shouting defiantly until one soldier shut them up. After the skirmish ended, Sergeant Kamo rushed to check the captured human warriors, and when he found they had injuries but no fatalities, satisfaction hit him like a victory bell. While the platoons cuffed the prisoners, Rifa shot Heisen a blunt question, "So you're gonna kill them?" And it made Sergeant Kamo flinch hard. Heisen stayed cool and shut it down, saying the prisoners needed courtesy because they could turn into priceless bargaining chips. With the prisoners finally handled, Heisen turned his eyes to the nearby villages next, and he grilled Sergeant Baz, asking for a human tribe interpreter. Baz had to shut him down, admitting it'd be nearly impossible to find one, because the tribe's hatred ran feral and burning. Hidden in the bushes, a young girl held her breath with pure relief. because she'd caught the platoons grumbling about the prisoners' non-stop screaming, convinced that the language they used sounded like nothing but noise. She stayed hidden, figuring it'd be quicker to knock the prisoners into silence. Yet she couldn't ignore one truth. If Lieutenant Hayasen ever found out, those soldiers would get crushed by the punishment they couldn't dodge. She crawled out of her hiding spot, sprinted to the bound warrior who couldn't even catch his breath. And when the other prisoners saw her boom, they stared in disbelief as she told the man his collar was choking him, then promised she'd fix it. Her moment of action got snatched away when Sergeant Kamo and another soldier grabbed her, hauling her in tight. And then they went in hard, grilling her non-stop about where she was from, accusing her of helping the human tribe slip out and escape. The chaos snapped Hazen's attention, so he strode over and demanded to know what was going on, and flustered Sergeant Kamo could only stammer out an apology as he admitted they'd caught a girl. He stared at the girl as the sergeant clamped his grip on her, and straight up knew she didn't belong to the human tribe. So he demanded why she was even here in a place this deadly, and all she said was, "The prisoner I went to said his collar was choking him." Her words sparked an idea, and Hazen leaned in asking if she could actually understand human language. When she nervously admitted she knew just a little, his grin lit up, and he instantly knew she'd be the key to having his back. He stepped up and introduced himself as Lieutenant Hazen of the Imperial Army, promising to escort Yin Lin to the village because it was too dangerous for her to travel alone. But his smile looked downright suspicious, and Yin Lin answered by telling him her name. They rode side by side on his horse, and he leaned in to press her on whether she could really understand human speech. Then, like it was nothing, he tossed out that the jewels from the human tribe could fetch a fortune. She asked if he was trading with the tribe and whether it was dangerous, and he waved off her worries, saying he only hands out market profits while the Cuman have a strict, absolute rule. They never hurt children. His eyes snapped to her appearance, and he guessed she was about 6 until she giggled and corrected him, 13. That shocked him so hard he started wondering if her growth was messed up, and he asked to run a checkup and she happily agreed. He lifted his gloved hand to her head, and sparks of light exploded into the air. Then she gasped, wondering if he could use magic too. When his hand brushed her, an insane wave of magical power erupted out of her, so massive it stunned him on the spot. His eyes snapped to hers, and then it hit him like a thunderclap. Those eyes, he knew them. A flood of memories crashed back, one terrifying glance from the wizard's past. The same eye that had once been the most powerful in all of history. That memory rattled him so hard he couldn't hide it. Yen Lin saw the fear on his face and asked if he was okay. He snapped back fast, insisting he was fine, but in his head he admitted the truth. Her eyes looked way too much like the one from his past. Her worries twisted in on herself. She blurted out, "Do I have some deadly illness?" He laid out his theory. The massive magic churning inside her was probably stunting her body's growth. Then he cautiously asked if she could actually use magic, but even he sounded unsure, like the answer might shake everything. While he stared at the girl's terrifying power, she blurted out her backstory like it was nothing, laughing as she insisted she could never have magic, because magic belonged to nobles and royalty. Then she dropped the truth. She was just a commoner left at an orphanage with zero clue who her parents even were. Their wild journey ends the moment they step up to the gates of Dynastard Village, a tiny rustic hamlet of wooden planks and plaster walls. As soon as he stepped in, a local man in shoulder armor scanned the place and found no real damage, just as Yin Lin and another kid stared with worry, their eyes snapping to a procession coming closer. Now it all made sense. Imperial soldiers were marching the captured Kimin tribe right through the village, and the anger hit like a spark in dry grass. The locals exploded in outrage. One girl sobbed that her father and brother had been slaughtered by them, while the armored man roared that the prisoners needed to be killed, slamming himself into an all-out attack. Right before the villager could land a blow, Hazen snapped into action, his blade cutting off the attack. Then he said, "I scold that abusing prisoners was forbidden, and if they didn't stop, military code would punish them." The man jerked back and snapped back defiantly, screaming that they weren't soldiers and didn't care one bit about those codes. Hayasen froze at that defiance. Then the captured human wizard beside him whispered, "Are you really going to obey the rules?" Hayasen waited for a breath and finally said, "If the villagers won't play by the rules, then I'll just let them go." Fear drained the villagers' faces to bone white, and in his mind one terrifying image snapped into focus. A sneering haze behind a crown of ash and roaring fire, one sorcerer so brutal he could wipe out their whole village in a single night. Then he whipped around to face the stunned crowd and boomed that Imperial soldiers back only the law-abiding. Anyone who refused the Empire's rules wouldn't get help at all. His ultimatum came out calm, no rage at all, until the armored villager snapped it back, accusing him of pure showboating and yelling that the military only shows up after everyone's already been hit. He insisted their capture of the human was just luck, and that if those soldiers had helped them last time, nobody would have died. He listened as Lieutenant Hazen nodded, saying the villagers deserved protection. But then he slammed the truth home. The military had that job too, and if they wanted their safety, they'd have to grit their teeth through the brutal hardships that come with it, because that's exactly what war is. His voice went ice cold as his fist tightened by his side, and he snapped that anyone skipping revenge to stone a helpless enemy, then hiding behind the dead to excuse it, made him feel sick to his stomach. The villager's defiance shattered, and he stammered his agreement before snapping orders for everyone to leave. The crowd slipped away in silence, leaving the captive Kumon wizard kneeling on the ground with the danger finally off the table. Hazen spun to face the young girl Yen and fired off, "Are you okay?" He told her he'd come to the village to check the damage and handle something personal, and that he didn't have a clue about what the villagers were plotting for revenge. Yen beamed and shouted, "Yes." With the commotion still hanging in the air, the villager finally snapped into an apology and asked Yen if she'd been scared. Yen thanked him, brushed it off, and admitted she was used to it. There were plenty of kids like her at the orphanage. When Hazen heard that, he immediately told Yen, "I need you to guide me there." The villager offered to talk to the orphanage director, but Hazen cut him off fast, saying the place was broke and had nothing to sell, because this wasn't some transaction. He glanced down at the girl and that unreadable smile blew wide across his face. "Yin," he said, cool as ice. "I'm adopting you." Yin and the villager both went wide-eyed as he blurted out his sudden declaration, and the villager stammered, "Wait, your smile, it looks suspicious." A gloved hand slaps down one tiny gold coin on the wooden table, like an advance payment. For that payment, Heisenheim lays his offer on the table and pitches it to Director Norway right in front of him, then demands she hand over the young girl, Yen Lin. Outside the cracked, crumbling orphanage in that ruined village, she weighs Hazen's offer. Then he swears that a small silver coin will show up every month, enough to feed 10 or more kids, and the director can't help but lean in, finding the whole proposal downright fascinating. Their talk keeps rolling inside, and Hazen leans in like it matters. He says he truly respects the director's talent, from her years running the orphanage to how she pulled off trading with that very different human tribe. Then he admits he knows her life isn't easy, and he wants to help in any way he can, and you can practically see that decision shock her. Before the director can even open his mouth, Yen Lin shoots straight to Hazen and declares his offer useless. Then, with jaw-dropping confidence, she demands 2 little silver coins every single month, double what he offered, and dares him to say she's not worth that much. A knowing smirk flashes across his face, and before she can even blink, he snaps back one word, "Deal." Once the agreement is locked in, they all gear up to ride out. Hazen mounts his horse with Yen Lin sitting right in front of him, and when Norway spots the girl's tiny satchel, he bluntly asks if that's truly everything she needs to carry. She tells him that in the orphanage they share everything, so that bag holds every single thing she owns, no more no less. Then she insists her new room will feel better with fewer things, and Hazen just nods like he fully gets it. Her eyes blow wide, horror slams into her, and she blurts out, shouting if she's really going to live with him. Because the idea of an officer's room, all neat and clean compared to the orphanage, only makes her panic harder as she insists she doesn't want to go. As they speed off, her protests still blast out in the background, and Norway waves from behind like he's watching a disaster unfold. Yen Lin shrieks that she absolutely won't go, but Hazen shuts her down, decisions already locked, her opinion means nothing, then smirks and mutters that it's just some young girl's feelings. With his hand perched on her head, Heisenheim sized up his new ward in silence. He was blown away by her nerve and business talent. Because for his plan to seize power inside the empire, money isn't just important, it's everything, and that's why he's chosen Yan to raise the funds. Right as their journey kicks off, the first problem hits them. What should they even call each other? Hazen starts thinking maybe he'll claim her as his little sister, and before he can overthink it, Yinlin beams and calls him Big Brother, then visibly flinches the moment he asks if she really means it. The word brother hits like a blade. His face instantly turns grim, like a brutal memory flashes behind his eyes. Hazen's sudden shift into pure meanness shocks Yinlin so hard she blurts out for him not to wear that terrifying face. Then with a sharp click of his tongue, he snaps an apology and says it isn't her fault at all. She just reminded him of his stupid little sister. He instantly changes the topic, ordering her to call him sensei from now on, then drops the bomb that he'll be teaching her magic. Yinlin's stunned because the last thing she wants is to call anyone sensei, and she's convinced she knows absolutely nothing about magic. Hazen leans in and lays it out. Her confusion finally makes sense, because her painfully slow physical growth is happening right from the sheer overload of magical power inside her. He presses the warning with heavy weight. If she can't learn to control it, that power will snap awake and spiral out of control, harming her and blasting everyone around her. Yinlin listens to every word, says she gets it, but admits she can't fully trust him yet. Still, a sly smile curls on Hazen's lips as he leans in and asks, So, can't you trust me? He can't ignore how sharp she is, and the idea of training her sparks something in him. Because he's sure if he takes the reins, her future won't just improve, it'll be thrilling to watch. As they ride on, Yin Lin whips her gaze over her shoulder at the shrinking dot of home, whispering that her village has gotten impossibly small. Because this stretch marks the farthest she's ever gone. She looked up when Hazen brought up their old negotiation, bluntly saying she'd sold herself short, and her face sank as she nodded along in a quiet, defeated yes as, riding their horses through the mountain roads, he kept teaching, telling her to demand 5 huge gold coins up front, then 3 small silver ones every month after that. And the amount absolutely stunned her into silence. Then she threw out a wild what-if question. What if the other side slaps you with a crazy price tag like 100 gold coins? Hazen Kumlai said, name the absolute maximum. But he cut in fast. The real move is to lock in at least 80% of what you want by spotting the enemy's breaking point, without letting your emotions steer the deal. He broke down that razor-thin gap between too much and too little, saying that if she pushed past it, the outcome would be identical. And he made it sound effortless, like he could just slap her with the charge of trading with foreigners, an offense punishable by law, then drag her straight into slavery. The cold brutality of his threat hit her so hard she recoiled in terror. His voice suddenly snapped into something sharper as he laid out the real reason for this training. He stared at the bound tribesmen and declared that she'll one day serve as the bridge between them, which means her negotiation skills will make or break everything. Even with those tough lessons bearing down on her, he shot her a small, confident smile and told her he truly believes she's got real potential, at least for now. His words hit her deep, and when he finished, she realized her real worth was 100 times higher than the price they'd just been talking about. That praise hit her like fireworks. Her whole face lit up, eyes sparkling as she blurted, "Are you just trying to hype me up?" Panic-flustered, Hazen shot back right away, vehemently denying it. His denial snapped into a brutal lecture. He jabbed her forehead again and again, grilling her like, "What do you think you're hearing?" Then he laid it out. If she stayed at her current value, she'd be worthless to him, and she'd better push herself 10 times harder. Suddenly, strong hands snatched Yinlin up and pulled her away from Hazen, and a tall woman with pale light hair stepped in, scolding him for crowding the girl. She called herself Rifa, his bodyguard, and made it clear she'd be taking care of Yinlin too, while the young girl stared, stunned, at the sudden introduction of her new companion. Rifa blinked in surprise as the young girl suddenly pulled her into a warm hug, squealing in pure awe at how beautiful she was. So flustered, Rifa stammered out that nobody had ever said that to her before. The girl clutched her even tighter, gushing that out of everyone she'd ever met, Rifa was the most beautiful. Then blurted out that she'd always wanted a sister and was so overjoyed, leaving Rifa completely frozen in shock. Her bright, cheerful vibe made Rifa blurt out a stunned question. Was Yinlin really old enough to have a kid? Rifa pressed, "How old are you?" And Yinlin grinned, laughing, 19. Before adding that in her Zexan tribe, women usually start having babies around 14. From his spot on horseback, Hazen cut in and barked at Rifa to stop babying the girl. Because sure enough, Yinlin wasn't what she claimed. He said she was only 13, and the moment the truth hit, Yinlin snapped with rage at being dragged into the spotlight, clenching her fist and muttering that Hazen had the worst character. The director's lies crumbled, boom, and the girl erupted into tears, begging to go back, screaming that Hazen was a kidnapper. After a while, as they rode toward a massive fortress, Hazen looked over at the armored soldier beside him, then spotted a huge troop force gathered outside, and he demanded, "What's going on here?" The soldier pointed out the hulking armor and called it Lieutenant Miss Spitz's cavalry. Then he blurted that their preparations were finally done, and they were ready to ride out. Then he leaned in and asked Hazen, "Is this your first time seeing them?" Hazen's eyes popped wide with shock, instantly spiraling through the details. Were they really prepping for more than half a day? His companion snapped that the soldiers barely know how to fight and are terrified of getting hurt, so they end up over-preparing for ages, until the war is already over before they even march out. Hazen's horse jolted out of nowhere, and the armored soldier's explanation got interrupted. He gasped in shock like he'd been yanked into danger. The moment Hazen steps in, a roaring officer in fancy armor barrels into him and yells, "Scoundrel!" with full volume. Then the guy mutters a half apology, saying he didn't recognize Hazen because his stance and gear screamed newcomer. Hazen doesn't even flinch, he just quietly asks, "So who are you?" The officer smirks, arms crossed, and taunts Hazen about whether he just ran off defeated after clashing with the Cuban tribe. But Hazen stays cool and shuts it down, saying they didn't retreat. They won, while making sure the villages nearby were kept safe. Hazen's smugness gets obliterated. Then the officer's face freezes in pure shock as Hazen reveals captured, bound human warriors. And with victory confirmed, he snaps at Sergeant Baz to march the prisoners straight to their cells for now. His shock turns to a blaze of rage in seconds. The officer snarls demands why Hazen didn't obey his orders. Hazen snaps back that he figured they wouldn't reach time. And because of his call, the village stays unscathed, while the Cuban tribe gets hauled in. He brushes it off as nothing but hindsight, snapping that Hazen just rushed ahead to steal all the credit, and with a calm, steady voice Hazen challenges the lieutenant, then asks what master plan he's got, promising he'd love to hear it. The lieutenant growls, speechless, then clenches his gauntlet and pivots, warning them this wasn't a normal fight, it was magic all the way. And if Hazen had fallen, he'd be staring down disaster, no question. Hazen stands tall in front of his assembled 8 squad, and with pure, unshakable confidence he vows, "I'm not losing." Then he leans in and promises that even if something unexpected hits, his squad will take control and handle it. His bold declaration of faith gets met with mocking laughter. Then the lieutenant just scoffs, saying the 8 squad would be useless, because his own men are so careful they take half a day just to suit up in their armor. His taunting laughter keeps rolling as he sneers at how these useless men who can barely read or write could ever matter. Then Hazen's face tightens as he demands whether the lieutenant thinks any of it is actually funny. The lieutenant waves the squad off like they're nothing, smirking as he laughs, and then he lays it out. These guys are just former farmers, plucked straight from the fields, completely disposable in his eyes. Lieutenant Jyrn's cruel jab sparks a freezing rage. Hazen steps up, growls that he crossed the line, and shuts down the claim that skill is born from background or literacy. He drives the point home with a finger wrapped in dark energy, and when Sergeant Camo tries to step in, Hazen doesn't even flinch. A storm of dark energy tightens around the cowering lieutenant as Hazen keeps hammering him with savage words, coldly judging Fragrant to stay put even though he's got almost no brain, 0 ethics, and 0 flexibility, which means only one thing: the magic must be razor sharp. Then Hazen throws down a challenge, take his duel some desk match. Crushed by the public humiliation, the lieutenant explodes into a panicked rage, spitting out nonsense as he snaps that he won't waste his time on Hazen, then whirls on the gathered soldiers and roars at them to scatter. He whips his back to the whole confrontation, storms off at full speed, and yells that Captain Lorenzo will be here tonight. Hazen and Coma just stare as he vanishes, and the tight tension finally snaps. As the sun sinks, everything finally eases down. Coma shoots out a thank you to Hazen, but the second lieutenant waves it off hard, saying it wasn't worth anything in the first place. Then he orders Coma to make sure the men get some real rest after the prisoners are secured. Camo nods with pure excitement, tells Rifa, who's cradling a half-asleep Lin, to take her to her room first, and then Camo darts off to handle his duties. Later, Hazen steps into a fancy building, and the moment he's spotted, his arrival gets announced. A cool blonde officer turns, gives his name, Captain Lorenz, and immediately apologizes for the late hour, saying he just couldn't wait to talk with Hazen. Before Hazen can even answer, some other officer with long hair tied back storms right up in his face, barking for an explanation. Why is he even here? Hazen stays cool and says he was told to report on the Cuban tribe, and the poor aide just stammers while glancing back at his captain, who yanks him away on the spot. Captain Lorenzo stands there, cool as ice, and asks his subordinate if he didn't notice him, or if he's just flat-out incapable of obeying orders, because this mess will take Lorenzo's own instructions to fix. His aide glares past him with pure venom, eyes locked on Hazen, and snaps that he's the one calling the shots, then demands in no uncertain terms what Hazen is waiting for, ordering him to speak. Hazen's face twists in total disbelief. Then he blurts out, "I'm gone," before anyone can even talk, saying LT. Moe's Pizza just ordered his exit on the spot. The poor aide can't believe it, stammering that their conversation hasn't even started. LT, Moe's Pizza whips wildly between the two men as he snaps that Hazen can't say it like that. Then he explains, calm but firm, that he just reminded the young officer not to disrespect the captain. Hazen brushes off the lieutenant's frantic rambling and locks his eyes on the aide. Then, cool as ice but sharp as a blade, he asks if he can finally start his report, saying the captain has supposedly cleared it, while the aide's temple throbs with vain fury at having to face the Titans. Right when the tension hits its highest point, Captain Lorenzo's voice slices through the air, his muted smile saying more than words. Then he confirms he heard it all and tells Hazen to move on. Hazen steps up before the captured human tribespeople and with a formal tone proposes a prisoner exchange to kick off a ceasefire. Lorenzo's hooked, he demands more details right now. Lieutenant Moe tries to cut in and challenges Hazen for stepping into the colonel's big strategy, but the captain shuts him down instantly and Moe backs off, quiet as a mouse. With the floor locked in place, Hazen starts his briefing and jabs at a spot on the big map telling everyone the Cuban tribe's base is probably hunkered in the mountains, land the Empire doesn't even care about. Still, the Empire's expansion plan shoves them straight into a fight. The map lays bare a ruthless standoff in the northern Garner region. By imperial decree demanding continental unification, their forces are trapped in a deadlocked clash between the human tribe and the Duchy of Dyad. while the Gastra Empire looms right nearby. His eyes tighten with laser focus as he lays out the real play. He calls for a ceasefire with the human tribe, giving them free rein to smash all their full military power into their main enemy, the Duchy of Diary. Captain Lorenzo thinks it through, then shoots down the idea with a blunt, practical question. How are they supposed to negotiate a massive showdown with a tribe when they can't even speak the same language? Hazen cuts in and says he'll run the negotiations personally, then drops his ace. 6-year-old Yen Lin, the interpreter he hired. When the little girl flashes that smile, Captain Lorenzo goes completely mute, stunned by the thought of using a child in a mission this dangerous. The proposal hit him like a sledgehammer, his mind burning with the image of a roaring pyre. And if it failed, both the lieutenant and the girl would be executed. Hazen even brought up that chilling possibility in a way that left him feeling sick. With doubts clawing at him, he grilled Hazen. What chance did he really have to make it? The lieutenant didn't sugarcoat it, he'd likely get killed. But then Hazen said the girl might live because the humans' tribe has a ruthless rule: anyone who hurts or kills a child gets exiled. Then he locked eyes with the captain and made it crystal clear. He wasn't suicidal, and he sure as hell wasn't letting them take him out that easily. Yeah, he admitted the brutal framing still sold the point. After a beat of staring into the silence, Captain Lorenzo's face snapped into iron resolve. He got exactly what this gamble meant, and he vowed to take the proposal straight to the higher-ups. As they walked, his aide fidgeted and asked if it was really smart to follow the word of some second lieutenant. Lorenzo brushed the worry aside and said it would be his call. He wouldn't even bring Hazen's name into it. Then Hazen caught it and understood the captain just wanted to dodge responsibility. He watched them disappear, frustration snapping his focus inward, and the more he saw those frontline officers bungle everything, the more he stewed. Until he doubled down on his secret plan to recruit sharp talent out in the provinces and use it as the ladder to a spot in Central Command. Meanwhile, Lorenzo laid out the upside for his aide. If they could nail a ceasefire with the human tribe, it'd be a massive win for Second Lieutenant Hazen, one that might even rocket him into a huge special mayorship. The thought of a grand special merit hit so hard that the aide straight up collapsed in shock. Winded and barely on his feet, he stammered, "So you're saying Second Lieutenant Hazen really gets that?" Lorenzo only smiled and nodded, calm as ever, and that was that. Their heated debate got smashed to pieces when Lieutenant Most Pizza barged in, laughing loudly, declaring that Hazen shouldn't take all the credit by himself, because Captain Lorenzo was the one who signed off on that reckless plan, so the praise belonged to him. He roars with indignation, pounding the table and insisting that a second lieutenant has no business taking a great special merit. Because last time the award was handed out, they even argued about whether Miss Hiru, one of the Empire's 4 counts and a superior captain back then, was truly worthy. To him, the honor belongs only to someone ranked at least a lieutenant. Captain Lorenzo calmly but sharply cuts in, straight up asking Lieutenant Moe if his pizza thinks a man who's devoted his life to the Empire deserves the merit more than someone who's only been a second lieutenant for about a month. His subordinate stands there, totally rattled and unable to speak, until Hazen strides in, apologizes to Moe's bewildered pizza like it's at fault, and makes it clear. His only mission is making that ceasefire agreement succeed. Then the captain swings his focus to Hazen and invites him for a private talk. Lorenzo can't help thinking that, at his rank, he almost never gets a chance to actually sit down and speak with the younger officers. As they head down the road, he leans over and demands if Hazen knows Jill Sashuzara, the strategist who was a hero in the Empire's early days. And Hazen frowns, admitting he's no history buff at all, just heard the name once. He keeps going, dropping the truth like a bomb. The Sasses get abandoned to a cold military plan that locks every soldier into one of 4 clear types. His explanation kicks off with the first kind, skill plus an iron will, the ones born to take command on the front line. Then comes the second kind. They've got the skill, but their will runs short, so they belong behind the lines, shaping strategy from the rear. The captain keeps talking, and the third type, those who have got neither will nor skill, makes him smirk because since they're good for nothing, he says, we'll shove them onto the front lines and make them fight. His smirk hardens into something cold and sinister as he whispers about the last category, people who have got willpower, but 0 skill. And he insists that this no-skill type deserves a special merit. The young lieutenant stares him down and demands to know what the strategist wrote for soldiers like them. He snapped his gaze upward, no hesitation in his eyes, then slammed the grim verdict onto Sasazar's theory. Soldiers with fire but no skill, kill them all now. He finished his brutal assessment, bowed straight to Captain Lorenzo and left, while Lorenzo just stood there drenched in sweat, barely managing a weak thanks. Then the door clicked shut and Lorenzo's face hardened as the truth hit him. He'd heard of him. As Hazen's figure shrank into the deep, dark corridor, Lorenzo's mind snapped to one brutal truth. Second Lieutenant Hazen was a truly terrifying man. In a prison corridor, Yin Lin puts two captive human warriors through a quick language lesson, holding up a red and a green apple as she sharply points out which one is green. Her own learning never stayed that formal for long. Back when she was flustered, she begged Mr. Moko, her smiling human tutor, to teach her with a lot more seriousness. Back in the present, Hazenheim watches from afar and her new fluency is obvious. One prisoner starts gushing about how well she speaks, then jokes that she should come to his village to marry him, and Yen Lin snaps back loud and clear, telling him to quit messing around. He snaps away from the scene and strides down the hall, where Sergeant Buzz is perched on a crate scribbling notes as he fires off hazing comments, and Yin's reaction proves she's improving. Buzz even nods along, smugly saying her youthful look lets her earn everyone's trust in no time. Her success doesn't stop at talking. She's diving into their manners and customs too, and you can practically see it in her bright, confident grin. With the groundwork already set, Hazen says they've pulled in more than enough intel, and now he expects negotiations to go off without a hitch. Buzz freezes, stunned that his lieutenant has cracked it all so fast. Hazen shrugs off the compliments and snaps at the sergeant to learn the language too, leaving Buzz reeling in sheer disbelief. While they're digging into a meal, Hazen leans in and fires off a sharp question. So who else besides you can talk like a human? And it hits Yin Lin like a punch. She coughs and chokes on her food. Meanwhile, Sergeant Buzz sprawls on a bed in the background, completely knocked out, books piled all around him from studying himself into exhaustion. She steadies herself in a rush, eyes darting, then nervously denies his insinuation and swears she mastered the language completely on her own. Hazen calmly warns her that if she gets caught lying, she's done for, then breaks it down. Language usually gets picked up in one of two ways. Either you soak it up as a kid, or you grind through the structure when you learn it as a second language, and the way she speaks. That screams she learned it the first way. He keeps pushing, convinced the merchant was the one who helped her reach the human tribe, and when Yinlin looks visibly shaken, she admits he's right. Then panics because he can see right through everything, and she insists she promised she wouldn't say a word about it. Right after he dragged her to the secret meeting, he watched Yinlin step up and face the man they'd come for. Then she hit him with calm, steady words, promising she wasn't there to get him arrested. Her reassurance hit the mark. Now the roguish merchant stood with his back to them, grinning, and said he only wanted to talk business. Then he sank onto the sofa, totally at ease, flashing confidence. Only for the merchant to chuckle that the last time the army summoned him, he'd shown up shaking with fear, yet here he was, staring at such a young officer like it was the biggest shock of all. Ignoring the small talk, Hazen barrels right in. He demands the merchant in plain words. Did he teach Yanlin the Kimin language, and if yes, how in the world can he speak it himself? His pointed question hit the air and earned him a dismissive smirk. The merchant straight up played dumb, sneering back as if modern soldiers would actually take a kid's words to heart. When the evasion hit, Hayasen slapped a document and a coin onto the table, saying the paper cleared the merchant of every accusation and came with a reward. The merchant froze, impressed by how far it went, then muttered that even with this, he could still lie with zero consequences, so why was it allowed? Hayasen said it cold and steady. It wouldn't be the merchants deciding what was true or false anymore, it was their duty. That young officer's ironclad confidence in his voice made the merchant's smug smirks collapse as he stared the boy down and rechecked him. He let out a quick, sharp laugh that snapped everyone's attention. Then the merchant caved, confessing Hazen's intimidating stare sent shivers down his spine, and since he was a businessman, he finally agreed to hear out the offer for compensation. After the deal was sealed, he stood up and casually dropped his real secret. "It's nothing," he said, but then admitted he'd been dating a woman from the Cuban tribe and somehow learned her language the same way most secrets get unlocked, in bed. He kept talking, telling me how he'd taught Yin the human tribe's crafts, like how to make amulets, and how he'd gone searching through an orphanage until he found the perfect kid. He then rubbed her head with affection, bragging that she's brilliant and insisting that humans aren't just safe for children, they're downright gentle with them. When the merchant finally wrapped up his words, Hazen lunged forward, eyes sharp and jaw set, snapping the mood in half, demanding the truth about why the man acted the way he did and what his real motive was. He laid out his plan right there, saying a ceasefire with the Cuban tribe was about to be signed, then promised that the moment it happened, he'd strike up trade with them without wasting a second, sealing it all with a hard, unshakable handshake. The merchant went speechless, scoffing at the whole idea of a ceasefire. He accused Hazen of pulling his leg and dragged up the brutal bloodshed between their peoples. Hazen stayed cool and hit back. The army had a human sorcerer locked up as a prisoner, and that gave them the opening they needed to negotiate. He leaned in on the still-shaken merchant, dropping his voice low and sharp, then laid out the plan. Once they slipped into the human circle of trust, that's when they'd finally strike. The merchant's thoughts spun like a storm, and he finally realized this lieutenant was straight up insane. In his head, he argued that if a ceasefire was declared, then any trade had to go through the army's official merchants. And the wild part? Hazen had tracked him down anyway, even with all the danger that came with it, so that could only mean one thing, an unofficial mission burning underneath. Hazen answered his suspicion with a cocky smirk, clocking the merchant's silent plan instantly, smuggling. The merchant froze at Hazen's blunt question. Hazen lounged on the sofa and casually demanded what he should get paid for the whole venture. While the merchant stammered that he didn't want a thing, insisting the real fair profit belongs to the ones who run honest business. He finally cracked and admitted there was something he truly wanted. Then Hazen nodded and laid down a condition. He'd give the merchant the first shot at negotiating with a human, but the price wouldn't be set by him. It would be decided by Yen, and that totally floored the little girl. The merchant burst into hearty laughter and snapped up the deal right away, slapping an arm around Hazen's shoulders like they'd been brothers forever. Then he turned to Yen, pinched her cheek, and bragged that she'd found herself a real good man. When the deal finally wrapped up, Yinlin's face snapped into pure alarm. Then she clenched her teeth and swore to herself that no way that merchant was a good man. The merchant shot Hazen a totally different take, admitting in plain terms that in his eyes imperial soldiers only flex their power for their own pockets. Yet somehow Hazen looked like the rare exception. He owned up to how callous he'd been, admitting he kept up his work even as everyone else got brutalized for it, something that still haunted him now and then. Hazen shot back with ice-cold clarity, saying he only moved for his own goals. Then he left the merchant to decide what to do with that bombshell. 3 days later, the mission kicked off as they stared over the jagged human mountains, wondering if any peace treaty could still survive after a war that had dragged on for so long. Walking beside the captive human wizard, she couldn't help but muse out loud that it all would hinge on how the tribe's leader chose to act. The wizard steered Hazen, Yinlin, and Rifa down a razor-thin path, and then dropped a new rule. Their escape only worked if the info they'd pulled from their captives was the truth. The moment they showed up, trouble exploded. Warriors swarmed them in a tight ring, spears locked and pointed, the danger hanging in the air, and Hazen just stood there calm like he'd expected this exact welcome all along. The Kimin warriors traded uneasy looks, whispering under their breath, every bit of distrust written on their faces, while they kept their weapons locked on the delegation. Rife squirmed and groaned that the stair's brutal incline was killing them. But Hazen stayed cool and calmly said the warrior's reaction made perfect sense. He drops to one knee before the unseen leader, announcing himself. Lieutenant Hazen of the Imperial Army, straight-faced and formal, and even though the reception turns icy, he pushes through, convinced that whoever led him here is signaling one thing. They might be ready to talk. He tilts his gaze up to a massive throne perched above a short flight of stairs, then looks the Cuban tribe leader straight in the eye and thanks him for welcoming him in. From her throne, a regal woman with long, light hair and sharp tribal markings towers above them. She calls herself Blue Queen Basha, then freezes in shock because Hazen didn't just learn their language. He somehow gets their customs too. Her shock hits hard, but it doesn't last. A cold question snaps into place. Do they honestly think they'll be allowed to leave alive, even after they came all the way here just to sign a ceasefire agreement? The moment she speaks, the air tightens and every warrior around the delegation snaps their spears back up. Yinlin lets out a small, scared cry as the danger hits again. He doesn't even flinch at the weapons, just calmly apologizes for showing up so suddenly, and Basha flashes a cruel grin, then tells him to pick his punishment: impalement, decapitation, or humiliating exposure in public. As the queen lays out her ruthless choices, Yinlin stays crouched behind Hazen and panics, scrambling for any crack in the walls that could lead to escape. Her hunt gets yanked to a stop when a warrior surges forward, driving his spear straight for her, until Beja snaps a razor-sharp command, screaming for him to pull his weapon back from the girl. The warrior jerks back, snaps a counter-argument, and asks if this softness is why their tribe is falling apart, while Hazen, clutching Yinlin protectively, waves it off, saying he doesn't care. But Yinlin grips her uniform and shouts back that he's wrong because caring matters and threatening a child is simply not okay. Basha watches the whole exchange like stone-faced thunder, then snaps that Hazen's take doesn't matter, because the Kumin are a proud clan of warriors who refuse to build prosperity on the senseless slaughter of women, children, and the elderly. Hazen grudgingly nods, fully admitting she's right, and then she throws down a chilling warning. The Imperial Army will grab this land with whatever it takes if they decide it's worth it. She stays silent as Hazen keeps talking, then drops the bombshell. He's already studied the human tribe's mage, Kasiko's staff. He broke down the Empire's game plan. The Cuman's mountain lands looked worthless to them, and that was the only thing that kept the tribe alive so far. But then he warned, this won't last. The moment they sniff out those gem deposits, the hammer's coming down. Her eyes went sharp as she fired back at his logic. If the gems were real, why would he hand them to the Empire, practically begging the world to come steal them? She drove home the truth. Once that discovery hit, their land would be dragged into a bloody battleground, and every neighboring nation would come rushing in to claim it. He blurted out a brutally honest confession, pure self-interest, straight up demanding every last gem for himself. The queen locked eyes with him, completely stunned by his outrageous, shameless confession. Her shock curdled into rage fast. She was convinced he'd humiliated her and swore she'd execute him on the spot. But he only stayed calm and told her to wait until she'd seen what he could do, raising a sleek black magic wand. A warrior handed her the wand, and she studied it up close, marveling at how perfectly it was made. No traps, no secret tricks anywhere. Yet she still couldn't figure out what it was really for. She snapped her wand at him and demanded, how could some common soldier craft something like this when the Empire keeps production locked behind exclusive contracts? And he just shrugged. He'd made it 2 years ago. He finally admitted he'd stolen the technique, saying he had to level up his crafting. But the official guild was suffocatingly strict, and the magical gems to train with were so ridiculously expensive he couldn't even dream about it. Then he dropped his final offer like a bombshell. He already had a safe trade route locked in, and all he wanted was a secret ceasefire so they could trade while the gem deposits stayed buried. The deal was straightforward. He wanted their magic gems, and he'd deliver magic wands to the human tribe, wands packed with the military power they promised. Queen Basha weighed his offer as Queen Basha stared him down. Nodding once she fully understood the deal, he'd buy their magic gems, and in return, he'd hand over magic wands they weren't allowed to sell to the Empire. It was a clean, closed loop. Kamen harvested the raw gems, he forged them into wands, then the tribe bought them right back. She admitted the deal helped them both, then instantly snapped into a sharp question, right to his face, and reminded him that as an imperial soldier this move wasn't just risky, it was outright betrayal against his own country. He met her skepticism with a confident smirk, then told her he may be a soldier right now, but his eyes are set on something bigger, and he made it crystal clear. He had zero plans to serve the Empire. A spark of curiosity flashed across her face. She studied him in one sharp look, and a sly smile tugged at her lips as she called him an interesting man. She spun around and climbed the steps to her throne. Her voice booming across the grand hall, she fully backed his point. If they didn't bring stronger power to the table, the tribe would get swallowed up, and with the Empire and duchies pressing in day by day, they finally couldn't afford to stay stuck in the backwaters anymore. Hopefully, he asked if she was saying yes to his offer. She spun back with a soft laugh, lifted a hand, and told him not to rush. Her smile vanished, seriousness snapped into place, and her gaze cut like a blade. She reminded him, they're a clan of warriors and weak people can't be trusted. Once her condition was locked in, she shouted Oribs, and a feared warrior stepped forward without hesitation, ready to take on anything. Oribs the warrior planted himself in front of them, eyes blazing and unshaken. Basha swept in, called him the human tribe's second strongest, and demanded he knew what he had to do, while Hazen just watched with a smug, confident grin, already braced for the trial. He faced his opponent across the sprawling arena. The duel was officially underway, and the Kimen tribe packed every corner as their cheers thundered through the whole structure. From up in the stands, Rifa blurted out her worry, remembering how Oribs had shoved back soldiers from both the Empire and the duchies over and over. Down on the field, the humans erupted in a frenzy, screaming for Oribs to crush that dumb soldier. Basha Blue Queen didn't blink, she just tossed out the rule like it was obvious. The last one standing wins. Then, with a sharp motion, she signaled the battle to start. The moment the duel kicked off, Orib braced himself, ice splinters turning into a brutal weapon like a weaponized storm, and tossed out a casual warning to Hazen to watch out for that vicious ice dragon. Hazen sized him up and realized Orib's jewel was just as dangerous as an Imperial colonel's. Then Orib ended it with a confident little jab, saying Hazen's earlier speech wasn't half bad. Then he tore into full power, summoning a giant dragon made of crystalline ice, and it barreled forward in a snap of frost. Oribs bellowed a challenge, demanding Hazen not let their queen down. The ice dragon slammed its jaws into the arena floor, ice exploding on impact, and Hazen snapped out of the way, landing on a huge shard like it was nothing. He stared at the wreckage, calm as ever, thinking to himself that Shadowfang's trick wouldn't cut it against power like that. He snapped into action, drawing up a brand new spell, and glowing orbs swirled around him as a complex sigil flared to life. Down below, Orib's confidence crumbled into pure disbelief as he stared at Hazen's strange incantation, practically shouting, "What are you doing?" Or upstairs, staring in disbelief at the blazing weapons bursting into existence around Hazen, demanding answers fast, until he just smirks, points at the chaos, and admits his shadow fangs alone wouldn't cut it to win. He starts spilling the truth about his strange power. He's lived on 2 separate continents, and that's why he understands 2 completely different kinds of magic. On the western continent where he used to live, magic came down to luck. Spells were pulled from chance and sealed away, so it took forever but opened the door to a crazy range of techniques. Then he tells me the eastern way, magic wands fire instantly, but every wand only does one kind of magic, so you've got to pick your power carefully. He figures that hopping between continents is basically impossible, so he must be the only living soul who knows both. And when he finally gets the power to pick, he snatches the magic wand without even a second thought. Just as he starts to explain, he rockets backward to dodge a brutal burst of ice spikes. Orb scoffs that no matter how many trashy wands Hazen has, it won't change a thing, because his magic summons a massive ice dragon out of thin air. Right when the dragon's attack is about to hit, he slams his hand down, blasts his spell name, **Earth Shield **, and a towering wall of rock and soil erupts from the ground to smash the attack out of the air. The shield holds. Right when the energy finally fades, Orb just freezes, shocked that Hazen somehow blocked the ice dragon's breath. He explains that stretching an attack's reach weakens its punch, so even a basic earth shield can actually hold it. Then right at his turn, he snaps his wands into position. Orb gapes in terror. Hazen has a wand in each hand, meaning he can fire them together, calling him a monster. Hazen laughs and claims that if he can pull off that one-of-a-kind feat from history, then of course he can do this too, because he's heard Miss Huru of the Four Counts can as well. With a cocky grin, he slams his spell forward and yells its name, Gurin. Then a monstrous blast of blazing fire tears out of his wand, charging straight across the arena toward the ice dragon. The attack slams in with brutal force, shattering the ice dragon into a roaring cloud of frozen shards. And Orbs just stands there, frozen in stunned disbelief, utterly unable to wrap his head around how his powerful summon got wiped out that fast. Stunned to the bone, he watched his ice dragon get wiped off the map. And before the magical energy faded, Hazen stood there, victory in hand, fueled by the Crimson Lotus, a wand named Gyron that's built for one brutal strike per day, with its power amped to an absurd level for that single hit. Then, like it was nothing, he pulled out a second wand, completely different, its fancy tip flashing as he lifted it into the light. His opponent's thoughts spun into confusion, then snapped into pure panic as he braced for yet another strike. Shock hardened his spine into pure defiance. He scoffed and swore it was nothing but a bluff, bragging that as long as his magic power was still standing, the ice dragon could be resurrected again and again. Through it all, Hazen just watched with a smug, knowing smirk as the gear and wand crumbled to dust. But before he could even move, dark energy tendrils shot up from the ground and clamped onto him tight, and he gasped in disbelief, shouting that whoever was interfering had no right. This was supposed to be a one-on-one duel. Hazen calmly answered that his other magic wand in Kiku was built to be controlled from afar, sending and steering magic power from a distance. The trap snapped into his mind, too late. He cursed his own stupidity as Hazen rocketed forward in a blur, closing the gap in seconds. He didn't get hit, he got checked. The tip of a Yankee Kwan resting against his forehead, and Hazen snapped at him that he was too naive and too clean-hearted. The real key in wizard battles, Hazen said, is knowing how to fool each other. He stared down his beaten opponent, face stone-cold and unreadable, then snapped one razor-sharp question. Are you satisfied? From a distance, the Blue Queen Basha lifted one hand, and just like that, everything froze mid-motion. Then with calm, crushing authority, she declared the verdict was already sealed. Orebs' panic-fueled curiosity wouldn't be silenced, not even by her judgment. He and Basha strode up to Hazen, and Orebs demanded to know how many wands he owned and how he hid them. And Hazen just grinned, saying the one weak spot in magic wands was solved by carrying several at once. A trick he swore was the best there is. He snaps his explanation shut and reveals his secret. A ring-shaped Jinto magic wand that makes his other wands vanish, so he can swap them with Nindo right under everyone's nose without a single person noticing. The Blue Queen Basha snaps in pure shock, then fires off the question. Can he honestly call something this wild, almost monstrous, just a little trick? He stays cool, admitting that even with a collection this wild, his power still won't cut it. Then he tells her straight. He only spilled his secrets to prove he's worth keeping. Basha weighs every word and lands on the truth. Teaming up with him would be downright terrifying, but having him as an enemy is worse by a mile. Hazen just nods, cool as ice, and quietly appreciates that she gets it, knowing exactly what she's saying. Once they'd settled it, they stood side by side in front of the Cuban tribe, and Hazen stepped up to the crowd to announce that, starting today, they were striking a ceasefire with the Empire, and the roar of cheers hit like thunder. He watches the backlash roll in, because he expected voices of opposition, and Basha calmly tells him that among her people, the leader's word is law. But even in that crowd, the warrior's face clenches with pure resentment. His fist tightens like a bomb, carrying a grudge against the Empire so deep the peace can't wash it away. Reading the room like a blade, Basha drops the formalities and orders' sake brought out to welcome their guests, then tells a stunned Hazen that though her people have paid dearly, they've also gained plenty, so unlike her predecessor, who would have fought to wipe everyone out, she's chasing a different kind of peace. She slips an arm around his shoulders, but he shakes his head and politely refuses the drink, Saying alcohol blunts his thinking, so Basha grins and teases. Does that mean you're breaking our deal? Reifo bursts in out of nowhere, grinning like she owns the place, and cheers that she'll take care of the alcohol and the meat. Then Yen yells in protest, and all Hazen can do is stare in stunned terror, watching their chaos hit full force. He jabs a stern finger at Yin Lin, snaps that she's been useless and tells her to brighten the night with a dance, then immediately clamps down and forbids her from touching alcohol, reminding everyone she's still a kid. In mock terror, Yin Lin bolts to Blue Queen Basha, sobbing for help, and Basha just laughs, teasing that Yin must be Hazen's daughter. Hazen calmly steps in and corrects her, saying he adopted Yin because of her talent, then reveals he plans to introduce her to a merchant so she can learn the trade and tells Basha to be tough on her. Beige's face hardens as she sizes up the little girl and it hits her. Hazen wouldn't drag someone like this in unless she meant something. Yen shudders under the queen's scorching stare and snaps back. No, Hazen just wants to use a small, helpless kid. Basha erupts into a big hearty laugh at her comment, while Hazen stays totally calm, telling everyone Yan's fear was just a bluff and that she's really only 13. Yan goes bright red, panics at being caught, then snaps and points at Hazen, accusing him straight up. He's got a terrible personality. When the laughter finally dies down, Basha lifts a massive wooden mug and grins, saying it's been ages since she laughed this hard, and yeah, today really is a great day. Hazen raises his own mug and toasts, praying this is the start of a good road for them both. Their mugs slam together with a satisfying clink, sealing the moment like a promise. The celebration doesn't slow down. Rifa digs her fork into a huge roasted bird like she's on a mission. And over on the other side, Yen Lin is cheering up a bunch of human warriors who slump on the ground looking totally crushed. As night crashes in, the wild festivities roar across the dark mountain range beneath a sharp crescent moon. Next day, Hazen struts down a long, sun-soaked corridor inside the fortress, heads straight for Lieutenant Moe's pizza and finds Moe poring over paperwork, until Moe's eyes pop wide as he reads it, a ceasefire agreement. He jerks his gaze up at Hazen, stunned to the core, and demands, "Did you really pull this off?" Most Pizza, on the other hand, shuts it down fast. There's no way something this simple isn't forged. Hayes and Kamlai then tell him to stop doubting it, because Queen Basha herself is coming to the fortress to seal the agreement. The lieutenants even push that Commander Gettle should show up for the meeting. His eyes narrowed, dripping with suspicion. Then Hazen told Most Pizza no. He said his orders were to report to Most Pizza first, and with a chilling calm he leaned in. He'd already advised Captain Lorenzo to get rid of Moe Pizza, so he just had to wonder if the captain was thinking about that move next, and the Spitz's face crumpled in sheer panic. Lieutenant Moe's pizza grin peeks from behind his desk, and that smug smile spreads so wide it practically dares anyone to question it. He can barely believe it himself, calling this the biggest win the Fourth Company has ever seen, insisting that special merit is finally here, not some far-off fantasy. Hazen slams up to the lieutenant's desk, completely baffled by what he's seeing, then it clicks. Moe's Pizza isn't just dangerous, he's the kind of man who dodges his duties, blocks everyone's progress, and now, on top of it all, has the nerve to grab every scrap of credit. The lieutenant leaned in like he owned the room and snapped back his stance to Hazen, saying it wasn't his call, but insisting the Fourth Company should get the special merit, then tossing in that the 8th Platoon's big misconduct is something everyone in the company already knows. He calmly flips the lieutenant's own logic back on him, saying that if the platoon is under the company's roof, then the 8th Platoon's chaos has to come straight from the lieutenant's failure to guide and supervise. Most of the pizza recoils, yelling in disbelief. Rage blazing, the lieutenant snaps that there's no link at all, and that the platoon's disgrace is their own doing. Hazen just lets out a calm sigh, saying it's nonsense to chase the glory without owning the responsibility, then tells Moe Pizza to back the award only for the 8th Platoon. His superior officer snaps into a panic, telling Hazen to stop clinging to rules so tightly and insisting Hazen needs to think with more flexibility. Because if the Fourth Company lands that merit, the 8th Platoon is bound to win out too. Hazen doesn't blink at the plea, while everyone else grits their teeth at the insolence. He tells it straight. The people outside the 8th Platoon haven't made a single effort. The lieutenant yells orders and whips his hand up to strike his subordinate, calling it discipline. But before the hit can land, Hazen snatches the falling wrist with ease and jams a sharp pen point into the man's skin. His superior's face twists with raw terror, and with one smooth move, Hazen flicks the lieutenant off balance. Down he goes, sprawling to the floor. Now Hazen stands over him, not gripping a weapon at all, just a simple fan. Terror grips the lieutenant. He whimpers and scrambles backward across the floor, but Hazen doesn't flinch. He simply steps forward, slow and deadly, until he's right up in his space. Hazen towers over the terrified Lieutenant Most Pizza, who blurts that Hazen just tried to kill him, so Hazen doesn't even flinch and calmly says, "I only killed a dangerous insect." Then his eyes turn ice cold as he promises that, as an Imperial soldier, he'll crush any other insects that poison the Empire because the future demands it. Lieutenant Moe groans his way upright from his pizza-fueled stumble, and Hazen snaps that he's got Captain Lorenzo waiting, then begs to be excused. Despite looking furious at the idea, Moe reluctantly waves him off. The lieutenant's suspicion snaps to life, and he jabs a finger, demanding to know if Hazen plans to run straight to the captain on his own. Hazen just nods and confirms those really are his orders, and Moe's pizza lets out a furious grunt. With distrust blazing in his chest, he demands answers. Most pizza demands the contents of the report. He pushes hard for Hazen to declare that the fourth company deserves the special merit, but Hazen stays icy and says he'll report word for word exactly what he already told the lieutenant. He breaks it down, says he's going to report that the captain told him to pass along his take that the fourth company deserves the merit. Then that tiny change lights a fuse in Lieutenant Moe's pizza, who screams that it's nothing like his orders and blasts Hazen for blatant insubordination. He slammed his foot down hard, and the lieutenant snapped that they'd rehearse the report right now, swearing they wouldn't let Hazen walk out until he nailed a perfect result. Hazen starts to argue, reminding him the captain is waiting. But the pizza shrugged off the worry, insisting it was totally fine to keep the captain waiting as long as they pleased, until a calm voice snapped in from the doorway, saying that was absolutely not okay. The lieutenant spun around, eyes wide, furious, and demanded to know who the heck was cutting them off. The speaker turns out to be Captain Lorenzo himself, dead unimpressed as he pokes his temple and mutters that he really thought his ears were about to rot from everything he just overheard. He strides into the room, contempt dripping from every word, and blasts the lieutenant for twisting the facts and forcing subordinates to plant a lie. While most Pete says stammers stands there, utterly flustered, and can't even scrape together a real reply once the captain's right in front of him. The captain admits he's been listening from the very start, then says the moment he heard Lieutenant Hazen was back, he rushed out to meet him. But when he was told Hazen had strict orders to report to Lieutenant Moe's Pete first, he just waited outside because he knew exactly what their relationship meant. Fury still smoking from being caught, Lieutenant Moe snatches Hazen by the uniform and yells his name in pure disbelief, turning the heat on him like his pizza lit a fuse. He stays perfectly composed, sure. He meant for his screw-ups to catch the higher-ups, but even he didn't expect things to blow up this badly. As Hazen reels from it, Captain Lorenzo stays ice-calm and tells the sputtering Moe straight up that he's going to ask for his own demotion and Hazen's promotion, then shuts him down hard, saying it was way too soon to hand Moe a lieutenant's spot and that he should be ashamed for throwing blame at the wrong person. He leans down on that cowering officer, wearing a chilling grin as he asks like he's savoring the fear if he's really sure. Then Lorenzo snaps into action, declaring he'll utterly crush the insects poisoning the Empire. The threat slams Moe's pizza into chaos. He scrambles backward across the floor, begging for literally anything else but that punishment. The captain makes it crystal clear. This change is just a temporary cover for now, until the official word drops. And Moe, he's basically told to operate like he's got a lieutenant's authority. Hazen suddenly snaps into action and makes his request. Moe's pizza watches in horror as Hazen declares the lieutenant is kind and gentle, hates hurting the weak, and demands that the ex-lieutenant be put into the fourth company. With a cold look, he lays it out. This ex-lieutenant can't stop tormenting his units and running over co's. And if Moe's pizza is anywhere in Hazen's unit, Hazen can put him on punishment instantly. Captain Lorenzo nods and warns Hazen not to let the punishment turn into petty revenge. And with a grim dark smile, Hazen says he's got it, while silently swearing he'll crush Miss Spitz's rotten spirit completely. His fate was sealed. The disgraced officer crumpled to the floor, whimpering like all hope had vanished. He slumped into stunned silence, sweat and tears pouring down as the crushing truth of his demotion finally hit, while Heisenheim stood behind him, totally stone-faced. Captain Lorenzo ignored the disgraced officer completely, then flashed a grin at Hazen and said it was wild. Hazen would be promoted to first lieutenant after just 1 month on the job. He shrugged off the compliment and stayed locked on the big picture, insisting they had to sprint straight into the next step. Hazen's sudden words blindsided the captain, leaving him to just repeat it like a question, and then Hazen pushed further, making it clear that yes, that's exactly what he'd been aiming for. Once he wrapped up his business, he headed back to his quarters, and the moment he opened the door, a familiar voice greeted him like, "Welcome back." Rifa sat beside the sleeping Yenland, leaned in, and asked if his duties dragged on longer than planned. Then she glanced over and realized the young girl was still out cold. She admitted the last few days of climbing those brutal, steep mountains nearly crushed Yenlin, and since she's so small, it makes sense that she had to stop and rest. He slid up to the window, stretched his arms wide and stared out, then nodded like, "Yeah, this is smart." We should rest while we've got the chance. His eyes landed on the sleeping girl, and sorrow settled hard on his face, because the next step wouldn't bring peace at all. It would kick off a brutal war against the Duchy of Diordo. Standing right in front of Rafa and Yinlin, Heisenheim drops a bombshell. Next comes a war with the Duchy of Diordo. Rafa and Yinlin shoot upright in shock, slamming back their questions at his sudden, impossible declaration of war. He shrugs off their alarms, locks eyes on the still sleepy Yinlin, and asks if she's awake. She rubs her eyes and blurts out that she's worried the fight started way too fast, and then Hazen hands her something to take. He thrusts a wax-sealed letter into her hands and orders her to take it straight to Queen Basha, and Yinlin accepts without hesitation, though some awful dread coils in her gut. His attention snaps to their current hustle as he demands updates on Nandru's trade, and Yinlin answers fast, tons of Magatama are ready for shipment, with the next batch promising even better, higher-grade jewels. He accepts her report and can't stop praising the brilliant move of hiding jewels inside the Magatama. Then he shuts down the idea of flooding the market, because that would crash the value, while still betting everything that she can handle the distribution. Her smile drops into a grave, shaking look. Yinlin circles back and with quiet certainty confirms she really did hear him talk about a war. He snaps his head away with a dismissive wave, saying it was just a suggestion he'd tossed to the captain, and Rifle studies the exchange with a hard, thoughtful stare. The scene lays bare his proposal. He pushes for a preemptive strike on the Duchy of Diordo, banking on the window before news of their ceasefire with the human tribe leaks out. He breaks down the threat, one fortress holding 5,000 troops with the power to surge to 30,000, and then slams the message home, strike now or you'll never get another chance. During his talk with Captain Lorenzo, the captain admits the brass is already eyeing that move, but warns that the timing's awful and the logistics are shaky. Then Hayes shuts him down, pointing out the enemy has the same nightmare to deal with, and insists they can hold out until the fortress gates finally swing open, as long as the backup units are ready to roll. He admits Hazen's crazy good skills, but his face still looks shaken. Then the captain drops the real bombshell. The Duchy's fortress has him. Hazen's eyes narrowed, and the captain's words hit like a spark, his mind sprinting to pin down the terrifying fighter they were talking about. Captain Lorenzo didn't waste time. He ripped the truth out of the air. The man was General Gazar, a real powerhouse who controls the rare, devastating lightning attribute. He said lightning mages are insanely rare and brutally strong, pointing out that even giants like the 4th Marquis Mishu built their legends on that power, and Hazen immediately realized just how terrifying the danger really was. While Lorenzo mulled it over, he warned that Marquis Mishu is set to help the Duchy in just a few months. But the Duchy already knows a full-scale war right now would be pure reckless disaster. Hearing enough, Hazen decided it was pointless to push it any further and slipped away. As he turned to leave, Rifle stared after him, her face twisted with worry, because war talk hit way too soon after they'd just made peace with the human tribe. He pressed on, mind racing and numbers clicking into place. Because sure, everyone else would call it a pipe dream to take on the Duchy with just the 4-man squad, but Hazen, he knew that was exactly what made it the perfect opening. He admitted this was a total curveball for everyone, but one thing was undeniable. They'd finally shoved the 10-year war into a cold, brutal stalemate. A cocky grin cracked across his face. Of course, they'd have to let him go, just like he figured. While everything was happening at the 8th training ground, Captain Lorenzo's start training command got yanked to a halt the moment a loud commotion erupted. The captain got yanked clean off his horse as it reared and screamed a loud whinny, and Hayes inside just stared, furious that Lorenzo couldn't even handle a horse. He couldn't stop wondering why someone so useless was even a lieutenant. Then Captain Lorenzo laid out the whole mess. The guy was the 5th son of a 9th-rank noble, with 0 right to inherit, so they couldn't just kick him out of the military. Hazen, though, sized him up in secret and decided the truth was worse. Vicious attitude, dull as dirt, and magic skills so atrocious they were basically painful to watch. The lieutenant, like he'd caught Hazen's contempt in his own ears, snapped with rage. He demanded to know what Hazen said, bragging that the captain was on his side. Hazen only sighed, already thinking the guy wasn't just useless, he was poison. And for a moment, killing him seemed almost too easy. With a snap of speed, Hazen swung his sheathed sword and clipped the nobleman across the face. Blood spilled from the lieutenant's lip as he stumbled back in pure shock. Rage erupted and he roared, demanding to know how a commoner had the nerve to hit someone so high. Hazen didn't flinch. He set his sheathed blade on the ground, staring him down as he reminded him that in the military, rank rules the world, and that his subordinates' mouths were getting reckless with disrespect. The nobleman snapped in furious rage that his family wouldn't stay quiet, and that Hazen would get the absolute harshest punishment for what he did, but Hazen just stared calmly and asked, unimpressed, "Is that so?" That's when Captain Lorenzo's calm voice cut in, telling the lieutenant straight up that he'd failed too, because even with all that noble blood and rank, he had no inheritance. He was still stuck as a mere lieutenant, and his family had basically turned their backs on him, leaving him isolated and shut out. Those words hit like a hammer. Suddenly, the lieutenant started to tremble, beads of sweat pouring down his brow as he stammered, snapping that he wanted to know what in the world Lorenzo's claims were based on. Hiding behind a desk buried in paperwork, Hayasen started talking, saying it's a superior's job to chart when their subordinates can finally get home. And then he made his choice, pushing forward the ones who hadn't seen their way back in far too long. The message hit like a punch. His lieutenant's face twisted with horror as the cruel irony finally clicked. Hazen had uncovered his personal disgrace through an official military process. He brushed aside the lieutenant's panicked insistence on imagination. Then Hazen laid out his deductions, saying the guy got through those officer exams with heavy connections and has been coasting ever since by buttering up his superiors. And even without hard proof, Hazen insisted his incompetence is painfully clear. His stare was icy and locked on you as he dropped the final blow. Tell me, isn't it embarrassing to have someone like you in the family? He loomed over the kneeling lieutenant, a silent winner with no words, while the rest of the 4 squad stared, frozen in shock at how power flipped in an instant and never looked back. Defeated and still noble, he shook in place, sweat pouring down his brow, as the crushing weight of humiliation pinned his chest shut and not a single word could escape him. Shock hit him, then outrage spilled out. He snapped that he was a noble, swore he'd never be treated like a slave, and accused Hazen of bullying. Hazen just smiled calmly and tossed back a counteroffer. If that lieutenant was so keen on becoming a slave, Hazen would pull strings with his connections and get him a higher rank spot instead. Hazen stayed calm, but his eyes turned ice cold. Then he snapped that the lieutenant's victim act was pure hypocrisy, pulled out a little book, and asked if any noble had seriously forgotten what they did to the second lieutenant and the warrant officer who died before he ever arrived. He started flipping through the pages and then boom, it was clear. These were the memoirs of the executed Sergeant Kamo. The lieutenant's face drained of color and he stuttered in full disbelief. Hazen quietly pointed out that even with how he looked, Kamo had been razor-sharp and thorough, and every one of the lieutenant's instructions was written down here. The lieutenant snapped that it couldn't count as evidence. No way, not like this. But with a heavy sigh, Hazen shut the book and asked, dripping with disgust, if the noble was so clueless he couldn't see that after the same sloppy crimes again and again, everyone already knew, they just chose to stay silent. That icy dismissal hit the noble like a punch to the chest, and in his head he saw the ghostly figures of the man he wronged, looming in silence, judging him, swallowing his breath. His composure finally crumbled, and he lunged forward on his knees, begging for mercy, crying that he was sorry for what he'd done and fully seeing the damage now. He kept groveling and whining that he didn't want to be a slave anymore, and Hazen stared down at him with nothing but contempt, then asked what he'd done to the people who begged him the same way. Realizing there was no point talking, Hazen shoved Kamo's diary straight into Sergeant Buzz's hands. He ordered Buzz to use the diary to drill the lieutenant properly, then said he was heading back to his room. Buzz nodded, but a flicker of doubt still showed on his face. He snaps his gaze back over his shoulder, face set in cold determination, and barks the final order about the disgraced lieutenant. If he's about to die, drag him to Hazen. Hazen swears he'll heal him, again and again, no matter how many tries it takes. When that chilling command hit, Sergeant Buzz broke into a shaky sweat, and all he could force out was a quick, obedient, "Yes, sir." Soon, Hazen loomed outside the room with his arms crossed, worry swallowing his face, and Rafa and Yin Lin inside immediately clocked that something was wrong. Rafa's voice cracked with panic. If even their master is this worried, the world might be about to fall apart. Hazen just stared ahead, thinking about how nothing ever follows the plan. He whips around to them and admits, yeah, it's rude, but he's got worries too, same as anyone else. And Rifa is left stunned, frozen for a beat. She studies his stern face, and admits to herself she doesn't hate the idea of swapping him into a high-level slave role. Because if magic seals him with a contract, he could still be useful to society. She lets out a long sigh, then decides it's all about a person's stubborn will. Hazen hears it and flashes a calm little smile, saying his own future was picked the same way, just a natural move for a friend, and Rifa, still irritated by how unbothered he looks, snaps back that he shouldn't be saying all that with a face that clearly doesn't need any thanks. That whole exchange leaves her rattled, because everyone knows Rafa hails from a combat-specialized ethnic minority, and even with all that raw strength, she still has a pure, gentle heart. In an empire drowning in magic and nasty backroom schemes, her brutally honest nature makes everything feel impossible to handle. And what she needs is someone who finally understands her for real. Yenlin watches Rifa sink into quiet thoughts, like she's reading the feeling hiding behind her eyes. I'm not like them, I'm not enough. Yenlin catches the weight of that moment and chooses to stay silent, not interrupting a single heartbeat. She snaps the tense silence, puffs her cheeks, and tells Hazen that being a rookie in his first year makes it normal he wouldn't get it. Then she realizes what she just said, turns bright red, and blurts that they're from the same generation. Hazen sinks into the window seat, watching soldiers drill below, and instantly clocks how wildly mismatched their skills are. Then snaps back, realizing it's a nasty habit to factor in his old life's age and experience into every calculation. A sly, confident smile flickers across his lips as he sizes it up like an employee with a full century of experience. Right when Hazen thinks he finally gets a quiet moment, Yin-Lin and Rifa burst in like a storm, Yin-Lin practically vibrating as she announces she has to go teach Sergeant Buzz the Kimon language, and Rifa chimes in that she's got to help with the platoon's training too. Hazen just stares deadpan, wondering what in the world they're so hyped about. Because yeah, he's pretty sure this grind is going to run for at least another 2,000 years. Meanwhile, at the Argid fortress in the Duchy of Diordo, rows of heavily armored soldiers keep watch over a stronghold everyone swears can't be breached, because a magic barrier slices down any projectile before it ever lands. Still, one guard slips out a long, defeated sigh, and you can tell this impossible defense is turning his life into pure boredom. Hanging high on a balcony above the fortress walls, a ruthless warrior listens as a voice from nowhere mutters that this dead-end mission is really a demotion, because he smashed a minister. The man is revealed as General Gazar, his eyes blazing with intensity and that simmering discontent burning under the surface. Gazar sits beside an aide, who snickers that it's natural for a greedy, incompetent minister to get hit. Then Gazar snaps back that he had no choice at all, and the rage still burns in him. Leaning back, the general grumbles that this life is pure boredom, and openly prays the Empire hits them soon, but his aide snaps in fast, begging him not to curse their luck like that. The hurried footsteps slam into the moment and a messenger comes in fast. Gazar's eyes light up instantly. "What's going on? A fight? A battle?" he blurts. His aide keeps calm and shuts him down. It's neither. Messengers step up to them and drop the bombshell. Someone wants to see General Gazar in private. A cruel little grin spread across his face, and this secret meeting practically screamed for trouble. Like the kind of fun he could sink his teeth into, finally breaking the boredom for good. Stretching like a king in a trap, he snapped that he was so bored he might as well die, and his aide asked, "So the general's going in himself?" Gazar didn't care if it was betrayal or a trap. He just couldn't wait to see it with his own eyes. Then he launched up the stone steps while his aide hurried right on his heels. When he finally caught up to the meeting point, he confronted the hooded stranger on the spot, fists tense as he demanded to know why they were here, spying or trying to defect. The figure didn't flinch. He said he was an officer from the 2nd Battalion of the Gastra Empire's northern district of Ghana and that he'd come with a copy of a letter. The officers' voices snapped into urgency as they dropped their shocking demand, faces twisted with pure intensity as they begged General Gazar to wipe out 2 names, Captain Lorenzo and Hazenheim. A few days later, inside the brutal Argid fortress, Guard Commander Landbrew rushes to General Gazar with a report. He's got the proof. And Miss Huru, the one from the 4 counts, is coming straight for them. General Gazar rallies all his commanders and tells them why they're all gathered here. Because the ceasefire with the human tribe looks legit now, with imperial caravans rolling in and out of their territory. His face snaps into a feral grin as he shouts, "Let's go to war." Nidil, the cavalry commander, bellows right back with unstoppable hype, confused by it all sure, but dying to prove to the whole country what they're capable of. While everyone's buzzing with frenzy, infantry commander Nudita calmly snaps at Nidil to calm down. Then Guard Commander Landbruz lets out a tired sigh, apologizes for startling them, and explains that what's happening here really started a few days ago. The story jumps back to that earlier meeting, when a hooded officer from the Gastra Empire warned General Gazar that Miss Huru's army would swarm the northern Garna fortress in a month, all to seize Argid. He then slammed down a document as proof, and Landbrew accepted it on the spot, promising he'd get it checked by the intelligence department. Then he fires back, demanding to know why an imperial officer would ever stab his own empire in the back. Only for the hooded man to shake and spill that his seething hatred burns for a 2nd lieutenant named Heisenheim, the one he swears took everything from him and left him so wrecked he can't even control his own subordinates. His informant won't stop talking, insisting Hazen isn't just some ordinary lieutenant. He claims Hazen personally brokered a ceasefire with a Cuman and set the stage for this attack. When Landbrew can't believe it, Gazar locks onto the document, hunting for the traitor's angle, and the moment he buys into the intel, he sees it for what it is, an opening loaded with value. He knows the motive is nothing but pathetic personal revenge, yet he still clings to the fact that the man's disgusting treason somehow helps the duchy. Landbrew snaps that they've been underestimated, and their enemies are probably already scheming to take back the Garner fortress. Rage surges through the hooded officer, and he roars that they need to wipe out 2nd Lieutenant Hazen and Captain Lorenzo, both of them. The officer blurts out, shaking, "Is it settled?" And General Gazar flashes a confident grin, swearing that the Thunder General himself will personally deliver their deaths. Then the officer loses it, screaming with wild laughter, imagining Heisenheim's final moments. Back in the present, General Gazar ends the briefing, sprawls in front of his commanders, and confirms this is exactly how it all went down. Then makes it clear why he dragged them all in here today. He barks his first order and tells his aide, Landbrew, to go straight to the capital and pull in General Ganneru and his 50,000 men. But Landbrew worries that Miss Hu will demand that kind of muscle, while Gazar's talking about the mobilization like it's no big deal, and the general just smiles. His excitement practically crackles in the air, blood roaring with anticipation. Then he promises, in 10 days, we'll raise our army and storm the Empire's fortress. Landbrew brings up the Kemen tribe and asks if their current forces can really stop them, but Gazar waves it off, saying the ceasefire isn't a real alliance, and that 5,000 men will be more than enough to hold the Kemen back. Cavalry Commander Nidal slams both fists on the table and roars like he can barely contain the fire in him, because the battle ahead has him absolutely fired up. Gizar bursts into laughter, stunned at how Hazen's master plan has totally backfired. He points out that without the whistleblower, things would have gone sideways fast, and then he grins, thinking it could be fun to grab Hazen and have a talk. He scoffs at the thought of honoring his deal with that traitor. No way he's keeping his word to some lowly defector, and definitely not the part about wiping out Moe's pizza. At the northern Garner Fortress, the intel shows up way too late. Hazen and Lorenzo sprint through the halls, and Hazen rages that General Gazar's huge army has already swept into the nearby villages on the march straight for them. Lorenzo spits that the whole situation is a mess. Half the command wants to fight, the other half wants to fall back, and the one piece of information that mattered never reached the troops in time. Hazen just grits his teeth and mutters that there's always some damn obstacle standing in the way. Lorenzo tells them Barasag's detachment is already gone, setting its sights on Gettel's downfall, which kills any chance of winning the normal way, and Hazen snaps that if their second detachment pulls back, they'll get split in half, so there's only one play left: trust Hazen's plan. Right as they reach their goal, Innate announces Captain Lorenzo and Lieutenant Hazen have arrived. They burst into the command room, and there, Colonel Jedru Magno stands behind a huge table, irritated and glaring, demanding to know why they're showing up so late. Lorenzo Kumlai tells him to hear Lieutenant Hazen out, and Hazen smirks, saying this is good news. Since Colonel Barasag backed out, they can hit him later for desertion. Then the colonel fully recognizes Hazen. The colonel tells him to stop flattering and hit him with the truth, and Hazen, bold as brass, says he's coming for General Gazar himself. Without that general, the duchy's army will fall apart, so the colonel goes dead silent, then snaps in fury that it's pure fantasy, especially after Lorenzo dragged such a fool into his office. Inside the command room, Captain Lorenzo pushes Hazen's plan like it's the only way forward, insisting that the peace deal with the human tribe only happened because they saw just how crushing Hazen's power really was. Colonel Magno snaps back instantly, sneering that they're nothing but savage brutes. When the colonel shows his narrow-minded side, Hazen flips the script. He fires back with one sharp question. What does a mage really mean to him? Not just some spell-slinging user, but someone who turns the impossible into reality. He lays out the colonel's brutal options: bolt without a fight and get demoted into shame, branded a coward forever, or trust Magno, become the hero who held the fortress with only half the troops. Then Hazen snaps the truth in his face. Soldiers mean nothing without victory, and he's going to make it happen. His face twists and a chilling grin snaps into place. His eyes gleam with sickening focus, and he growls, "I'll grant your wish," as the colonel stares, mouth open, frozen in stunned silence. Just as the tension snaps, a furious Major Shyman erupts, screaming that Colonel Magno won't waste his time on a rookie's fantasies. Then he demands, "So Hazen, you've got a brilliant plan, right?" Hazen stays cool and answers, "I've only spoken the facts." He strides up to the room like he owns the truth, tells everyone they're damn lucky, because once they hand him this fight, he'll crush it with a victory so wild no one could have ever pictured it. At that exact moment, Captain Lorenzo strides forward, jaw set and eyes sharp. Then he turns to Colonel Magno and lays it out. He's got his own request, and he wants permission to hand Lieutenant Hazen the full authority of his captain. He stews over the mess, realizing that while they held the line, high command saved themselves first, plan was still survivable. But now a real battle is breathing down their neck, and their cowardice turns into a deadly weakness, and he watches Hazen like a storm rolling onto the fortress, smashing everything into motion. Elsewhere, Blue Queen Basha feels it too. She calls Hazen a ruthless storm, one that has pulled off the impossible in no time, ripping the discord and the fortress wide open, showing how hopeless the command is, and even laying bare her own failures. In the command room, Lorenzo stared down those sneering officers and grimly decided, if going like them, or even like Hazen, means losing his place at their table, then fine, he'd pay that price without flinching. Colonel Magno's face contorted into a furious snarl as he slammed his ultimatum straight at Hazen: "Mess up, and the penalty would be a death sentence. With the colonel's threat still hanging in the air, Captain Lorenzo stepped in and piled on his own demands. He told Hazen plainly that failure won't be tolerated, but if Hazen pulls it off, he'll be shipped away from the fortress, bound by a brutal order to never come back. Colonel Magno slammed the term into place and barked the order from his desk. Captain Lorenzo was to hand over his authority. Lorenzo turned to face Hazen and with a formal transfer of power placed his captain's command into the lieutenant's hands. Then he bowed so low it looked like sacrifice, leaving Hazen with one last solemn plea: save the fortress. With the captain still bowed in front of him, Hazen stared down, calm, unshaken, and ready. And with one quiet word, he seized the crushing responsibility, like he'd always known exactly what it meant. Staring down at a tactical map scattered with game pieces, Captain Lorenzo turns his gaze on Heisenheim and faces the truth, his new subordinate role. "So what are my orders?" he demands. With a tight, serious look, Heisen replies that he wants Captain Lorenzo to keep acting as their go-between with the higher ranks. Lorenzo slips out a quiet laugh, admitting he's sure Hazen will force him to speak with more respect. Yet Hazen just stares past him, voicing his worry that the colonels won't follow his orders so easily. Lorenzo snaps into a theatrical stance and blares that he's going to show respect, right then and there, while Hazen stays cool, admitting he's pushed for Lieutenant Mo's Pizza's polite words, but secretly praying Lorenzo keeps talking to him the same way he always has. Lorenzo freezes, cheeks burning at Hazen's sudden respect, because he never expected those words to come out of his mouth, and he practically begs Hazen, "Don't tease me like that." Hazen snaps the talk right back to the real problem and jabs his gloved finger at the map, laying out the brutal numbers. First, they've got to set their 15,000 troops in a defensive siege against an enemy force of 50,000, and Lorenzo can't help but ask, in a heavy voice, whether they can even survive long enough to hold out. He goes on to say the enemy commander is no joke. He's basically a grand general, Gazer, with a brutal bodyguard corps backing him up. And even with the odds stacked against them, Hazen's face tightens with sheer determination as he vows to crush General Gazer before it turns into a real problem. He lays out his logic to the sharp-minded Lorenzo. Because the top brass probably won't lift a finger against Gazer, so his plan will sail right through, and that's exactly why he needs Lorenzo to take command of the main force while he's gone. As a mage, he breaks down his own role in the plan, casting confusion into the enemy ranks while they're fixated on the fortress, and carving out a razor-sharp opening they can't ignore. Lorenzo keeps his face stone-cold and demands to know exactly what Hazen is up to, and Hazen admits he knows he's not fully trusted. Then he says that's the kind of caution that makes Captain Lorenzo strong, because he refuses to bet everything on trust alone and avoids mistakes. With a decisive press, his finger slams the central fortress piece into place, and he barks his final order. As Lorenzo holds the line, Hazen has to back him up, because they still don't know where the enemy's main attack is headed. Even with Hazen pushing the bold play, Captain Lorenzo just lets out a tired sigh, straight up admitting he doesn't feel confident. Because the Principality of Diordo has a brutal cavalry, and they'll almost certainly smash straight for the fortress's central gate. He smirks like he already knows the outcome, saying that's exactly why they have to use Rifa, then turns to the captain and promises he'll see something genuinely fascinating. While right beside him, Rifa stands with her arms crossed, calm and just as certain. The captain tightens his hands together, dips his head in full acceptance, and quietly agrees, then offers his thanks like it matters more than words. Hazen fires off a question to Captain Lorenzo, asking what he really expects from a top officer, and Lorenzo quickly shrugs toward raw battlefield skill, until Hazen cuts him off and makes it crystal clear that's not the point. The captain lays out options: great judgment, the power to forgive, even a fair read on what people can do, but Hazen cuts through it fast. The real priority isn't any of that, it's what a leader does after it's all said and done. He says the real power of a leader is this: listen to your people, take their opinions seriously, and grab any brilliant idea they bring to the table. Then he shuts down Colonel Jedru and his cheap opportunists, calling them incapable of real command, but when he talks about Lorenzo, his voice changes, because Lorenzo gets it and he can do it. Then he reaches out with a gloved hand and asks the captain for his strength in this super formal way, clearly wowed and a little flustered. Lorenzo clocks just how good Hazen is at talking people into things, and he even points out the part that's weird. A soldier should only act like they respect him on the surface, but Hazen doesn't. Lorenzo finds that oddly compelling, and Hazen just shrugs it off, calling it one of his own faults. Convinced, Lorenzo clamps his hand in a solid handshake and swears, "Of course I'll help." On battle day, the Principality's army howls across the plains below, shaking the whole horizon, while up on the fortress walls, terror grips every defender. One soldier snaps and collapses, begging he doesn't want to die as his comrade wrestles to hold him back. Hazen watches it all, knowing that facing an enemy outnumbering them by more than 3-1 has planted pure despair in their hearts. As panic surges through the fortress, Hazen stays stone calm. He squares up to a soldier, confirms they've got enough arrows, and snaps an order: don't skip a single equipment check. Everywhere else is sinking into despair, but Hazen stands there alone, eyes locked as he weighs his next move. On the fortress wall, an armored soldier rushes up to him and greets him with thunderous excitement, then confidently points ahead and gives Lieutenant Hazen a big, heartfelt thanks for all his hard work. The soldier keeps pressing, asking if Hazen is finally cracking under despair, and Hazen shoots back that he's not, because all of them are right there beside him. That stubborn optimism pays off. He even asks, "Can you keep it up with an enemy army of 50,000 closing in?" Without blinking, the soldier roars, "No problem at all." With a cocky grin, the soldier swears that if Lieutenant Hazen is at the helm, victory is theirs for sure. Then Hazen just stays stone-faced, cutting in to remind him they're not fighting some nobody, they're up against the infamous General Gazar, the name everyone on the continent knows. The soldier refuses to back down, saying soldiers are ready for whatever comes next, and he even throws Hazen's own old words right back at him. "If you're going to kill someone, you'd better be ready to get killed." But as soon as he hears that, Hazen's expression turns grim because he admits he can't guarantee anyone will walk away alive. His grim words just hang there, then he drops into a short, crushing silence. Then he raises a tiny triangular magical relic, a small smirk flickering across his lips as he mutters that being a soldier is honestly a brutal grind. As the device kicks on, his voice blasts across the ramparts, louder than thunder, and everyone hears it. "Soldiers of the Empire, can you hear me?" And the armored men whip around, shocked by the sudden call. Elsewhere, Colonel Jedru Magno freezes in shock and snaps, "Where is that voice coming from?" And Lieutenant Moe's Pizza just shrugs, "Don't panic." Hazen is waving a magic staff and it's blasting his voice so everyone can hear him. Hazen's amplified voice hits the army with brutal clarity. This war will be decided in 3 days, desertion is death, and they're up against Thunder General Gazar's 50,000 soldiers. Then he clocks their despair and with pure steel in his eyes, vows that he's got a promise just for them. As he worked on his own speech, Captain Lorenzo was already on his feet, firing up the men, telling them half would live, that they'd smash the enemy and escape this dead-end siege. He begged them to hold out for 3 brutal days to lean on their training, their bodies, and each other. But the soldiers didn't fully buy it, doubt gnawed at them, wondering if Lorenzo's promise could possibly be real. He switched gears, clutched the amplifier to his mouth, and blasted one fierce command across the whole fortress, so every troop would lift their voices at once. The ranks shook as energy ripped through them. Soldiers surged up, weapons blazing, and answered with one unstoppable battle cry. As the noise rolled over him, he dropped the device, and surprise flashed across his face. Turns out seeing them this fired up was a rarity. Rifa popped up beside him, stunned that he'd snapped like that, and when she asked why, he spoke it out in a calm voice. He needed to lift everyone's spirits, because besides Captain Lorenzo, he didn't trust the other officers one bit. He couldn't deny it, this move was totally out of character, but the reason was crystal clear. As he stared at the soldiers, he saw his platoon's faces flashing in his mind, and he swore to himself that he wouldn't let a single one of them die. Her face relaxed into a sly little smile the second she clocked that he wasn't telling the whole truth. Then he said nothing else through, "I'll leave the rest to you," over his shoulder, and sprinted across the fortress wall like his life depended on it, leaving her totally stunned. She threw herself over the parapet, voice shaking with panic, shouting to find out where he was headed. But he was already gone, leaping onto a horse below, while the army's morale surged so high even a struggling commander could hold out for a full day. He knew Captain Lorenzo, the real deal, could do even more. His job here was finished. Now it was time to do what he truly had to do. As he rode off, she slipped into a sly grin, and all she could do was feel bad for the captain, now stuck with that brutal, impossible burden. Meanwhile, across the way, Blue Queen Basha faced her Kemen tribe warriors, who dropped to their knees in dead silence, ready to spring the instant she gave the order. Across the field, General Gazar fixes his confident eyes on the distant fortress like he already owns it. His massive army spreads out in front of him, every unit locked in and ready. Then he whips around to his aide, Commander Lambrou, and lays out the plan like it's already done. They're going to smash straight through the enemy's center. Then he whips his head toward his soldiers, and his voice blasts through the ranks with pure fire, telling them they've endured the Empire's cruelty long enough, and now it's time to strike back, because this battle is going to be one for the history books. Sensing their unstoppable spirit, Gazar draws in a breath to shout charge, and then a brutal scream of violence rips the moment apart. The soldier's commander beside him suddenly explodes, leaving Gazar frozen in total shock. A thunderous roar crashes out of the fortress, and shock ripples through the ranks. Gazar and his aide freeze in disbelief as their soldiers whisper, stunned and confused. The general can't wrap his head around it. How can the enemy, with a force 3 times smaller, still carry such fearless morale? Meanwhile, an Imperial officer watches the far-off ripple and blurts. So that's Hazen's power, the one they told me about. Back on the battlefield, Guard Commander Lambrew pushes for a long game, but Gazar snaps back on the spot. This won't be some slow plan, it's a short-term fight, and they're going to hit with everything they've got from the very first second. He lays out his logic. This enemy isn't just hanging around, they're biding their time, waiting for the war god to arrive for Count Mitchell. And once that kind of power lands on their side, there's no way they can't flip the whole fight and smash through their numbers-down disadvantage. He keeps digging into the situation, and when he realizes the defenders still have a shred of hope after the first hit, he calls it. Any half-hearted follow-up would just slam them in the mind and make them fight even harder. With no turning back, he slams the order down, clang. And his steel command detonates as the whole army surges forward in a savage, full-throttle charge to crush them all. His order was obeyed instantly. Then a storm of arrows crashed onto the fortress walls, blasting the defenders into raising their shields to survive the endless barrage. From up high, Heisenheim stared down as the assault erupted, and he knew this couldn't last once arrows started chewing through their tiny defenses. He had to jump in no matter what. He tore through the wreckage and spotted a fallen human warrior right by the wall's base, buried in the chaos of battle. Then figured the only way to tell friend from foe was by their clothes and flags, muttering an apology as he reached in to peel the uniform off a body. He slipped into the enemy's clothes and yanked the turban down over his brow, then checked the gear and realized the principalities didn't skimp. They actually had some solid equipment. His disguise let him slip through the enemy archers without a single soul noticing, while their commander barked orders like thunder. So he pushed his men, no panic, keep your shots steady, and trust that you've got more than enough arrows to rain down. With one of the archers shouting that the front line was holding strong, Hazen slipped along the ramparts like a shadow, closing in on his target. With a brutal thud, he slammed in, down went the archer commander, an arrow buried in his head while his subordinate gasped in shock. Hazen had one mission, drop the leader and spark chaos in the archers' ranks. He stood there calm as chaos spread, and murmurs rippled through the ranks as every warrior demanded answers. An assassination, but who dared kill their commander? He slipped back into the chaos, snapping at the others to hold the line, and inside his head he plotted the next strike, spark a few fires here and there, and that should be all it takes to shatter their formation. Meanwhile, inside the command center, the door exploded inward. Captain Lorenzo whipped around, shock plastered across his face, just as his aide sprinted in to slam the news. The archer's offensive was suddenly weakened. He grins, riding the shockwave of the enemy's shaky attack, and fires up his men, confirming Lieutenant Hazen's work finally landed, then pushing them to dig in and hold their ground until sundown. On the battlements, he surveys everything as his soldiers keep formation, taking volleys of arrows without breaking. A commander barks an order to reposition, then immediately checks the area to make sure it's secure for now. Meanwhile, from the enemy side, General Gazar peers over the chaos through a spyglass, and Lambrew, the aide at his shoulder, demands answers. Are they stuck in a deadlock or losing ground, and should they unleash their commander right now? The general slams the idea down for now, because a mage duel is pure chaos. Then his gaze snaps to something stranger. A weird warrior right beside Captain Lorenzo, while up high on a vantage point, a deadly woman archer lifts her bow and strikes. She fires, and when her shot slams home, it detonates with brutal force, blasting soldiers off their feet. Staring at the wreckage, General Gazar can't hide the shock, and his aide snaps at him to quit whistling like he's admiring a monster's power. Just as he's about to finish his observation, a distant explosion rips through the air. Then a messenger barrels in on horseback, shouting Gazar's name as he whirls around, demanding to know what in the world caused the commotion. A messenger bursts in with crushing news. Our archer commander is dead, murdered in the dark from behind the lines. His aide breaks down the report. Turns out the commander never even tried to fight back, because magic didn't stand a chance and he got wiped out instantly. By the time the guards finally spun around, his head was already gone and the killer had aimed for his one specific weakness. Then the story whips around. Hazenheim comes into view from behind, clutching a skinny, wand-like weapon, and it hits you fast. He's the one behind it all, a classic assassin-type mage. As the sun slips toward the horizon, General Gazar sinks into the new intel, then snaps out an order, pull every unit back for the night. A messenger rushes in, his aide calls his name, but Gazar is miles away, thinking hard, because if you're that good at assassination, it means there's something deeper hiding behind the act. Frustration exploded in him as he drove his sword down with a thunderous clang, and one thought burned clear. Hazen just wasn't built for brawls with whole groups. So if his army retreats to regroup and harden their defenses, a lone operative won't stand a chance. A confident grin cracked across his face as he set the plan. Tomorrow, they unleash everything. Down below, Nidil, The fully armored cavalry commander climbed into position and didn't hesitate as he swore his name, saying he'd been waiting for this moment to finally lead the charge. Lieutenant Heisenheim strides into the command room and Captain Lorenzo lights up at his return, then tells him straight. Heisen wiped out the enemy's archer leader and that strike bought their forces time to hold the line. Lorenzo leans in and demands to know how he pulled it off. Heisen smirks and says it was simple. His soldiers' sky-high morale carried him, letting him slip in as one of the enemy without a fight, and he adds he just wants to stop pointless killing. The captain lets out a sharp, dry chuckle saying, "Nothing comes easy in enemy territory." And Heisen's the kind of terrifying monster who makes it feel impossible. Then he steers the talk to strategy, swearing the front will surge tomorrow, and General Gazar will march in with it. Lorenzo presses, asking if Heisen plans to stand against the real man, and Heisen drops the bombshell. The general everyone sees right now is just a decoy. With a sly little smirk, Heisen announces he'll hand the general over to the captain tomorrow and slips out, telling Lorenzo to finally get some rest. The captain freezes, instantly realizing Heisen is dumping the same nightmare on him again. But then he sighs, accepts it, and gets to work. He storms out of the command room and heads into a huge, stone-walled hall turned makeshift infirmary. And when he spots the wounded soldiers sprawled on the floor, relief hits him hard. There are way fewer injuries than he feared. While he scans the chaos, Sergeant Buzz charges in and demands whether every injured man is here. Heisen cuts in fast, saying there are more. Then he slams down a direct order. Gather every wounded soldier and haul them to this very spot. Hesitation claws at the sergeant, but he still nods and promises he'll do it. Heisen lifts a snake-like magical weapon with a blazing eye on the tip, then vows to heal everyone. Because for the coming battle, they'll need as many soldiers as they can get. As Heisen drops to one knee by the wounded soldier, Buzz rockets in beside him, panic in his voice. He warns that every spell will drain the lieutenant's power, and even admits Yin told him Heisen hasn't slept a wink while mapping out their strategy. Heisen just grins, says he'll ration his magic. Buzz, totally thrown off, blurts out, "What's wrong?" Heisen snaps his gaze toward him and lays out his philosophy, because as the superior officer he's got to do more than the people who serve under him, not just the bare minimum. Buzz hears strike and goes wide-eyed with shock. He's never heard an officer talk like that before. Buzz, still confused, asks again what's wrong. He keeps talking to the sergeant, admitting he paid more, then makes it clear that his higher-ups can't think their only job is barking orders, because he's done with the bragging. As Heisen talks, Sergeant Buzz leans back with a crooked, knowing grin, and Heisen shrugs off leaders like him as just folks who don't have the skill or the drive, then swears they'll trip over their own confidence and look like total fools. While Buzz quietly comments on how casually his lieutenant can spit out nightmare threats. Then he leans in and drops the advice, eyes locked, voice iron, and tells the sergeant he won't be there to steer him forever. That hit Buzz like a hammer. He clenched his gauntlet fist, and a choked sound burst out of him, while Heisen just kept going, saying he was only doing what a superior officer is supposed to do. A sudden clatter of armor snaps the whole tension, and Sergeant Buzz stands tall, his face hardening with earnest, same fierce conviction as he announces, with full respect, that he admires Lieutenant Hayes. Heisen whips his gaze back to him, and as the sergeant drops that sudden, heartfelt confession, his face stays stone cold, like he can't even decide what he's feeling. After a tense beat of silence, he finally snaps back, telling the sergeant there's no need to worship him. Heisen snaps back to the job, telling his men, just do your part. As he talks, a bandaged soldier jerks awake, shocked to realize he's already healed, and Heisen smiles, thinking, when everyone plays their role, the whole army gets stronger. After Buzz hears that no-nonsense philosophy, he digs in and doubles down. He's right, sure, but he can't help admitting he still has massive respect for Lieutenant Hayes, because this kind of values-in-real-life combo is almost unheard of. With his hand pressed to his heart, he vows his deep, heartfelt admiration for Hayes. Under the sergeant's iron belief, Hayes gives up with a bitter sigh and tells him to do whatever he wants, and Buzz grins like he's won, promising he'll follow through. The next morning, the sun climbs over the fortress walls. He stood alone on the fortress wall, staring down as the earth shook. General Gazar was driving a cavalry charge toward the west, and Heisen locked in on the fight in front of him, trusting Captain Rifa with everything. His eyes narrowed to a razor-sharp focus, and grim determination took over, because now he finally knew exactly what he had to do. His goal was brutal. Smash the central cavalry unit charging straight at them, led by the heavily armored Commander Nidil. The enemy's charge hit harder than anyone expected, and even with the infantry leader riding in to back the cavalry, Heisen's side was getting squeezed. Heisen raised a cloth-wrapped staff, ready to break in and turn the tide. He snapped the staff's power wide open, Ground's Fury, and the spell grabbed gravity inside its range, blasting a shockwave that shredded the cavalry's formation, dumping horses and riders into a chaotic tumble. Chaos erupted on the ground, scrambling the enemy into pure confusion, and one soldier caught sight of a lone figure on the wall, yelling that it was a mage before barking at the archers to knock their bows. A hail of arrows rocketed toward the fortress, then froze in midair, clanging into a shimmering invisible wall, and Commander Nidal went still with shock. Back now, the aide barked, because they could all feel it. The mage's power was way past anything they could handle. He sprang off the ramparts in one fearless leap, landing smooth as silk on the ground below. Then Commander Nidal blinked in shock and snapped, "Hold up your Hazenheim, right?" Hazen shot back, "Yeah." Still riding high on his mount, the commander snapped out his reason. He'd heard Hazen could swing multiple staves, and he was determined to verify it before they ever threw down in battle. Hayes and Kamlai turned to a brand new problem. Then he straight up admitted he'd killed the Kanahawan archer commander the day before, saying he had no choice but to cut him down to break up their formation, because those deadly archers were in his way. His confession left Commander Nidal completely frozen. Just for a brief moment, he couldn't even find the words. The commander's gauntlet creaked as he clenched harder, rage trembling in his voice as he snapped that the man Hazen had killed was his best friend. Hazen only nodded back, staring like he couldn't care less. Nidal declarity's shock curdled into raw, burning rage, energy crackled in his throat, and now he had one more reason to tear him down. He lifted his ornate weapon, set to start the duel. Just before the duel even kicked off, the heavens turned hazy, and a hailstorm of steel erupted as countless swords snapped into existence and screamed toward him. From where they stood, the commanders watched the strike unfold, and Nidal couldn't stop himself. Those blades were everywhere, so he blurted out that it had to be some upgraded kind of telekinesis. He nailed it. The backline infantry commander Nyudita was feeding the fight with magic, pumping up the power of the assault and steering every weapon with ruthless accuracy. The attacker's target darted through the air with unreal grace, weaving and flipping to slip past every blade like they meant nothing. Nidal froze, staring, and blurted out how he could move that freely. Hazen answered that it wasn't magic or luck at all. It was pure ingenuity, honed and improved. A wizard pulls off the impossible by mixing magic like a master recipe. First, they grab a floating feather to wipe their weight to zero. Then they fire up the wind roar, a wind-hurling wand, and surf the current like it was made for them. Unmoved by the technique, Commander Nidal sneered and vowed that his weapons would hunt their target, again and again, without ever letting up. Hazen didn't even argue. He just snapped up a folding fan and shouted "Wind roar," then blasted a crushing gust that scattered the whole wave of swords like paper in a hurricane. The storm of steel finally died off. Blades rained down, but they clanged into the dirt instead of hitting anything, and Nidal just stared, baffled, because those weapons looked way too light for an attack like that. He shifts gears, blasts out a roaring challenge, and with pure telekinesis he flings a colossal boulder at the airborne opponent. A boulder slams into the ground with a brutal thud, shaking the air. He watches the impact, absolutely sure that its insane weight can't be swept away by all that roaring wind. But Hazen doesn't even try to blast it apart. He slams right into the attack, swinging a brand new gigantic blade that slices clean through solid rock like it's nothing, turning the impossible into a slash. He snaps his weapon, S-name, **steel/*** into the air, then tells stun commander *Nidal it's a magic wand built to carve through matter, slicing steel like it's pudding. Once that threat is gone, Hazen * plants himself ready and asks if Nidal's got any more tricks left. Because right now, this looks like **, checkmate **. Before Nidal can even speak, Hazen unveils another power. Ice starts sparking to life across Steel Slash as he slams down his fresh technique, Permafrosterize the. The commander jolts as a weird, unnatural chill slams into the air. Then a tiny shard of magical ice taps his helmet, and he snaps his head up, baffled by where that freezing cold could possibly come from. With a brutal snap, Hazen's Steel Slash blade, frozen solid, cracks apart in a storm of glittering shards that explode through the air around him. This power burst isn't luck. It's his brand new magic wand, rebuilt from a wand originally used by the human tribe, packed with dazzling high-grade jewels and blasting out an enormous flow of magic. Rage flares at the demonstration, and Commander Nidal roars at Infantry Commander Udita, demanding he unleash his full power. But Udita refuses, so Nidal and him still hurl a colossal, earth-shaking barrage of telekinetically controlled weapons straight at Hazak. Their combined assault crashes and burns. Down below, the wreckage of their telekinetic barrage sits shattered on the ground. Nidal snarls through pure strain and fury, while Hazen stares back with unsettling calm. Commander Nidal's overwhelming power smashes through everything, until, on the battlefield, he finally crumples, screaming curses at his own defeat while Ludita lies motionless beside him. Hazen's gaze locks onto General Gazar, standing off at a distance, as if he's watching a disaster about to happen. Hazen admits that monsters can crawl out of an attack like that, but he scoffs at the idea that this earns Gazar a grand title. Then Hazen smirks, saying he can't wait for the day they finally clash, while Gazar only answers cold and simple, he'll be right there waiting. Hazen's victory is total, like he crawled out of hell itself, standing triumphant over the fallen commander, swords shattered all around them. For a fleeting second amid the chaos, the fight's weight slips from his shoulders. He exhales softly, and one lone bead of sweat drips down his temple. Hazen staggers and a nearby soldier barrels in to steady him, blurting, "Are you okay?" Hazen grimly admits he's burned through a fair chunk of magic power. Yet just as that soldier thinks victory's locked in, Hazen snaps upright, roars at the army to start a full charge, and declares the enemy's head has been taken. As gaze pivots and locks onto that far-off structure, he finally gets it. The fate of this battle now rides on the West Gate alone. From the towering fortress walls, several figures leaned over and stared as an army marched closer. Between all of them, two officers, Captain Mkezelu and Captain Bues, watch with cold disdain. Mkezelu snaps that coming in with equal forces is pure carelessness, and Bues fires back that General Gazar's legend is way overhyped, propped up only because the duchy is a middle-tier nation. Back in the Empire, he'd barely be more than a lieutenant. Major Simon lets out a loud, fearless laugh, and with a grin he's basically saying, "Relax, there's nothing to be afraid of." His bright grin evaporates the second he snaps around to face Captain Lorenzo, who's just arrived, and Simon spits, asking if Lorenzo got demoted or kicked out by Lieutenant Hazen. "We don't need a disgrace on our roster," he snarls. Lorenzo just stays cool, saying he's been assigned to back up the area while the other officers quietly snicker behind him. On the fortress walls, Captain Lorenzo stared down the chaos, weighing every breath, because Lieutenant Hazen handed him the West Gate. But his gut told him their forces were almost evenly matched with the enemy, and now one wrong move could break everything. Right nearby, his fellow officers are way more fearless. Major Shimon cracks a laugh and declares victory is basically a shoo-in, and Captain Bioy just grins, saying he can't even picture having to coordinate with Captain Mkezelu and Major. Their chat gets yanked to a stop when Lorenzo spots one lone figure blasting toward them at full speed. Beside him, Riffer blurts that she's ready to strike on his say-so, but Lorenzo raises a hand, thanking her, and tells her to stay still for now because they're just going to watch. The figure slams down outside the gate, General Gazar alone, then he jabs upward at the ramparts, roaring for the Imperials to show their courage. He hammers the truth: if they can beat him, the fight ends and they walk away with glory. Since he knows their soldiers fight with magic, he demands they prove themselves in a real battle. Up top, Captain Mkezelu glares back, knuckles popping as tension snaps tight. That taunt hit Gazara like a spark. Captain Mkezelu snapped to attention, screaming that Gazara was a monkey and swearing the insult could never be forgiven. Major Shimon beside him started boiling with rage, and Captain Bues rushed in to remind them to follow orders and stay out of single combat, until Mkezelu cut him off cold. Major Shimon spins his fury on Lorenzo, barks that he needs to know his place, then snaps a question. Does Lorenzo mean Captain Mkezelu could lose? Lorenzo doesn't flinch, holds his gaze, and answers with a flat, calm no. While the others keep whispering, Captain Bues marches forward with iron purpose. "Let's go," he roars, driving the team to smash Gazar and lock in the Empire's win. As the group charges ahead, Lorenzo lingers and one lone bead of sweat slides down his temple. Moments later, Captain Mkezelu storms out of the West Gate with a hammer in his grip, standing alone in the open ground before the fortress, meeting General Gazar head-on while the other officers crowd the entrance, watching in silence. He points straight at his opponent, calls himself Mkezelu, and dares him to end it with single combat. So Gazar just grins and nods, trades him his ornately carved staff, and makes Mkezelu remember the name: the Thunder Cutter Peacock. From where Lorenzo stands, he clocks the weapon in an instant. His mind snaps to it right away: General Gazar's magic staff, the Thunder Cutter Peacock. He knows those staffs aren't just tools. The artisans who forge them craft true masterpieces, each one given a special name of its own. At the West Gate, Captain Mkezelu slams his chest and boasts he's the only captain in the Empire who wields a true masterpiece. And then, with a thunderous laugh, he hurls its power into the air, yelling his technique's name: Yellow Rock Surge ****. That strike gets shut down with pure contempt. General Gazar just snaps forward, grabs the captain's head, and stops him cold. Then he swats Mkezelu off as a weak, non-stop talker, grabs the captain's own warhammer, and sneers that it's the magic staff that'll end him. With ice-calm confidence, he looks him over and asks, "Can I start now?" Before anyone can even blink, it's over. Boom! A heavy thud slams across the stone as Captain Mkezelu's headless body hits the ground, and his masterpiece weapon tumbles to rest beside him. That execution happened so fast the whole crowd froze in shock. Captain Lorenzo snapped his head toward Rifa and demanded, "Did you see it?" Rifa shook her head no. Then General Gazar, gripping his staff, the Raikiri Peacock, let electricity snap and crawl over his body like living lightning. They call him the Thunderclap General, the one who moves so quick it's like his feet vanish mid-strike. And with one casual swing of his war hammer, he rumbled, "All right, then who's next?" His challenge detonates pure terror in the other officers. Major Shiment, and Captain Buoy scream in panic and stagger backward from the nightmare unfolding in front of them. While everyone else panics, Captain Lorenzo stays ice calm and jabs his finger straight at the lone general, screaming the order at the top of his lungs, every troop forward. Because no matter how tough he is, he's still just one man, so flood him with numbers and bring him down as. While the armored troops spring into motion, Major Shimon's cool snaps like glass. He curses and rants that he only showed up because they promised Hazen could take down this monster. And when Captain Boo starts to turn to leave, Shimon's panic explodes and he yells after him. Captain Buoy has zero plan to fight. He barrels through the charging line, bellowing at every soldier to get out of his way. "Move, let me through," while he coldly calls his own men meat shields. The soldiers flat out ignore their cowardly captain and surge ahead, marching like a well-oiled blade, until General Gazar bursts into their ranks like a living storm, shredding them to pieces with impossible speed. The assault is over in a blink. Captain Buoy shoves himself to safety, whips his head back just in time to watch the last of his men go down, and he just freezes there, shocked to the bone, only managing a stunned, "Huh, what?" He froze on the spot, terrified out of his mind, while General Gazar fixed him with that icy, predatory smirk. The general's voice oozed pure contempt as he spat at the captain for letting his men surge forward while the captain fled, and when Buoy looked down, a blood-curdling scream tore from him. His leg had been fully severed. He hauled his mutilated body across the dirt, begging for his life with desperate, trembling words. In a frantic scramble, he jabbed toward the fortress and swore he'd use his authority to open the west gate. If only Gazar would let him go, and the disgust on the general's face snapped into stone. He spat that men like Buoy sickened him the most, then coldly ordered him to die. Just as the captain tried to speak, a blade of cold steel drove into his back, cutting off his pleas forever. As Major Shimon watched the execution unfold, his calm snapped in an instant. He erupted in screams, shouted for a total retreat, and bolted off the battlefield without looking back. He lunged toward the fortress gate, chasing safety as terror swallowed every thought in his head. He slammed his fists on the heavy wooden doors and screamed that they had to open, right now. But from the other side, the gate guards snapped back that they'd never unlock it, not under any circumstances. As Lorenzo's desperation surged, Captain Lorenzo grabbed him and demanded he stay calm, warning that once the gate opened, the enemy would pour in and everything would be finished. Yet the major, choking on fear, kept screaming for the gate to open. From a safe distance, General Gazar stared at the mess and called it pathetic, then grinned. He lifted his hand and blasted a bolt of energy skyward, and the moment Guard Commander Lambrou saw the signal, he roared for every troop to surge forward. At the fortress gate, Captain Lorenzo clenches his jaw in sheer rage. He can see it clearly. Both the major and the troops are frozen in fear, powerless against the enemy closing in, and now he's scrambling for any way out. As he struggles, a rifle snaps into view, telling him it's okay and to trust her with this mess. She grips a weird, segmented weapon and declares she'll take the fight, shouting the name Demon Armor Raging Bone with. She doesn't hesitate. She whips the weapon around and drives it straight into her own chest, and the device instantly starts tearing apart with a vicious sharp clatter. The broken fragments snap back together around her, welding into a full suit of jagged, bone-like armor, and the moment it finishes, a sharp hiss bursts out with steam and swirling magical power. Her transformation detonates disbelief across the enemy commander's face, and as the Cuban tribe warriors surge ahead, General Gazar snaps his attention to that armored stranger. Then can't stop asking himself what kind of crazy power sits in a magic staff that could forge a warrior like this. The Kim and Vanguard charge on, totally blind to the terrifying power closing in on them, and one warrior barrels ahead, laughing loud as he brags he'll be the first to smash his way to the fortress. His loud boast gets snapped in half as an armored rifle clips him with one crushing hit, and when he watches his soldier get obliterated, General Gazar's rage erupts. He slams his strong armored troops forward, even as fear crawls into his shaking bones. From the ramparts, Captain Lorenzo locks eyes on the oncoming unit, and fear hits him like a punch. He knows them instantly. Elite, heavily armored soldiers clad in rare Medoma steel, a force whispered to be every bit as fearsome as Gazar's own. And he can't wrap his head around it. Why are they being sent out so fast? That legendary armor might as well be paper. Rifa slams into the Medoma steel and shatters it with one brutal hit, and watching it happen, an electric jolt of realization sparks in General Gazar's eyes. This power is his, Hayes, and his subordinates. Blades blazing, the armored warrior clears a path, drops low, snatches a massive, ornate broadsword off the blood-soaked battlefield, and readies himself for the next wave of attackers. She stood there, heaving for breath, one lone warrior holding an entire army at bay, bodies scattered across the ground around her. while from his spot General Gazar watched, stunned and speechless, still trying to understand what kind of fighting style he was even witnessing. Up on the fortress walls, Major Shaman burst into gleeful laughter, calling the show pure greatness, and stunned that Lieutenant Hazen had an outrageous hidden trump card up her sleeve. Then he boomed encouragement, shouting at the armored warrior to keep fighting all the way to her last breath. Captain Lorenzo tried to calm him down, warning that they couldn't grind the warrior too hard. She was the last grip of the Western Gate. But the Major let ambition take over, vowing that if General Gazar fell, the victory would be all his. When Lorenzo challenged him, Shimon snatched him up and roared at him to shut up and stop resisting. Shaking with dread, he snapped his gaze back to the battlefield, and the truth hit him hard. Shimon was a nauseating fool. And now he couldn't stop asking what Lieutenant Hazen was really up to, because a cold thought crept in. Maybe Hazen's scheme was always meant to get them wiped out by Gazar. On the field, the armored warrior snapped her tongue in rage, because she refused to let their forces thin out anymore. Then General Gazar surged straight at her, seizing the opening. She rocketed forward with insane speed, unleashing her swift thunder technique. Boom, the hit slammed dead on and a crack tore across the field. Sparks flew, but the armor didn't even break. Gazar landed lightly on a log, eyes wide, totally stunned by how unshakably tough she was. A predatory grin tore across the general's face as he cracked his knuckles, and he laughed, saying the fight was finally getting good. At the Western Gate, General Gazar locked eyes with the duchy's strange, armored warrior, then sank into a low crouch, blade poised and waiting as the clash loomed. From a safe distance, Major Shimon erupted into laughter, then leaned toward Captain Lorenzo and grinned. General Gazar was nothing, and this was going to be the end of him. The general snapped into action in a heartbeat, slammed the distance shut, and caught the armored figure completely off guard. He knew that kind of speed cost him, big time, but it was the price he had to pay. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his peacock dance. Then a blazing, devastating burst of energy ripped out of his stance and slammed into his opponent, crackling with raw power. He slammed down hard, wheezing from the strain as the armored warrior wobbled, clearly wrecked. So Gazar snapped, "Don't move anymore," convinced this was the final lock on the Western Gate. Suddenly, the creature detonated with a thunderous roar, and Major Shimon burst into triumphant laughter, gloating about the Empire's weaponry, then shouted at his men to scatter and wipe out the duchy's army. As the explosion tore through everything, General Gazar snapped his gaze to the last few soldiers, jaw clenched. "Retreat," he roared. As the dust finally began to settle, Captain Lorenzo crept toward the ruined, smoking wreck of the armored machine. "Rifa, it's okay," he called softly. "The duchy's forces have already pulled back." The creature's arm snapped forward and slammed the ground with brutal force. Then Hazenheim lunged in front of him, pole arm up, shouting, "Step back, Captain." From inside the wreckage, Rifa's eerie whisper cut through, "Scatter, liberation." The strange armor started to split, crumble, and peel off her body, finally breaking her free from the curse. Right when her strength finally snaps, she crashes forward with a brutal thud. And Hazen is there instantly, scooping her up and holding her limp body in his arms. He clamps her to his chest as her eyes finally spill open through the grime and blood, and with a shaky breath she calls his name. He leans in and studies her, his face turning warm as he praises her hard work, telling Rifa she guarded the fortress like a beast, because without her it would have collapsed. Then he hits her with the truth. Since she fought 100 times harder than everyone else, she's getting 100 times the food. His words spark a shaky, triumphant laugh on her lips, even as exhaustion makes her pant, and she still forces out a proud confession, until her breath catches mid-sentence. Seeing how bad it really was, Hazen snapped into action and demanded a stretcher right away. While he checked her wounds with shaking urgency, he realized the damage was far worse than he'd feared, and cursed himself for being too late, as two armored soldiers cowered behind a barricade, terrified to move, still convinced the thing in front of them was a monster. While the soldiers stall, Captain Lorenzo strides up and offers to help carry Rifa, then reminds Hazen about a strategy meeting on the horizon. And the moment he says it, Hazen's anger snaps into place. He yanks the captain's arm, demands to know what's wrong with him, and fires off the question of whether this is how he plans to repay their savior. Rage snaps toward one of the terrified soldiers, and with a chilling stare, he barks for the man to hurry up and stay out of his way, making the soldier flinch with pure fear. Under Hazen's terrifying stare, the soldiers finally give in and lift Rifa with trembling care. One rushes over to tell him they'd heard the lieutenant was making for the Western Gate, and that everything from that area sounded grim. Hazen just nods, because his mind is already locked on something else. Captain Lorenzo strides back up to him and offers a real apology, saying that after seeing her savage fighting, the soldiers must have been terrified out of their minds. Rifa's words paint the scene of the battle's final strike. She stands alone and blasts her power straight at General Gazar and the whole duchy army, while Lorenzo steps in to confirm what everyone saw. She's the reason they all survived. As Hazen braces himself by the fortress wall, his hand tightens into a clenched fist and he snaps at Captain Lorenzo. How could soldiers be so ungrateful? Even a dog, he says, remembers the dead of a meal and shelter. Lorenzo sweats a little and shoots back that not everyone has Hazen's strength. He snaps his focus to the armored soldiers on the rampart, reminding them, plain and brutal, that every one of them has family out there, people who die to keep his safe. His voice spikes as he steps straight up to one of the men, pressing him to answer how it'd feel if those precious people were labeled as monsters. And when the question lands, the soldier is left completely speechless. Once he landed the point, he told them to think hard about it, then turned and strode off along the battlements. Inside the fortress, Major Shimment slaps the air dismissively at Hazen, sneering that he should be congratulated for sheltering a monster, claiming the creature is useful and promising he's eager to see its act tomorrow. Hazen fires back, glaring hard, saying it takes real nerve to brand her a monster after she just saved the Major's life. The Major smirks and shoots the idea down, then tells Colonel Gettle that it wasn't luck. It was the muscle of the 1st and 3rd Battalions that sent General Gazar retreating. Hazen's face hardens and he coolly says, "If that's true, then Major's units can handle tomorrow's defense by themselves, because I'm not deploying Rifa." Shocked out of his mind, Major Shimont jabbed a finger at Hazen, screaming that he was brazenly ignoring a direct order from his superior, an act that in wartime demands instant execution. And when the threat hit, Hazen didn't flinch, just told him to go ahead and do whatever he pleased. He stays icy calm, presses, "What's wrong?" and tells the Major to run to Colonel Gettle right now, then even throws out a ready-made excuse. They insulted his subordinate so they can't use her anymore. The Major just clenches his teeth, furious and trapped. A wave of terror hits Major Shimont like a punch. His hands start to shake as he realizes one brutal truth. If they don't unleash that thing, the Empire is finished and countless soldiers and officers will be slaughtered. Crushed, he finally admits to himself there's no other way. He finally snaps, blasting out that he was wrong and begging to be allowed to use Rifa. Then Hazen just lifts a hand, cool as ice, and asks what he even means. Then he jabs a glove finger straight at the Major, freezing his face as he sneers that for someone begging, Shimon's head is still held way too high. Hazen demands real sincerity, and the moment he snaps, Major Shimont's fury flips to panic. He drops to his knees, forehead pounding the floor, begging to use Rifa in tomorrow's battle, and Hazen just nods, agreeing with it. With a crushing sense of defeat, Hazen plants his boot hard on the back of his head. Shimont lets out a pained, stunned grunt, smacked to the ground and trapped beneath the lieutenant's boot. As Captain Lorenzo gapes in disbelief, Hazen's voice curdles with venom. He tells the pen major that if he really wants to use Rifa, he'd better drag the Emperor himself down to prostrate in the exact same way. And that wild suggestion leaves Shimon completely stunned. As Hazen grinds his boot into Shimon's head, the pressure skyrockets and his contempt practically drips off him. Then he snarls that the Major is nothing but a disrespectful, squealing pig. Then he lays down a brutal ultimatum: have him executed for insubordination or watch General Gazar butcher every last one of them. Or he can turn a blind eye, use his power to survive and live with the choice. He leans in and orders the trembling Major to decide right now. Hazen bursts into a triumphant laugh, and the defeated Major Shimon finally relents, agreeing to wipe the insubordination under the rug, as long as Hazen swears to guard the fortress no matter what. He pounces on the concession, shouting that the Major finally admitted he's using an insubordinate's power just to keep himself safe. But Shimon keeps firing back that his move is for the Empire, until Hazen's boot stomps down again and shuts him up, and the lieutenant snarls that the Major only cares about his own skin, demanding he say it out loud. His brutal rampage got snapped short by a vicious strike to the face, and Captain Lorenzo stepped in, smashing him down and roaring that he'd gone way too far. That intervention finally cracked the door wide open for Major Shimont. He snapped into motion, scrambled out of the room and slammed it shut behind him, just as Lorenzo loomed over the wreckage in the haze. With Hazen behind him, Captain Lorenzo stormed off, his voice roaring with pure rage, swearing Hazen would pay, threatening to report everything and spitting that he was scum. Moments later, outside the infirmary, Lorenzo's rage finally burned out, leaving pure confusion in its place, and he snapped at Hazen, asking why he'd acted nothing like himself. Hazen pressed a cloth to his face, apologized for the blow-up, and promised the captain he'd already cooled off. Then he pointed Lorenzo straight at Rifa, still out cold but steady, with a soft glow pulsing from her body, while Yen Lin stood guard. Hazen leaned in and told the captain Rifa was going to make it, and only then did he reveal the truth. Years ago, someone had gambled their life and their very soul to save the one they loved. Lorenzo stared in stunned silence at the shocking confession, while Hazen's voice turned heavy with regret as he admitted that even after this person's sacrifice, he still called them a monster. The memory snapped into focus, an eerie hooded figure who'd done something unforgivable and then stopped being human, all because a desperate obsession drove them to save just one life, a life Hazen deeply loved. But when Hazen finally faced the sheer force this figure carried, far beyond anything he could touch, terror hit him like a wave, and all he could do was scream, "Monster!" again and again, because he knew the only way to shut down that crushing power was to take him down. Back in the present, he wore self-hatred like armor and admitted the truth. At that moment, he had no option because otherwise he would have died, and he knew he could have hid behind excuses forever. Then he snapped, voice shaking. For the rest of his life, he'd never forgive himself for calling his savior a monster. Meanwhile, Major Shaman crouched behind a barricade, flanked by 2 armored soldiers. His stomach knotted with fear while rage churned underneath. He muttered that the people he was facing now looked exactly like the same monster from his past. Hazen couldn't stop replaying Rafa's bandaged body in his head. Because even after only a short time at the fortress and barely knowing a soul, he refused to let the woman who risked everything for everyone be shoved into the label of monster. Hazen spun back to Captain Lorenzo, shoving his feelings aside, and snapped that the captain should ignore everything he'd just blurted. Lorenzo only stared back with that knowing look while Hazen turned away and started thinking. Then the captain clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder and told him straight up. It wasn't nonsense because Hazen was human too. Later, locked alone in his quarters, Hazen replayed the captain's words in his head when a sudden knock rattled his door. He spotted 3 armored soldiers from the 1st and 3rd battalions waiting on him, then stared them down and reminded them. Rifa saved all of them, even while terror of General Gazar's power had them trembling, and yet they still repaid her with pure disrespect. His face hardened with command. Since he was their acting captain, he barked for them to head back to their posts, eat up, and finally get some rest. One soldier tried to argue, but Hazen snapped over him, saying there was nothing else they could do there right now. His voice turned razor-sharp when he said, "We're out of fighters, no one's coming in our place." Then he dropped the brutal truth. The rifle won't be able to move for at least a month. His words landed like thunder, and the soldiers snapped into place, tall fists pressed over their hearts, saluting as one because they knew how to repay her. Tomorrow, they'd be the ones taking the fight. A faint, approving smile tugged at his lips, and he pushed them forward, telling them to fight with that exact resolve. He spins to head out of the soldiers' quarters, Captain Lorenzo right behind him, until the captain snaps, saying he's still not over Hazen but telling the men, "If you live, bring Rifa a meal, show her gratitude." He's sure she'd love it, and off-panel a soldier eagerly shouts, "You got it." Later on, he's left alone in a silent room, staring out the window, while Rafa and Yin Lin sleep nearby, finally shutting their eyes and recovering from their ideals. Right as he catches up with Captain Lorenzo, Hazen hears him say, "Turns out being a soldier isn't so terrible after all." And with a small, knowing smile, Hazen nods back, thankfully, morale hasn't fully crashed. His face snaps into focus, and his eyes harden with pure determination. Beneath a bruised, stormy sky, he clenches his jaw and swears in silence, tomorrow they'll crush General Gazar no matter what. As the 3rd day of the siege drags into night, Hazen stands alone, staring down the central gate of Gaon Fortress. Then his opponent finally steps in. General Gazar of the Diordo Principality meets him and calls him Imperial Army Lieutenant Hazenheim, realizing Hazen came out alone. So this has to be a straight-up one-on-one duel. Hazen just calmly nods and confirms Gazar's theory. Then he lifts a finger and dares them to bet on how it all plays out. With grim confidence, he lays down the deal. If he wins, General Gazar will kneel under him. The general's face twists, pure shock snapping into furious rage at the sheer audacity of it. With a cocky grin, Hazenheim flips a gold coin in front of General Gazar and challenges him, win, and Gazar becomes his subordinate. The general clicks his weapon, sizes Hazen up, and jumps straight into it, even agreeing that if the roles reverse, the same promise holds. As Hazen tosses the coin into the air, he makes it crystal clear. This isn't just confidence he's holding. The coin whirls in the air between them, and they stare each other down, silent but absolutely ready to clash. It snaps into place with a sharp clink, and his voice cuts through the air, screaming that this is absolute certainty. The duel ignites on the spot. Hazen snaps out a bladed fan as Gazar rockets through the air and slams his staff down with a brutal overhead strike. That thunderous crash rocks the air as Hazen's weapon morphs mid-swing, snapping up a cross-shaped shield to stop Gazar's landing, right on the hit. Then Hazen gets smug and says the rumors about his power weren't lies after all. He spots Hazen's staff and calls it the magnificent Thunder Cutter Peacock. And Hazen admits that juggling multiple magic staves and switching tactics mid-fight is a huge edge. Exactly the kind of power that let him tear down Riafa's demon armor, Raging Bone. And when Gazar hears that, his eyes light up as he blurts, "All right, I want you." Hazen stays completely unbothered, as he smirks and swears he'll outpace that general's speed with just one single stab. Gazar's face hardens the second he clocks the challenge, and he lays it out, show the world what you can do fair and square. He drops low into a fighting crouch, your sword in hand, and snaps that he's changed his mind, because if Hazen were just another dull target, he'd already be beheaded on the spot. Now he'll at least get the name of Hazen's weapon. Hazen leans in and tells him, it's called Magnetic Flash, even if that name isn't exactly flashy. He smirks, eyes flashing with pure confidence, and vows he'll crush Gazar's Thundercutter Peacock with a magic staff. Then a faint glow starts to pulse from the weapon itself. General Gazar roars and charges in, his weapon whipping through the air like a storm. But right then Hazen disappears, reappears behind him, and the general spins around in pure shock. The second he sees it, he knows exactly what this is: Swift Thunder, the Thundercutter Peacock's signature move. Its user rockets forward at insane speeds, and the body gets forged to survive every ounce of that strain. General strikes where Hazen had been, his attack rips a brutal crack into the stone. Yet the target is already gone, vaulting away and landing safely, with his two staves still poised and ready. Gazar's attack misses again, and that calm mask finally shatters. Frustration surges as he snaps, demanding to know what the hell is going on. Well, FFFF. Before Hazen can even process what's happening, he's suddenly right beside him, tapping his temple with a light little poke. While the lieutenant speaks in that calm, dismissive tone, dropping the brutal truth, the general is simply too slow. As the general finally starts to turn, he catches the shock. Hazen is already back at his starting spot. The realization hits like thunder. Before his mind can even process the lieutenant's move, it's over. Now he finally gets it. His problem isn't that he's too slow with his body. It's deeper than that. How fast he can trigger his magic, the same tempo as the thoughts racing inside his head. Seeing the general stall, Hazen barks from across the training ground, dripping condescension, and taunts him. So, are you finally ready to admit you're conceding? The general's resolve turns to steel. He snaps back that those power gaps don't matter when the fighting starts, and only the last one standing gets to call it victory. Then he unveils his new plan. He'll redirect every bit of the Thundercutter Peacock's enhancement magic straight into his own eyes, determined to hunt down the lieutenant and bring him in. Unbothered by the general's fresh strategy, Heisenheim's eyes lit up with growing respect for his opponent's adaptability. Then he snapped his staff and declared he was about to unleash the full force of his technique, Magnetic Flash. Then he broke down what his power really did. He marked the battlefield in advance, and Magnetic Flash used yin and yang to yank him straight between those points, launching him across the terrain at insane speed. It was pure strategy, turning the ground into a weapon, and when Hazen started zipping along those marks, Gazar, despite his upgraded vision, realized he couldn't cut him off because even the smallest pause could get you killed. The general couldn't keep up with Hazen's straight-on movements and spun around, asking where he'd vanished to. Then he looked up. There was Hazen perched high on the fortress wall, and Gazar's gasp hit like lightning as it finally clicked. The marks weren't just on the ground. He'd been played, tricked, and left to fall for it. Right when his mind tried to catch up with this new dimension of the attack, panic hit. There was a mark stamped straight on the back of his head, and then a thunderous smash tore through him, launching the general straight into the stone wall. His body slammed into the ground with a brutal thud, while his weapon skittered and clanged beside him. Then Hazen landed right nearby, smoothly stopping his spinning staff mid-motion. Straining to haul himself up, his face twisted with pure effort, General Gazar snapped in rage at his own failure, then finally threw in the towel. Hazen hovered over the aftermath, finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief, like that brutal duel had just ended for real. He stared down his opponent with a smug grin, raised his voice like a battle bell, and declared, "Now you're mine, General Gazar." Blood smeared his lip as Gazar lay there on the ground. Yet he only grinned back, no hesitation at all, declaring it a full, humiliating defeat. He threw his head back onto the ground and stared at the sky, then let out a deep, satisfied sigh as the fight replayed in his mind, like he'd just lived through something truly amazing. He lay battered in the wreckage, thinking that his long absence from the fortress wouldn't crush his soldiers' spirit, and that the principality's advance would roll on with momentum, slowed by nothing. Hazen crushed his confidence on the spot. Calmly perched near the fortress gate, Hazen insisted their advance would actually grind to a halt. From far off, two of the general's men stared in disbelief, swearing they couldn't possibly believe General Gazar just got beaten. Right as Commander Landbrew gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, ready to drive the troops forward even after their generals got crushed, a rider came blasting in on a gallop, screaming that an urgent report had arrived. The frantic messenger blurted that everything was falling apart, screaming at them to rush back to the outer fortress right now as smoke thundered up from its distant walls. Up on those same walls, the whole chaos finally made sense. Blue Queen Basha blared that the human tribe had invaded, and then smugly told her warrior she couldn't believe how dull it was since they'd wiped them out so easily. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed her power, and a brutal, Freezing gusts tore through the fortress corridor, locking every soldier inside solid ice in an instant. A general's soldier got blasted by the icy wind and froze, literally. Shaking, he couldn't even believe it, asking how this could happen, clinging to the ceasefire they'd made with the Kimon tribe, and wondering if someone in their ranks had secretly sided with the Empire. As yet another mountain messenger turned into solid ice, Landbrew's curse hit like a storm, only now he finally understood they'd been played. From the ramparts, Basha snapped his correction into the air. They hadn't picked a side at all, they'd struck because the fortress was left wide open. Basha stood before the main tower, an ice dragon wrapped around it like a threat made of winter, and she lifted a white flag as a warning to the Diordo Principality. Then she gave them one brutal choice: surrender peacefully, and she'd even spare the lives of everyone trapped and frozen inside. On a battlefield that's gone silent, the Principality's whole army has pulled back. From the ramparts, the soldiers stare, wondering if the fighting is truly done. But Heisenheim isn't fooled. He watches Gazar's retreating forces and knows this is only the opening act. Sure, General Gazar will get captured, and then right when it matters, he'll be allowed to slip away. Crumbling on the ground, the defeated general stares at the paper shoved into his hands, then snaps. So that's it? Calling it a magical master-servant contract, utterly stunned that he's supposed to march into the Imperial Army as Hayes and subordinate. Hazen lays out his reasons without any fog. He has no wish to serve the Empire himself. He's just using his spot as an Imperial soldier to chase his own goals instead. And he even points out that if Gazar ever defected officially, the Empire would find it harder to control him directly. So this contract becomes the clean, efficient leash, and then he stops, right as the real tension hits. Those words from his opponent snap into Gazarpas's mind. He bites his thumb and clicks the truth into place. Hazen didn't just stumble into this war, he planned it all, leaking the right information to rake in merit. And when Gazarpas clocks Hazen's age, about 20, he realizes the scary part. Hazen's combat skills, fighting techniques, and battlefield strategy are way beyond someone his years. He hauls himself upright, clamps a hand on Gazar's shoulder, and growls a warning: "Don't even try to figure him out or you'll regret it for good." Gazar doesn't flinch. He looks up and fires back with real curiosity, asking how old Hayasen actually is. The general smirks, folds the contract shut, and admits it. He'll take the young man's advice to heart. The next day, during a roaring victory celebration, Colonel Jedru Magno swirls his wine like trouble is already brewing. Then he needles the nervous Major Shyman until he confirms it. Lieutenant Hazen's message really was to bring the Emperor here. The colonel bursts into wild laughter, spitting out how, after a whole lifetime obeying the Emperor, he's finally being forced to swallow this humiliating blow. Major Shimon snaps back that this isn't something to joke about, and Jedru cuts in, insisting he isn't laughing at the Major. His laughter fizzles out and a cold smirk takes over. Then he snaps that Hazen's lèse majesté crime can't be denied, and no matter what he's done before, the death penalty is already locked in. The Major nods with absolute gleeful confidence, saying that since Lieutenant Colonel Bersag and his crew have already fallen from grace for desertion, this is the perfect moment for them to vanish, because from here on out, their fate is in their hands. He chuckles to himself, musing that maybe Lieutenant Hayasen could grovel, sob an apology, and earn a pardon. Then he snaps the idea away with a sneer, saying that Major Assignment would never allow something like that. His laughter curdles into madness as he orders Hazen to gorge on horse dung, bite after bite, all hidden from his superior, while Hazen stands perfectly calm somewhere else in the fortress, a cold contrast to the Major's filthy rage. Just as the young lieutenant finally gets a quiet breather, Yen Lin and a young villager sweep in with a celebratory meal, and Yen Lin can't stop beaming as she urges her master to taste how delicious it is, only for the young man to grin, say the joy isn't complete without the guest of honor. Then he clocks Hazen's faraway expression, asks what's wrong, and Hazen shoots back. It's not a real celebration without the guest of honor, right as the moment breaks. He swings his back to them, shrugs it off like it's nothing, then starts walking away and leaves the two staring after him with worried looks. Elsewhere, deep in the fortress dungeons, a smug officer snaps open a cell door with a cold chuckle, already convinced he's pinned the escape on Hazen, like it was the lieutenant's mistake. Then he grins like he's won, sneering that Hazen is done for. His smug laugh gets snuffed out the second a lantern flares and lights him up. Then Captain Lorenzo and Hazen step into the darkness like they knew exactly where to find him. Lorenzo's voice slices through the night, demanding what that officer thinks he's doing, and the plotter's shriek cracks the air in pure shock. He stammers, keys clattering to the floor with a sharp jangle, and Lorenzo peeks into the empty cell. Panic spikes as he realizes General Gazar is gone. Without wasting a second, he snaps that the officer helped the general slip out, and the poor man flails his hands like crazy, swearing it's all just a misunderstanding. The captain steadied his breathing and guessed the officer was secretly feeding the principality, leaking every bit of info he could. Then he said it was a real possibility, snapped his head toward Hazen, and barked a direct order. Hunt down General Gazar, find him and take him in, while Lorenzo promised to report it to the higher-ups and Hazen just nodded, calm as ever. Hazen doesn't hesitate, he dashes off to start the chase, and as he goes, the disgraced officer gets hauled away. Still grumbling, he spits, "Serves you right," convinced his scheme worked and that he's somehow brought trouble down on Hazen. He pauses, then whips around to Captain Lorenzo with a warm, honest smile, "Thanks, I'm saved." And he admits the terrifying truth. If Lorenzo hadn't stepped in, he'd have been forced to stand back and let Gazare slip away himself. As another officer hypes up Hazen's defense of the fortress, the real genius behind the lieutenant's strategy finally clicks into place. Now that Hazen's mission is officially locked in, he turns his eyes to the one thing he won't ignore: revenge. The officer who tried to frame him is frozen in paralysis, sweating buckets as he stammers and blurts out, "Who are you and what do you mean this was an excuse?" In that hidden brick alley, the officer's fear makes perfect sense. Hazen had already gone to General Gazar, cool as ice, and told him he'd never be dumb enough to miss his own moves because he already knew every single snitching that had happened. Then he hands Gazar an escape route, telling him to slip out through the West Supply Station, and the general nods, thanks him for the help, and takes off. With Gazar's escape locked in, Hazen whips his attention back to the trembling noble and laughs that his big name rank will probably save him from execution. Then the officer's nerves snap. Panic crashes in as he desperately denies it, watching the general vanish. The noble holds his cold stare on the officer as he spits out the man's real sentence, life as a bottom-tier slave. And when the horror lands, his throat tightens and a sob fights to escape while his whole body shakes uncontrollably. Elsewhere under a brutal sun, the price of those sentences hits hard. Yen Lin and even Basha, the Blue Queen wrapped in heavy bandages, are forced to grind in a quarry hauling massive stones through choking dust. Meanwhile, in a fancy high-ceiling office, a top official stared out the window, replaying the latest wins in his head. His smile curling as the Principality's army lay crushed, the opposition faction wiped out, and the whole morning aftermath felt weirdly peaceful after that legendary victory celebration. He spun away from the window and locked eyes with Lieutenant Heisenheim, standing there with Captain Lorenzo on either side, and the calm mask on the officer's face cracked as he announced the nightmare. Heisenheim was being hit with house arrest on the grave charge of lèse majesté. Colonel Gettel, face carved in stern steel, jabs a finger forward and snaps that Lieutenant Heisenheim is going straight into house arrest, hit with the brutal charge of lèse majestés. He takes the crushing news with unsettling calm, face staying blank, then he quietly answers, "Understood." As he stands there in silence beside another officer, a nearby voice sneers and chuckles. Demita, calling Hazen a total fool, swearing the lieutenant has no idea how bad things really are. Demita strides forward, grinning like he's already won, and reminds Hazen, lèse majesté carries the death penalty, and since he's the superior, his word is all it takes to seal the verdict. Then he drops his disgusting demand, telling Hazen that if he really wants forgiveness, he should eat horse shit. Hazen leans in so close Demita can't miss him, and Demita's still chewing loud as he quietly asks if his closeness has made her snap. Then Hazen deadpans that he feels nothing. Demeter doesn't flinch at all. He just saunters around Hazen with that smug, condescending swagger, his goons walking close on both sides. Then he turns it into a performance, asking if Hazen has a question for him, stretching the moment just to squeeze out the humiliation. He finally snaps out a quiet confession. There's just one thing he needs to say. Then he turns his head, and Demita spits out a smug, mocking laugh like she's already expecting him to fold. Hazen's face twists with pure disgust. He clamps a hand over his mouth and nose, tells Demetha his breath smells like sewage, and demands he back off. The insult hits like a slap, and Demetha trembles as rage erupts in sudden, furious sputters. Demito's cool snapped. He spun on his heel, bellowed at Colonel Gettel, and jabbed at Hazen like it was personal, insisting Hazen showed zero remorse. The colonel only sighed, sick of the whole scene, and waved Demito out of sight. Right after the colonel throws Demita out, Hazen strides forward and slips past the other silent officer, who can only nod once. Then Hazen squares up to the colonel, asks to be excused in full formal style, and steams in ready to accept house arrest. While Hazen dealt with other matters, Demeter and her two companions threw themselves into celebration in the grand hall, counting down with eager excitement to see Hazen step onto the execution platform. While Colonel Gettel, right nearby, wrapped it up fast and declared it was time to move on to the next matter. Then he turns to whoever's listening in the shadows and tells them this. Captain Lorenzo's temper would have earned him a demotion, if not for his recent wins, so for now, they're going to let the mistake slide, and he ends by confirming that decision. His attention snaps back to Colonel Jedru Magno, who drums his fingers on the campaign map like he can't stand the weight. He declares that once the duchy's forces are crushed, they have to ride that momentum straight into seizing the fortress. Magno starts fidgeting, swivels to Colonel Gettle, and demands when Count Michel is finally due to arrive. Colonel Gettle shuts him down, saying those preparations aren't needed, and then drops the bombshell. Fortress Algae is already gone because the Cuban tribe has seized it. The news slams Colonel Magno straight into a rage, his eye twitching like a bomb about to blow. He explodes with disbelief, hurling curses at the Cuban tribe for grabbing the fortress while Imperial troops were busy with the duchy. And then it hits him, steaming with frustration. The duchy's retreat only worked because the Cubans hit them with a sudden, brutal surprise attack. Colonel Gettle steps in calm but firm, reminding his superior that the Empire and the Cuban tribe are locked together by a ceasefire, and breaking it would poison the Empire's trust and dignity. Magno, grinding his teeth with rage, snaps back that the agreement is pointless, because they're taking the fortress back no matter what. Rage boils over as he starts smashing furniture and yelling curses, and then he turns on Hazen, roaring that the lieutenant is meddling in his life again. After the outburst, a cold, calculating calm snaps onto him. He weighs everything, remembers the land once belonged to the Cuban tribe, and realizes the mountains make it barely worth fighting over. So a new plan clicks into place and he grabs a quill, ready to write out how to fix it. Colonel Gettle instantly nails the idea and blurts out, "A land swap," and Magno nods like he's clocked it too. Gettle then argues that the algae at the fortress is so vital and locked down that even if they hand over low-value land with extra territory, the Empire will still walk away with the upper hand. Right then, Major Shaman starts clapping like a kiss-up, praising Colonel Magno for the genius plan, while Magno just waves him off, snaps that he's not to flatter him, and insists it was all simple, as Colonel Gettle sits there watching in dead silence. In a grand office, Colonel Gettle brushes off the Major's worries with one sharp wave, then barks that negotiations with the human tribe must start. Right now, just not with Heisenheim involved. The Major's jaw drops in horror, insisting it can't happen because only the Fourth Company, led by Heisen's command, knows how to talk to them. His protest gets drowned in rage. Colonel Gettle suddenly lunges in, yanks Major Shimon up by his collar, and bellows for silence, snapping that he's sick of hearing Hazen's name as he demands to know if Shimon thinks they can't act without him. Shoving the Major aside, the Colonel keeps on his rampage, blasting him as an incompetent fool for daring to hesitate over something as simple as negotiations. After that verbal beating, Major Shimon's attitude flips overnight. He smirks, digs for favor with that annoying grin, and tells Colonel Gettle to hand it all to him. Then he brags he'll get the common negotiating in a week. No, 3 days. Colonel Gettle grabs the offer, putting his faith in Shimon and dangling a promotion to Lieutenant Colonel if he wins. Then his icy stare snaps to Captain Lorenzo. He calls Lorenzo a letdown, slams him under house arrest for defying orders, and Lorenzo just nods, accepting the punishment in silence. After they booted him out, Captain Lorenzo stalked down a long, silent corridor, his footsteps booming in the emptiness, until he stopped dead, because Lieutenant Heisenheim was already waiting for him right by the doors. He shoves Hazen into the room in a rush, barking for him to move before anyone spots them, and reminding him that Lorenzo isn't the only one trapped under house arrest now. The moment they're inside, Lorenzo leans in and asks straight up if it was really okay to let the land exchange proposal move forward without once bringing Hazen's name into it. With the door shut, Hazen finally exhales like a weight just lifted off his chest. Then he tells Lorenzo, "If my name had been on that plan, the colonels would have shot it down immediately," and he credits him for masterminding it so they'd swear it was their own idea. Lorenzo stays tense, glaring at how the others are trying to move on without him, but Hazen just shrugs it off like nothing. He says it doesn't matter who carries the job. That casual dismissal throws Lorenzo into a sharp question. "So you're saying there's no clear reason we're supposed to fail?" Hazen just flashes a confident smirk and shuts it down. As long as the objective gets met, the method doesn't matter. Hazen spoke to Captain Lorenzo in a steady voice and laid out the truth, telling him that an Imperial soldier's duty meant choosing what's best for the Empire, and that's a choice Hazen refuses to let slide. Lorenzo's face twisted with distress as he begged Hazen to stop. As Hayes spun to head out, Lorenzo declared with iron certainty that his duty was crystal clear. Then right at the doorway, Hayes realized his best solution was nothing like Lorenzo's. Lorenzo choked out a strained laugh, calling it impossible, while Hazen, right from the hallway, just told him to give it his best but steer clear of anything that could spike his stress while he's on suspension. The very next day, at a lonely fortress clinging to the mountains, Major Shaman burst into the officers' meeting with open arms, joyfully welcoming everyone even though their schedules were packed. He wasted no time and shoved a fresh job into their hands. "Go talk with the human tribe members camped at Argive Fortress right now." The 3 officers, Captain Lorenzo Zaid among them, shot him a stunned look. Lorenzo's aide balked at the order, reminding them, politely, that Lieutenant Hazen and his unit usually handled comms with the human, but Major Shimon's face twitched with pure irritation. The Major's annoyance snapped into a raging roar, spitting that Hazen was a criminal who'd committed an offense against the Emperor. So he was absolutely unfit for the job. His aide flinched, blurted a rushed apology, and another officer jumped in and said the negotiations couldn't move a muscle without an interpreter, then pointed out that, besides Lieutenant Hazen, the only other person who could translate was Warrant Officer Buzz from Squad 8. Major Shimon grimaced at the thought of dipping into Hazen's direct subordinate, but he swallowed his objections and gave the nod anyway. Then it hit him. Buzz had marched out for a reconnaissance run to the Principality of Diordo just the other day. The aide snapped into action, blurting that Buzz's mission was buried in the Principality's capital, deep undercover, and he wouldn't be back for at least 2 months. Panic hit like a punch, and the aide grabbed the Major, rattling him and screaming, "Call Buzz back right now." He demanded another option, any option at all, and all abordates could do was report the truth. Nandel the interpreter was gone on a 3-month run to the far east of the Empire, and a second, regular merchant hadn't been spotted in ages. Frustration finally exploded. He stormed off from his officers, snapping that they were worthless fools, roaring for them to stop piling up problems and just figure it out. He whirled back and stabbed a finger at Captain Lorenzo, still swearing it was impossible. While the Major fumed, and Lorenzo muttered to himself that without Lieutenant Hazen, it really was impossible. Lorenzo didn't let his fury spill. He hit back with cold reason, saying if the Major had a real alternative, they'd fight tooth and nail to make it happen, and Shaman was dripping sweat as he snapped that it was their job to make it work. Because as far as the Major was concerned, all he had to do was give the orders. Panic twisted his face, and Shaman pushed like this was the kind of negotiation that had to win no matter what. History depended on it. Lorenzo snapped back that it was exactly why the lieutenant needed to be brought back, even if it meant tearing up his suspension, and he didn't mince words. Pride and ego were a curse when they made a superior demand the impossible. The captain kept talking, admitting that even if none of them were Hazen's caliber, he still went and condemned every fallen comrade who died obeying orders from a bunch of incompetent higher-ups. And as that truth hit, Major Shimon started to shake, because the consequences were suddenly terrifyingly real. After he made his point, Captain Lorenzo snapped around to his aides, shot a curt "excuse us," and marched out of the room with them. The door clicked shut, the silence slammed down like a wave, and Major Shimon froze where he stood. Thrown into solitude, his composure snapped instantly, his face twisted with full-blown panic as he shrieked into the empty room. What do we do now? The moment it fully hit him, he staggered backward. Because once he'd bragged like that, admitting he'd failed would shatter the colonel's trust, and his bid to be promoted to lieutenant colonel would get ripped away. He sprinted down the corridor, panic sparking in his mind, slammed into a door and banged on it hard. "Lieutenant Hazen, open up." And fury surged as reality hit. He was a major, yet he had to grovel to a subordinate. The door clicked open, and it was Hazen at all. Yan Lin, a little girl, stood there in the doorway and asked politely what she could do for him, and the major snapped back in shock, his mind instantly spitting out a nasty assumption about the lieutenant's private life. Inside, Lieutenant Hazen sat there like nothing could rattle him, clutching his papers. Then he lifted his eyes and asked for what he needed. Shimon swallowed hard, rebuilt his confidence, puffed out his chest, and snapped that Hazen was to attend the negotiations with the Cuban tribe, guaranteeing his pension to sweeten the threat. Hazen shut it down on the spot, and Shimon immediately burst into a furious rant about insubordination in the chain of command. He jerked up from his chair and let the document crash to the floor, then calmly told the major that those favors weren't even in his power to grant. He went on, no matter what happened with the order, his sentence was already death, so the whole command was pointless. The major could only stammer and shake in place. His arrogance crumbled, and Major Shaman sank into a desperate bow like he'd hit rock bottom, pleading with the lieutenant, choking out apologies for his disrespect, and begging him to give the Empire one more chance for the sake of its future. Hazen's face eased as he told the major to lift his head. Then he strode right past the officer who bowed, his footsteps tapping softly through the silence. As he strode past, his boot dropped like a hammer, smashing the major's face straight into the floorboards. Rage burned in Hazen's eyes as he roared, demanding how Shimon planned to take responsibility, because those reckless words had wrecked the entire plan for the future. Pinned to the floor, the major choked out a real apology, swearing he'd do anything to make it right, offering money, even a promotion, while Hazen listened, a muscle in his cheek jumping, and demanded to know one thing: did he truly mean it? A wicked grin, almost cruel, cracked across Hazen's face, then he leaned in and chuckled, "All right, bring me horse manure." That wild demand hit Major Shimon and Yen Lin like a punch. Both of them froze, stunned beyond words. She stares on, stunned and sick to her stomach, gripping the manure like it's poison, because she can't believe Hazen is dead serious when he tells the major to eat it. Tears spill as she blurts, "Why would you do something this cruel? Hazen just grins and nods, confirming it's exactly what he's doing. He answers her accusation with a cool, pointed question. What do you mean by cruel? Then lays it out. It was the Major who first tried to force his hand, and that's exactly the kind of leverage the Major pulls whenever he's got the upper hand. Yinlin snaps back in fury, her frustration boiling over because his logic changes nothing. She insists he'd never let his own master be pushed into something like this, and Hazen only turns his face a little, saying the problem isn't whether it's possible. He lays out his personal code like it's law, hit back before they can hit him. If it's done without ill intent, it's just oppression, but the Major's hatred is sickening and crystal clear. So when they bare steel against him, he comes back hard and finishes it clean, with absolutely no mercy. His big declaration doesn't hang in the air. He drives his boot down on the kneeling Major's head and snaps, "Don't do it if you can't handle it." Then he slams in that the Major's wasting his time and orders him to get out, right now, and the man jolts and flinches as the pressure bites. The Major's mind is sprinting, his face twists with pure stress as he rips through two brutal choices: eat the manure and claw his way up to lieutenant colonel, or refuse and get demoted into misery. He spits out curses at the nightmare he's trapped in. He jerks his gaze upward, shaking, and begs for a sure answer. If he swallows it, will Hazen really hand over his power? Hazen flashes a confident grin and promises it's his, as long as the Major has the grit to follow through. Before the Major can move, Yinlin explodes forward and snatches a Hazen's leg. She's pleading with him to stop, desperation shaking her voice, and Hazen only looks down in shock at her sudden interference. Her sudden jump into the chaos sparks a tiny flame of hope in the sheathed hearts. He immediately pleads for her help and she's shocked because she can actually speak their language. But Yinlin snaps her gaze away from both of them, wiping the moment clean and declaring this is all pointless noise. Then she draws a hard breath and says she's done with it, she'll be the interpreter for the human tribe herself. Her declaration gets cut off in an instant. Hazen lunges forward and shoves manure straight into her mouth, splattering her face before she can even react. He snaps that she stays out of it, that he'd never allow something like that, then drives the message home by poking her on the head. He grips Yinlin tight, face carved in cold stone, and snaps at the crowd that this is his business with her. No one else gets to speak, and outsiders better keep their mouths shut. As Yinlin listens, a sharp rustle cuts through the air, and she instantly gets what he's saying. She's his dependent, so she can't dissolve or change a single contract. His calm shatters the second he lays eyes on the paper she brought, because he knows it's a contract termination authorization, and panic hits as he scrambles to figure out when she could have gotten her hands on it. Then she asks, "Will this be enough?" A memory snaps back to her return to the orphanage. There, the director, while signing the papers, softly scolded her. "So you really think you won't read the contract before you put your name on it?" Back in the present, she slams the document forward and demands a yes or no, saying that even with the director's stamp of approval, quitting the contract means paying a brutal penalty of 10 big gold coins, and it's absolutely insane. With a sharp snap of the paper, she whips her eyes to the stunned Major Shimment, and a wicked grin blooms as she points straight at someone standing right there, insisting they're the one who can cough up the fee. Then she whips around, flashes a dazzling smile, and thrusts the document toward Hazen. 10 giant gold coins, she purrs, "and you'll make the contract with me right here." Heisenheim drops a document in front of the kneeling Major Shamet and tells him it's a delegation letter stamped by Director Norway. So with this power, Heisen can rip up their contract anytime he wants. Then Heisen hammers the cost in, a penalty of 10 gold coins, and mocks the Major, because there's no way he can cough up that kind of money. While he's still processing it, a tiny voice cuts through the loud murmurs from behind, offering to pay the full sum. Hazen snaps his head up, stunned, as Yinlin calmly makes her move. The offer makes Major Shimon explode. He juts up, roars that he'll pay, and slams Hazen for rotten ears and a rotten personality. But Hazen stays ice calm and snaps back that a simple word won't cover a sum this huge. They'll need a real contract, drawn up only after Hazen verifies and arranges the Major's assets, which he says will take at least half a year. Yinlin steps forward with a dazzling grin and volunteers to organize the assets herself, swearing she can get it all done in one single day. Yinlin's bold promise leaves the Major staring at her in disbelief as he blurts out, "Are you serious?" While Hazen watches with a quiet, shocked look. Major Shimon erupts into laughter, jabbing his finger at Hazen like a judge with a verdict, gloating that Yen's finally done tolerating Hazen's freakish act. "Pathetic," he sneers. While he secretly relishes the win, convinced he's found Hazen's Achilles heel, but Yen, staying totally in character, just tilts her head and asks what he's even talking about. Hazen doesn't even blink at the spectacle. If this termination is legit, he says he's helpless, so the Major better hurry and slam the contract shut, because he's done listening to that grating voice. Thinking he's already won, the Major grins and orders you to pack her things the second the contract's ready. Move into his room. She nods meekly, "Yes, sir," while Hazen stands off to the side, silent as stone, arms crossed. He trembles with pure glee, pumping his fist like he's about to explode. Then, just as he turns to go, Major Shimon erupts in a thunderous, maniacal laugh and yells, "I won." The Major's triumphant laughter ricochets through the empty corridor as he storms out, and Hazen and Yen are left alone in the room. Once he's gone, Yen whips around to Hazen with a sly grin and asks if her performance really hit the mark. Hazen just smirks, confirms it was more than enough, and you can tell she put on one hell of a show. Once the trick wrapped up, Yinlin snapped her gaze to the document and muttered that it had so many holes it was a miracle anyone would bite. Then she wondered if, after her job with the human tribe ended, her master would finally pay enough to buy her back. Hazen laid out the real psychology behind their success. People swallow whatever they're desperate to believe. For Major Shaman, who had pictured Yan as a shining savior, Yan was basically the answer to his prayers, and he'd never, ever dare poke holes in the story. Then he dropped the next move. Rafa was assigned as Yan's bodyguard. Rafa beamed, marched in, and playfully scooped Yan up like it was no big deal. Hazen clocked the real reason too. This was where Yan's charm would have to shine, and it also gave them a perfect shot to see the Empire's rod up close, so Rafa snapped, got it, and took the mission without hesitation. As Rifa lightly tapped Yen's head, Hazen shrugged that reading people takes years of scars, and that some eyes learn only by seeing the real trash up close. Yen felt the unease creep in and asked, quietly, if he truly needed that kind of experience. She let out a heavy sigh and snapped that even if Shimon was trash, he still beat Hazen. Then he just laughed, grinning and asking if she really thought that was funny. His grin vanished as he slipped in one last command, play it smart from here on out, and Yin's eyes lit up with real gratitude. She thanked him for everything, promised the orphanage got the funds too, and nodded with total conviction. Once the last bag was packed, night had already dropped. They crossed a stone bridge and exhausted Yen puffed out her cheeks, then blurted to Rifa, "How on earth can you serve a master like Hazel?" Rifa flashed a smile and laid out exactly how she saw him. Like, yeah, when rage hits, he doesn't pull back at all. He turns brutal without mercy, but he'll never make unfair demands of good people. His harshness is saved for anyone who reeks of evil or crumbles under weakness. Then she flat out said Hazen genuinely cares about Yen, and it hit Yen so hard she snapped back in panic, shouting that it had to be a lie because he was definitely not the honest type. Later, while Rifa finally settled in, she noticed Yan's luggage bulged even more than before and demanded to know when she'd started buying fancy stuff like books. Yan admitted she hadn't paid for them at all, she'd borrowed them from Hazen. Because in the tiny pockets of free time, she still wanted to read, since there was way too much she didn't know yet. She swallows hard and grips her box of supplies as Rifa's steady hand lands on her back, and with a calm nod he praises her diligence. Then announces they've finally reached their destination, because the real test is about to explode. Inside his office, Major Shimon studies the document in front of him, then shoots a hard look up and demands, "So you're telling me all you need is my signature?" His stare locks onto Rafa, then suspicion detonates into pure rage. He slams his fist on the table, snarling that Hazen's bodyguard has no right to be here and accusing her of being a spy. Yenlin flinches and blurts out the truth. Rafa is her guard right now, and she's also there to keep the human tribe from making trouble. Rifa freezes, cursing Hazen's smug, annoying personality in her head for dragging her into this mess. Flustered, Major Shimon blurts out a shaky apology, his eyes lingering a second too long on her. Yen Lin clocks his wandering stare and silently thinks, what is up with this guy? To seal the deal, Yen Lin hands him a tiny pouch and warns, "Those 10 gold coins are almost all you've got. This is your final chance to back out." Shimon just snorts, laughs it off as pocket change for a lieutenant colonel promotion, then grins and admits he'd been saving every last coin just to pay a bribe. He vows he's all in on this job, and his quill rips across the paper, signing the contract in ink. The very next day, the crew crashes into the colossal Algia fortress, right in the heart of the mountains, and Major Shimon loses it, snapping that this monstrosity makes no sense and reeks of the principality's scone. Rafa and Yinlin stand right beside him, and dread creeps into both of their guts. Right when they step into the fortress courtyard, Kasaku, this young human guy, shouts Yinlin's name, sprints over and wraps her in a big hug. And the moment they do, they burst into pure happy reunion joy, both of them just relieved the other is still alive. Meanwhile, Major Shimon scowls from the side, grumbling about how shameless that public embrace is. Kasaku shrugs and says in his world, a hug is just a quick greeting, actions talk when words don't match up. Shimon snorts with contempt, calling it an indecent little habit, barbarian dog behavior. Then he laughs off the idea they could ever understand him and barks for Yenlin to tag along. They march her straight to the human leader, Blue Queen Basha, and the moment she arrives, Basha smiles and welcomes her like a longtime friend. Yenlin wastes no time. She drops to her knees on the spot, saluting with respect and firing off congratulations for their fresh victory in the latest battle. She watches Major Shimon stomp straight ahead. his boots pounding the ground, and then blurts that since he's the captain, he should greet the human tribe just as warmly as she did. With wild excitement, he follows her advice and charges forward, then shoves his face straight into Blue Queen Mage's chest, leaving the nearby human warriors frozen in shock, their mouths hanging open at the boldness of it all. His move snaps a horrified scream out of Yinlin. She demands to know what he's doing, so Shimon, still locked in their grip, shoots back that he's just following their customs. If a hug is a greeting for equals, then he's absolutely earned it, and the sudden clang of steel being drawn tears through the air. The blast comes from Oribs, one of the Queen's guards. He yanks out a weapon that crackles with energy and unleashes a furious rant at the Major for openly disrespecting their chief right in front of him. His outrage erupts and spreads like wildfire, and the other human warriors snap up their weapons, voices cracking in sync as they scream to kill the offender. With the chaos roaring higher and higher, color drains from Yinlin's face. She's convinced it's the end. She's sure they'll kill her right there with that fool of a Major, so she swallows her fear and sends a silent, desperate plea for Director Norway and the others to stay safe. Just as the warriors are about to swing, Blue Queen Basha snaps up one commanding hand. She doesn't shout, she commands, and her troops halt mid-motion, standing still. With the danger finally shoved aside, she whips around to Yen-Lin and orders, I scold, to shut down those annoying gnats, all while the Major keeps nuzzling against her like nothing matters. Yen-Lin stews the whole time, calling the Major a pathetic yes-man to his superiors and a bully to everyone below, and thinking maybe all upper-class Imperials are just like him. Once the tent standoff finally ends, everyone crowds around a table with a huge map, and Blue Queen Basha snaps that the pleasantries are over, now it's time for business. Yinlin echoes her, laying out their mission in full. They're pushing for a territorial exchange between the Empire and the Kemen tribe. The Queen studies her shrewdly and fires off, so you saw this coming. Then she cuts right to it. Her mountain folk don't care about the land, but she knows exactly how much it's worth to the Empire, and with steel in her gaze, she swears she'll never sell it for a cheap price. As she listened, Major Shimon kept steamrolling his tirade, spitting out crude remarks that even a trash heap can hold something that shines, then calling her a decent bitch among barbarians, before snapping that his own words were just too rude, and when the Queen heard the outburst, she calmly asked Yen-Lin what he'd said, but the interpreter told her to skip it, calling it nothing but noise. In a last-ditch effort to save the mess, Yen-Lin slid out a painfully sanitized translation, then flashed a weird little smile and told the Queen the Major praised her insight, like it was only natural for someone as great as her. Inside, Yen-Lin was begging that Ba Zia didn't understand the Imperial language or the dangerous taboos that came with it. Her prayer hit the air and died, no answer. Then the Queen whipped her hand out and yanked Yen-Lin by the tunic, leaning in so close her words came out low and cutting, first praising her for the great paraphrase, then firing back, were those barbarians dog, decent bitch, and trash heat really necessary to nail the Major's true character. She clutched the moment in her fist, face hovering inches from Yen's lens as the Queen snapped, tell it straight next time, or you'll pay for it on your coming-of-age day. Fear hit the girl so hard she could barely manage a single stammering sentence. Blissfully clueless to the danger, Major Shimon cut right in, asking what they'd been whispering about. Then he tossed out a filthy offer, calling the Queen a reasonable bitch and swearing he'd claim her after the talks ended. That's when cold dread slammed into Yen-Lin because the truth finally hit. Basha had mastered the Imperial language and she'd let her guard down. He burst out laughing even harder, and panic hit him mid-breath. Yen-Lin shoved in to stop him, telling him straight that the Queen could understand every word and begging him to watch his mouth. His laughter kept swelling, and he brushed off the warning like it could never happen. Then he jabbed a finger straight at the Queen, sneering that she was a slutty little mutt, and mocking her for how she could possibly understand the glorious Imperial language. When the insult hit, the Queen didn't snap back. She just held her calm, closed-eyed smile like it was untouchable. Shimon took that as proof she had no clue and laughed at the comedy of her ignorance. But Yen-Lin read it for what it really was, panicking inside because that smile wasn't clueless at all. It was the look of someone who already knew. She finally blinked awake and her eyes skipped right past the Major straight to Yen-Lin. Enough talking, she said, and then with a delicate finger she tapped the map, counting out 5 places like a countdown, Koryu Ot Nesfu Maniata, Rahakart, and Goldia. Even as Yen-Lin's hand still shook, relief crashed through her, Queen's mercy shining like salvation. As the Queen spelled out her demands, Major Shaman kept rubbing his chin like he was weighing fate, and Yen-Lin snapped at him to knock it off and stop acting like this was serious business. He finally caved, said he got it, and declared the fortress was the kind they had to spill blood for, and now they were demanding lands even more valuable in return. As the negotiations kicked off, Yen-Lin clocked just how trapped the Empire really was, because that fortress was everything, and the Imperial soldiers still had to carve out new territory every single year. all thanks to a strict decree where even a tiny loss of land could blow up into a major political crisis. She got so fed up with herself she could have screamed, why didn't she finish the history of the empire's founding before passing out? And the queen's land choices left her baffled. Koryot and Nesview made sense since they were once human lands, but the other three were stuck in harsh mountains, cut off from the world, nowhere near ideal for ruling. As Yenlin tried to read the queen's play, Major Shaman snapped back with his own offer. He said Kori was fine and Nesview too, but taking 3 more imperial territories like Maniata, Rahakard, and Goldia? Absolutely not. He watched the queen stay cool as she reworked her demands, stripping it down to just Maniata and Goldia. The major stared at her offer, weighing it in his head. If it was only those two, maybe, just maybe, he could swallow it. Sensing the queen's nod matched his approval, she slammed the issue shut. No delays, no future ceremony, they'd sign right now. And the moment her voice cut off, a new officer stepped forward. Colonel Gettle, the newcomer sent to check the talks, arrived, and Major Shaman beamed as he declared it all settled. But the colonel slammed in that nothing's truly final until they throw a victory celebration and thank the queen for the land exchange. Then he dropped to one knee before her. Yenlin stared at that high-ranking officer, bowing with full respect, and it hit her so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. The major took his superior's move the wrong way and ate it up as mercy, convinced Colonel Gettle had finally seen how brutal the major used to be, until Gettle snapped and corrected him fast, saying the queen ruled a tiny nation and that respect wasn't optional. Then he locked in the deal's terms and shot a sharp question. Were the territories they'd be losing really Maniata and Goldia? Major Shaman practically danced with delight, confirming it, and sneered that both lands belonged to the faction of the cowardly traitor, Lieutenant Colonel Connect. With the deal locked in, Colonel Gettle leaned toward the queen and admitted her terms were tough, then exhaled in relief because they'd finally sealed it, since that fortress was vital for the expansion. As he talked, the queen lifted the paper high, smirking as if she'd already clocked the win, praising how sharp Major Shaman really was, right as the colonel snapped his quill. From where Yenlin stood, she watched everything with razor-sharp eyes. She even gave Major Shyness credit for her killer conversational skills. But she knew deep down both sides were quietly hunting for each other's weak spots. The queen stays utterly silent, eyes locked on the document in her hands, and her expression refuses to give anything away. She looked up with blazing gratitude and begged them to move the people from the ceded territories by year's end. And right beside her, Yenlin let out a shaky sigh of relief, swaying as if the whole tense ordeal had finally blown over. That same night inside Algid Fortress, the imperial officers raised their glasses and celebrated. Colonel Gettle and his men clinked drinks like they'd just pulled off a once-in-history victory, and Gettle even urged Major Shimon to do the same, promising that with their promotions coming, they'd be tougher than ever to reach. Their wild celebration didn't let up. 3 men slung their arms around each other in a drunken mess. From afar, Yenlin could only think the land exchange must have worked, until she saw the absolute disaster unfolding right in front of her. When sobriety finally crept back in, Major Shimon leaned over the map and tore into the details of the deal, his eyes going wide as he saw the permitted territories. Kori had written, Nesview, Goldia, and Maniata. Lieutenant Moe's drunken subordinate slurred his question, "Are you blind?" But the moment the doubt hit, the panic-shy man snatched the official document and barked the name out, stunned at the disbelief like, did they really sign it away? Shaman shook as Colonel Gettle smirked and bragged that he'd actually made the trip just to sign the treaty. Then it all crashed down on Shaman like a freight train. This was a massive, terrible problem. His panic surged until he bellowed the truth behind his terror. Maniata is the sacred ground where the 13th Emperor, Emperor Silganus, lies in his imperial tomb. His desperate cry hit the air, and his 2 superiors only slurred back confused nonsense, while they kept partying like nothing happened, completely oblivious to the disaster he'd just laid bare. An officer with Colonel Gettle blurts out, shaking his head in pure disbelief, "So the tomb of the 13th Emperor Silgana isn't even in Maniata." And the words slammed through the room, freezing the colonel in shock while Lieutenant Moe Pizza stands there completely lost. Yenlin's eyes go wide with pure shock, because she finally grasps how deadly this is. Emperor Silgana wasn't just any ruler. He was one of the greatest star emperors to ever shape their nation, and bargaining away the land where he rests to a tiny tribe would be a brutal hit to the honor of the empire's royal family. That crushing realization hits Lieutenant Moe so hard his pizza collapses with a wheeze, and in a weak rasp he blurts, "Colonel, what could possibly be so important about a simple tomb?" Colonel Gettle's rage sparks. He snatches him by the uniform and shakes with fury, shouting that if the central authorities ever find out, it won't be just the loss of their territory. It will be the execution of their entire clan, and most pizza shutters freeze in pure terror. He starts coughing hard, begging the colonel to calm the hell down, and in his panic most pizza, the majority decides to scrap the deal and burn the document, while the other officer grabs on and tries to hold the colonel back. An officer slams into him and demands to know if he's really trying to smear the Empire's trust. Right after he remembers Moe's pizza that this is an official, signed document, and they need to lock in on what comes next. He decides they've got to slam the doors open and restart talks ASAP, even if the Common demands other lands as the price, because their target is the brutal Algid fortress. Inside the Blue Queen's palace, Basha greets Colonel Gettle and his fancy entourage with a sly smile, then asks if they've forgotten something. Before they can blink, Moe's pizza, drenched in sweat, stammers that the land exchange might have gone wrong. Basha just shrugs it off coldly, saying she reviewed the documents and saw no mistakes. Colonel Gettle strides forward, trying to patch the mess up, insisting Maniata is cut off and a pain-demanding colossal connected territories like Haltz or Kakoba instead. Yet Bage's grin stretches wider as she drops her real plan. She wants Maniata. Her smile turns vicious. She spits out that she can't wait to desecrate the tomb of the one who stole the most land and preyed on the human people, then leans in and hammers the warning in your face. Don't you dare get in my way. Her declaration snapped the truth into Colonel Gettle's face, and dread hit him like a freight train. This woman had known about their blunder from the very beginning. While Major Shaneman cowered on the floor, begging for literally any land except the sacred Manada, Gettle's fist tightened into a hard clench. Simple apologies were done, he finally understood it was too late. Then she snapped her eyes to the kneeling Major, and a cold grin cracked across her face, spoke perfect imperial tongue, named him as the same man who'd insulted them at the meeting. And the terrified Shyman froze, hit by yet another brutal wave of shock. He frantically shouted his innocence, sweating buckets as he begged it was just a misunderstanding. Then his panic was enough to make Colonel Gettle snap, spinning on him and grilling him about whether the Major had done something offensive. She brushed off his pleas like they meant nothing, then asked, calm as ice, if that kind of behavior was just some imperial tradition. With a quick flick of her wrist, a magical tool burst into existence above her palm, and she told him it was something she'd snagged from a merchant named Nando, a device that could record both images and sound. The device roared to life and splashed a recording of Major Shimon's last meeting across the room, his voice booming as he spat that the humans were barbarian dogs and gnats, then bragged about lecherous comments toward decent bitches, and made it crystal clear he planned to take the queen for himself after the deal. And as that vile footage kept rolling, Shimon just stood there, frozen in pure, abject horror. That damning evidence detonated a wave of rage inside Colonel Gettle. He clenched his teeth as the sick truth about his men hit him full force. He already knew Major Simon was a sleaze, but this was beyond unforgivable. As he spun away from the horrified Major, Gettle dropped to one knee before the Queen and offered a crushing apology for his subordinates' outrageous disrespect, and for the shame that burned in his own bones. His apology came out, but a silent, burning glare pinned the man responsible for this international disaster. He crumpled to his hands and knees, voice shaking as he kept begging for forgiveness, yet the Blue Queen didn't budge 1 inch. She brushed aside the groveling officers and snapped a single order, bring Heisenheim to her. Then and only then would they finish their conversation. Later, in a different chamber, Heisenheim and Yen Lin faced the 2 disgraced officers, while Colonel Gettle, finally steady, but still grim, stared down the still-shaking Major Shyman and snapped that his character was filthy, then demanded what he planned to do next. Before Shimon even got a word out, a lunging fist slammed in, clamping onto the Major's face with a brutal crush, and the attacker snapped that Shimon's loud, useless mouth was done for. Then it was official. Lieutenant Hazen would take over the negotiations, while the Major could only squeak in terror and nod along. He spun toward Captain Lorenzo and laid a hand on the disgraced Major's shoulder. Then the colonel threw out an apology, saying Lorenzo was the only man he could still trust, and Lorenzo flinched, insisting he wouldn't be much help. The colonel cut him off, demanding that as a superior officer, Lorenzo should carry real confidence. He ground his teeth and thought again, no, that wasn't it. He understood that if he gave Lorenzo special treatment, all he'd get in return was gratitude, and that wasn't what he needed. While the colonel battled his own thoughts, Captain Lorenzo leaned in and spoke in a low voice to Heisenheim, warning that Heisen won't spare a soul he calls an enemy, and that he now has the colonel exactly where it hurts. Lorenzo made it clear. From this point on, everything would come down to what the colonel was willing to offer. Hazen didn't answer the colonel. He aimed straight at the disgraced Major, sighed once, then kicked the door wide open and blasted the Major's shy men out into the hall as they screamed in pain. The Major scrabbled across the floor, begging Hazen to bargain with Queen Basha. He promised he'd do anything, even choke down horse dung. Hazen just shut him down cold, saying it was already far too late for all that. While the chaos roared around him, Hayes calmly shut the book in his hands, still lost in his own thoughts. Then he broke his calm with a serene, chilling smile, and admitted right to everyone's faces that he'd been wishing they'd all die. Colonel Gettle and Major Shimon were left completely stunned by that shocking declaration. their faces locked in total disbelief. Hazen started talking with big, sweeping gestures, savoring the fact that once Colonel Kinnick's faction got purged, Captain Lorenzo would be the only superior left, and who needed more useless bosses than that. Then the Colonel snapped, calling Hazen insane, but Hazen wasn't done yet. He was still mid-sentence, He locked eyes with the Colonel and caught another detail. Then, dead calm, he casually pointed out that the Colonel's head was tilted a little too high for his liking. Major Shimmons clearly clocked his place better than the Colonel ever has, and Hazen watches it coldly. The Colonel's jaw drops at this open defiance, and he snaps at Hazen, demanding to know if he's completely lost his senses. Calm as stone, he tells the Colonel that his clan can only dodge execution if Hazen steps up and agrees to negotiate. Then he pivots to a razor-personal threat, casually saying he knows the Colonel's daughter is about to wed and that a grandkid is already on the way, and the meaning hits like a hammer. They'll all be wiped out by clan execution because of Gettel's incompetence, and the Colonel's face crumples with shock as he demands to know how Hazen got his hands on that kind of private info. A threat lands right on target. Then Colonel Gettel snaps, exploding in rage and bellowing at the lieutenant to shut his mouth, but Hazen doesn't flinch. He stays ice calm, eyes locked, and asks the Colonel quietly, chillingly, if that roar was meant for him. His icy calm instantly shatters the Colonel's rage. Now he's sweating, words stuck in his throat. Hazen leans in, insisting he's only laying out the inevitable truth, then demanding why Gettel still dares to command with that kind of authority. The Colonel tries to steady himself, but all he can manage is a weak, half-formed demand for an answer. A chilling grin yanks across his face, and he spits out, dripping with contempt, that nothing matters. He'll actually celebrate when the Colonel is dead, and he claims he feels absolutely nothing about what happens to their families. That pure venom in his voice finally shatters the Colonel. Getto lunges in panic and clamps onto Hazen's arm, begging him to keep his family out of this fight, swearing their fate would land on him. His plea crumples into total surrender. He drops to the floor and smashes his forehead to the ground, begging Hazen to step in somehow, while the lieutenant just stares down at the groveling officer, face unreadable. Then he snatches the Colonel by the hair, hauls his head up off the floor, and with icy precision reminds him, just moments ago, he'd been trying to ruin him with a charge of disrespect. Terror sparks in Colonel Gettel's eyes. He stumbles over his words, frantic to undo what he said, begging for mercy like his life depends on it. He crumpled to the floor, confessed to Lieutenant Hazen that it was all his fault, and begged for mercy, while Hazen just stared down, cold as ice, saying he wasn't some pleasure killer and demanding a reason he should even bother negotiating. The desperate Colonel shot to his feet, clawing the ground for air, and blurted out a frantic new deal: make Hazen Major General instead of Major Simon, while Simon stared in stunned disbelief. Hazen weighed the offer, rubbing his chin as thoughts raced. Realistically, a jump of 3 ranks from second lieutenant sounded wild, but Getto kept insisting it was nothing to worry about. His face twisted with irritation as he stared at the officer, demanding why Gettel was getting the promotion in the first place. The sweating colonel swore that once he hit Major General, he'd drag Hazen up through the ranks too. He surged forward, seized Gettel by the hair, and yanked his head back, pure rage burning hot in his chest. Hazen demanded to know who really owned victory, calling the colonel out for hiding behind the fortress while he crumbled in place. And that reckless challenge lit his fury even brighter. Then he slammed down a new order. When the Major General title got offered to Gettel, he had to refuse it and push Captain Lorenzo to climb into that lieutenant colonel spot instead. The demand hit Gettel so hard he couldn't even speak. As he spun to walk away, Hazen admitted, "Yeah, there wasn't a single precedent for a move like that." Then he flicked his hand like it was nothing, telling Gettel not to fret, because if he botched it, he and his whole family would just die. Before Hazen could even step away, his threat slammed into the air, and Gettel shot up to his feet, panicking as he swore, loud and desperate, that he'd do it and that he'd follow every order exactly. Captain Lorenzo didn't miss a thing. He stormed up to Hazen and grilled him about his tactics, then snapped that he refused to climb the ranks like that and demanded, "So you're just going to bolt again?" He calmly told everyone that Lorenzo was seeing the Empire's corruption up close, like a giant tree already being poisoned from within. Hazen swore the rot had sunk all the way into the trunk itself, and the only way to save it was to cut off the rotten branches and leaves before the whole thing collapsed. Captain Lorenzo bowed his head, crushed by how brutal the proposal sounded, and he couldn't even get his full objection out. He only managed to mutter that the method was just too much. The scene burned in his mind. Colonel Gettel stripped of dignity, clawing at his leg and begging him to say yes to Lieutenant Hazen's proposal, while Lorenzo stayed stubborn until the colonel snapped the truth. If he refused, every last person in his clan would die. Right here in the present, Hazen slid a steady hand onto the captain's shoulder, then told Lorenzo, "Wake up. You can't keep hiding behind your integrity while you mourn the Empire's fate." And just like that, he made it clear. Lorenzo wasn't standing on the sidelines anymore, he was in the fight inside it. The captain groaned with fatigue and Hazen kept pressing his pitch, so casually it was dangerous, hinting that if Lorenzo still said no, Hazen could simply defect to the duchy, especially since General Gazar was gone and they were stretched thin. Lorenzo spun back, grimly realizing that letting Hazen slip away was a risk the Empire couldn't afford. So he shut the door on that idea and chose to stay, watching Hazen like a hawk. Their eyes locked in a brutal standoff. Lorenzo snapped that he'd follow the plan, but he'd never sign off on these methods or on Hazen. Hazen stayed unshaken, smiling like he already knew Lorenzo's answer. He admitted he hated this method too, but fate left him with no escape. So he stared Lorenzo down and said the truth. The captain's disgust for coercing a promotion is exactly why Hazen can only trust him with the job. Once the promotion was locked in, Hazen's focus snapped to the next move. He hooked a hand onto Yenlin's head, stepped to Major Scheimet and declared he was buying Yen back. The major blinked, then nodded fast, and they all geared up to head straight for the fortress. Then he slid a document to the major and spelled it all out. Those 10 gold coins Scheiman paid weren't for the deal at all, they were just to settle the penalty she owed. The contract was crystal clear. The real buyback price for Yen was 3 gold coins. The major's face lit up instantly, and she practically couldn't wait to agree to sell her for that price. The major snapped back right away, sputtering that the price was outrageous, and with his arms folded tight, Hazen just smirked and asked if he had a problem, then calmly knocked it down to 5 silver coins. While the major shy men reeled in disbelief and grumbled that the price kept dropping, Hazen didn't even blink. He slashed the price again and said, "Dead serious, fine," then tossed out 1 shining silver coin. His final insulting offer hits like a punch. Shyness sputters, flustered beyond words, and stuck for nothing to say. Beside him, Yin Lin stays silent, her face impossible to read as the major flounders, one blazing thought crashes into her mind, drenched in pure frustration. Everything he says just drags her worth lower and lower. Before Shaman can even blurt another word, Hazen steps in with a warm grin, waving Yin back in like nothing happened. The beaten major finally snaps. He screams that he'll sell her for 3 huge silver coins. Then Hazen just stays cool and nods, sealing the bargain on the spot. He flicks his eyes to Yen Lin and realizes, holy hell, how brutally Scheiman underpriced her like she's worth nothing, and Yen Lin just stares back, utterly baffled. Her idea of what terrible even means collapsing under the sheer madness of that deal with. Once that's done, he snaps his attention to Colonel Gettle, who's right in the middle of signing that paper. Then Hazen checks the signature, nods once, and barks the next orders. From this moment on, Gettle has to carry out Captain Lorenzo's commands, and in exchange, his decorative colonel's spot at the fortress is locked in. Right next to him, a twitchy major tries to choke out a question. What happens to him? Hazen swears that if he completes his new duties, he'll earn his way to Colonel too. So Shimon clenches his jaw, lets out a desperate roar, and shouts that he's in. With that eager yes, Hazen shoves a brutal, thick metal collar into his hands and orders him to put it on. Then the major's face crumples, confusion snapping into pure shock and disgust. He stares down at the humiliated officer with a brutal, cold glare, and Hazen lays out his new station like it's nothing. Because from this moment on, he's not a man anymore, he's livestock, beneath even a dog or a pig. Far from that fortress inside the grand domed palace, a whole other power gets the message. And when the name is spoken aloud, it's Lord Barsha. Inside, Blue Queen Basha sprawls back as a warrior drops the news that Hazen's party has finally arrived. And she snaps, stunned. She admits she misjudged her own people, never imagining they could actually steer Hazen's next move. Her scout Orav stood frozen at his post, watching in silence as the very party she'd been waiting for finally marched down that long corridor. Lieutenant Hessenheim and a little girl, Yin Lin. When the guests finally barged into her chamber, the sight hit her like a punch. She froze mid-breath, eyes bulging in pure disbelief, and all she could manage was a shaky, "Wait, what?" He greeted her with a calm grin, and those rattling chains clanged along with his words. "It's been a while, Queen Basha. I'm relieved you're doing well." Right there on the floor, on all fours and shackled with a collar and chain, sat Major Scheimet. Hazen tipped his head toward the broken officer and said, "Take this gift, consider it our thanks for overlooking our recent disrespect." She snapped back to her feet, a sneaky grin flashing across her face as she said she didn't want it, and with that comfy closed-eye smile, Hazen couldn't help laughing at the perfect coincidence, because he wanted nothing to do with it either. The queen lounged on her chaise and snapped, "Throw him in the dungeon." And Major Scheimet exploded in protest, hurling an accusing finger at Hazen as he screamed that this wasn't the deal and that he was supposed to be promoted to colonel. He spun back to the major, who was barely hanging on, wearing a grin of fake pity. "Oh, that's just tragic," Hazen drawled, cold as ice. "If you died right here, you'd have walked out with a 2-rank posthumous promotion." As Scheimet got hauled off, screaming that he didn't want to die, Hazen snapped his focus back onto Basha, then cut loose, "Enough with the sideshow. What about Carolho, Kamakarna, Asokahayu, and Mizui for the locations? She praised his generosity, then sighed like all her clever little tests were for nothing. Every plan she'd cooked up had gone to waste. Dropping the schemes for good, she told Yin to begin drafting the contract, and the young girl snapped into action with eager agreement. The young girl lunged for Hazen, buzzing with excitement, and he immediately begged her to let go. He shoved the message into her hands, "Finish that contract tonight," because he was sure his liver couldn't survive 2 days of celebration. Queen Basha snapped her fingers, clapped once, and announced they'd party and feast nonstop until it was done. She inched closer and tilted his chin up with a soft touch, then rained praise on his incredible skill, only to admit a chill had crawled in somewhere, like her side had gained too much from this. She leaned in and reminded him of the moment they first teamed up. He'd sworn he had zero plans to ever serve the Empire. Her eyes stayed locked on him as she pressed the question hard, forcing him to spill his real goal, to reveal who he truly was. Then she said his name like it mattered, Hazenheim. Hazenheim dodges the question about who he really is, says he can't spill much right now, and drops a hint that there's more to come. Just as his thoughts start to spiral, Blue Queen Basha's voice slams in and lays down the mission. She'll need his help in 2 years. And until then she wants the human tribe to forge even stronger power in the mountains. She reads his silence like a yes, clocking that he isn't pressing her for answers. So he smirks back with a knowing wry grin and tells himself she'd dodge the question anyway, even if he asked. Basha throws him a grateful smile and says the Kuman never forgets a death. Then Hayasen admits he only made a deal, and Basha shuts that down fast, claiming his honest, "not now" was worth more than any half-baked lie. She stares at a haunting vision of her people, finally safe, finally fed, living in peace, with hunger and invasion kept far away. Later, they clink drinks beside a moonlit window, and Basha leans in to say eternal peace is nothing but a lie. Just a quick fading calm that Hazen nods along with, quietly admitting the same. She clenches her resolve and tells them the only move left is to keep pushing ahead, doing everything they can to stretch that moment out, even just a little longer. He stays perfectly still, face set in stone, soaking up every word she says like it's heavy enough to crush him. Later on, Hayes strides up to Yen Lin and the dozing human scribe Doze and asks how their off-hours lesson went. Doze, clutching a document, says the contract's finally done, and honestly, it wasn't terrible for an all-nighter. Yen Lin's eyes go wide as he blurts, "Since when are you and the Queen working together?" Before Queen Basha suddenly steps in, cracking the truth. No, they're not exactly allies, and admits her last message to Hazen was 2 months ago, turning the whole mystery up to a whole new level. While she fought to even understand the bombshell, Hayes stayed unnervingly calm and told Yenna her judgment was off. She should have weighed every option from day one, because his whole intricate scheme had been launched the second the higher-ups shot down his proposal. She reeled in disbelief, realizing his plan had started ages ago, and she pressed him hard, demanding to know why he'd gone to such brutal lengths just to topple Colonel Gettel's faction. He shot back with his own game-changing strategy. "If you're going to trade territories, you better squeeze every last ounce of impact out of it." Then he hit them with the real twist. Bigger impact doesn't always match the Empire's biggest payoff. He built his whole plan on one thing. The other officers' flaws were basically guaranteed. Captain Lorenzo would have instantly doomed the talks, while Major Simon, the spectacular idiot, would storm ahead alone just to snatch the spotlight. And even if Colonel Gettel tried to step in, that risk was small enough to live with. Yin Lin felt completely lost and her thoughts started tumbling. She even cursed at herself for not studying the Empire's founding history, because every time she tried, she nodded off. Then a sharp suspicion hit. She demanded to know if someone had tampered with the book. Hazen didn't backpedal. He said her own lack of vigilance was the real problem. He crossed his arms and kept drilling his lesson, no promise of spoon-feeding her answers. He snapped that if she wanted knowledge, she should have gone hunting for it elsewhere, and Yin Lin fired back, reminding him that it was him who demanded she call him master and study under him. Fuming with frustration, she yanked her braid and stared him down, straight up asking what lesson he was really trying to drill into her. With a steady stare, he dropped the heart of his philosophy and made it crystal clear. It was all about humanity, because the most uncontrollable forces on this earth are fools who somehow climb into high positions. She mulled it over and couldn't ignore it. Major Simon was a scoundrel through and through, but when she finally spoke, she insisted Colonel Gettel had always looked like a perfectly normal officer to her. He admitted Gettel had real talent, but then snapped at the one fatal flaw. He lost his commander's judgment when he only kept loyalists close, and year after year Hazen came to the brutal truth. Gettel was the one who ruined the fortress from the inside. He sinks in beside Yin Lin and lays down a brutal lesson. Major villains like Major Simon are rare. Most of the scum wear the same smiling faces as normal, even good people, so she has to train her eyes to rip through every facade. Right after that, Yinlin stands shoulder to shoulder with Blue Queen Basha, and the queen sticks out her tongue like it's a joke. So Yinlin snatches her hand and copies it, face twisted with disgust as she mutters black. Then the girl rockets forward, throws her arms around the queen and begs, right there in front of her, that Basha adopt her, grinning with pure excitement as she watches from close by, all haze and frustration building. Basha snaps her head over with a smug, triumphant smile, saying she's got a knack for winning over children. For a while afterward, North Ghana Fortress turns into pure chaos. Yin Lin strides through the corridors as everything whirls around her. Right then, Hazen runs into Captain Lorenzo. Lorenzo shoots him a dry compliment and says this look actually fits him. Hazen just smirks and Lorenzo exhales, realizing it could totally sound sarcastic, but he decides to take it as a straight-up win. Just as the conversation is about to heat up, Colonel Gettle storms in and shuts it down. Lorenzo stays cool as he speaks to the colonel, but Major Shimment, who's right behind him, jerks and blurts out a shocked yell. The colonel barrels right up to Hazen, menacingly shutting out Lorenzo, and then snaps out a direct order. Tell the men from Lieutenant Colonel Kynex's faction how they're to be handled as instructed, no freelancing, no talking on your own, and Hazen answers with a simple, solid yes. Once Colonel Gettle leaves, Lorenzo swings back to Hazen and says the truth about the man. He used to be hailed as a fearless soldier. Then his voice turns a little sad as he admits that everyone ages and he can. He keeps ranting that surrounding yourself with yes men and getting addicted to an easy life is basically a poison that rots you from the inside. Hazen gives a small, sharp smile and prays Lorenzo won't meet the same fate. And with a cocky smirk, Lorenzo promises he'll carry that warning forward. He snapped to attention in front of Captain Lorenzo as the captain declared that, fresh off his promotion, this was his first mission, handing Lieutenant Hazen his orders. Hazen nodded, ready to go. The order shipped Hazen to the Southern Doctrine Territory, right into a remote rear support base miles away from the Lyle frontline. Because Lorenzo wanted him to watch from afar, sharpen his judgment, and grow into someone who'd outshine even him. Hazen snapped up the assignment, and Riley couldn't stop bragging about how tough the colonel really was. While Lorenzo finally cracked, saying his own stomach couldn't take Hazen staying cooped up in that fortress anymore. And then he leaned in like he'd seen the future, betting Hazen would rise fast as a civil officer, even if it meant doing his own thing anyway. Right as their conversation wrapped up, the office door got yanked open. Sergeant Buzz stormed in, eyes blazing, demanding to know if the rumors about Lieutenant Hazen getting new orders were real. He spun around to face the sergeant and confirmed the news, and when Buzz spotted the captain, he shot out a quick apology for barging in, then Lorenzo waved it away. Hazen stepped in next, setting the record straight. Lorenzo wasn't a captain anymore, he'd been promoted to lieutenant colonel. The news hit the sergeant like a gut punch, and with his shoulders sagging, he bemoaned the fact that it was a real shame to have to see Lieutenant Hayes go. His sorrow vanished in a blink, replaced by burning seriousness, and Buzz leaned in close, swearing his words came from the heart. While Hazen, flustered and awkward, tried to wave it off as just praise, insisting he wasn't the kind of guy who was easy to like. The sergeant snapped back, his face blazing with total sincerity, hand pressed to his heart as he thanked Lieutenant Hazen, saying it was Hazen's fairness that finally let him feel proud of the work he does. Taken aback by praise that hit so deep, Hazen snapped his gaze away, a sweat bead rolling down his temple, while Lieutenant Colonel Lorenzo watched nearby with a quiet, knowing smile. Then Hazen spun back to the sergeant, eyes locked with pure resolve. He'd made a promise. If Buzz kept climbing and proved he could handle the job in 3 years, Hazen would personally make sure he got promoted out of his non-commissioned officer spot, and the sergeant just sat there, stunned, unable to even respond. He plants his feet and tells Lieutenant Colonel Lorenzo straight to the face, "If the law blocks us, I'll just change it." Lorenzo shoots back that the legal maze is real. He even admits Sergeant Buzz's talent, but he doubts anyone can keep a promise like that. The lieutenant colonel whips his gaze to Sergeant Buzz, standing at attention in front of him, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple after he just overheard everything. That tense moment snaps into relief when both men burst into laughter. Lorenzo grins and admits he'd never bet against Lieutenant Hazen pulling off a stunt like that. Their laughter still hung in the air as Hazen declared he was heading out, saying he was packing up to go. Buzz stepped in to help, but Hazen, confused by how hard they were laughing, just shot a question at him before turning straight to Lee. He flat out refuses the offer, snapping back that he's supposed to be in training right now, and that sharp reminder lands in the sergeant like a punch. Later, inside his office, Hayes stood clutching a stack of documents while his eyes slid to the training ground below. And at the next desk, Yen Lin kept scribbling with fierce focus, practicing that writing. She senses him the moment he's there, then she snaps her eyes up and calls him master. and he whirls away from the window with that sharp, knowing smile, like he's been planning it all along. The instant she tries to read his documents, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the room. Then Hazen doesn't even flinch as he tells her to toss one more paper onto the pile. The papers spill a brutal laundry list, charges against LT Moe's Pizza, a formal complaint to the Ministry of Justice, a chilling letter to his family begging them to disown him, and accusations of crimes inside a fortress, even helping someone escape. And the fallout is merciless, with his disgrace almost certainly ending in high-class slavery. With his arms crossed and a smug smirk, Haesen tells Moe's Pizza it should be thankful for a job worthy of his status. Then Yen-Lin, swamped with rage, slams her fists on the desk and screams that he's a heartless devil. He trudges through that sun-scorched desert with a grueling journey still ahead, while his travel companion keeps jabbing his side and snapping him back to reality. Her next post is supposed to be even worse than the last, so they've got zero time for idle chatter. 15 days riding hard on horseback, and then there it is, the fortified city of Doctrine territory rising ahead. Yinlin snaps into a gasp at the sight, while Hazen and his other companion does stare it down in silent, hooded stillness. As their little band clatters toward the city gates on horseback, the locals fix them with scorching, cutting glares. The hostility clicks into place when a pack of starving, desperate kids crashes in, swarming them and begging with outstretched hands. And Hazen just stays stone cold, his expression swallowed by the shadow of his cloak. Ignoring their pleas, he and Do shoved onward, tearing through the road and leaving the impoverished kids stranded behind them in the dust. After slipping into his uniform inside the administrative district, he stares at a jaw-dropping government building. And the moment he sees the ugly, no-hiding wealth gap, he grimly realizes that this rich, cold palace is about to become his new workplace. Inside, he steps up and introduces himself. Heisenheim, I've been assigned as a mid-level civil officer. Then the thought hits him. Doctrine territory is supposed to be a cushy backline support base run by aristocrats miles from the front. It should feel safe, but the way its people are living tells a harsher truth. A man behind the massive desk snaps to attention, greets him, and says he's Vikarnal Ghana, the territory's acting governor. Then tells Hazen the office is ready and to get moving. He takes it all in, double-checks the guy's identity, then his mind clicks into place. He maps the hierarchy and realizes that acting governor in civil terms hits the same level as a colonel in the military, a major rank. The second he steps into his brand new office, a man snaps into rigid attention like a soldier. And the aide, Gilman Dwanoa, a mid-level civil officer secretary assigned to his system, introduces himself, while Hazen fires back with a quick, respectful greeting. He demanded to start working right away, but Gilman Dwanoa, his new secretary, cut him off and said it was time for greeting rounds, then marched through the calls. First the acting governor's secretary, then the chief civil officer, and more right after. Hazen blinked at the mountain of officials he was expected to meet, and Gilman kept pushing, saying the greeting rounds were just protocol. And if Hazen wanted people to remember his face, they'd have to throw banquets and put on a big show. He drained a tired sigh, grumbling to himself about what a total headache this was. He just wanted to get to work. As Hazen started scribbling at his desk, Gilman snapped that no work would ever happen unless Hazen followed protocol, swearing nobody would even look twice at papers from a stranger. Until Hazen fired back, demanding what the point of all that red tape was if it just choked the real work. His mind snapped to the territory's strategic weight. Doctrine territory was the vital relay for supplies streaming to the frontline across the brutal Bahana Desert. And his whole mission was to fix that route, but he couldn't turn away from the burning crisis. The city's people were starving, with food and water running dangerously short. Hazen snapped his attention back to the conversation and gave in. He said he got it, and he'd follow the advice while also praising Gilman as a truly great secretary. Gilman froze when praise suddenly hit him out of nowhere. He instantly remembered the advice he'd given Hazen. Win over the boss's favor to get the work rolling, but don't wrap the truth in flattery. Hazen shoved a stack of documents into his hands, insisting he couldn't stand to see his work wasted, and showing off that good attitude like it was action movie proof. Gilman stared down in disbelief at 3 razor-detailed plans for civilian aid and upgraded supply routes straight to the front lines. As Hazen turned to leave, Gilman shot after him, yelling that those flawless documents would never pass, and how it was downright rude to blend work with small talk. While Hazen just sat there, thinking about how miserable it felt to be a civil officer. He stopped dead, flashed a confident look straight into his eyes, and told Gilman he'd take the shot. Then made it crystal clear that since he was the superior, he owned every result, both what he did and what Gilman did too. Heisenheim stands in front of those huge double doors, squares his shoulders, and announces himself with crisp, formal precision. The new mid-level civil officer. The door swings wide, and there it is. A plush, lavish office where a hefty older civil aide lounges between 2 female assistants. Neotai Gamori cracks a lecherous grin at Hazen, drawling out a crooked welcome and smugly admitting he's heard all about him. With the decadent chaos behind him, his eyes snap sharper, clocking the two helpers and the territory's jammed workload, and he rushes to shove his proposal forward for review. But Gunmori just breezes over the papers and waves them off, ordering him to drop work for now. The senior civil man puffed cigar puffs into an ashtray, not once looking at the papers, and then casually asked to meet the new officer for a calm, one-on-one chat, straight up catching Hazen completely off guard. Gamori's smile stretches into a slimy grin, and he blurts that sure, being excited to work is fine, but what he's really craving is what Hazen is going to hand him, clearly hinting at a bride. Hazen stays cool and asks straight if that expectation goes past his official duties, and Gamori confirms it's exactly what he expects. That easy compliance hooked him, and the official leaned in with a creaky chair and a greedy sparkle in his eyes. Then he pressed hard, asking eagerly whether Hazen was hinting they should meet at a certain kind of place. He tells him straight up, this isn't just any meetup, it's a Milan talk kind of place. Then he clocks how Ganmori can't get enough to eat, and Hazen jumps in like, don't worry, I'll handle the whole food plan myself. To lure him in even deeper, Hazen swears there'll be a feast packed with fresh, top-tier ingredients imported straight from North Galna. And the moment Ganmori hears it, excitement detonates in his chest, his breathing turning heavy with pure starving desire. Then he fakes a problem and claims that, since he's new, he doesn't have a proper place yet for a meal like that. Until Gunmori, totally fooled by the offer, lights up, points, and practically demands that Hazen use his own villa. With a slack grin and zero self-control, the official blurts out if he can just grab everything without a single worry, and Hazen, smiling like he planned it all, hands him a tiny wrapped gift and says, take whatever you want, Gunmori. Senior Civil Aide Nyatai Gunmori, mouth hanging open with pure anticipation, ate up the words like they were fuel, then announced he was sick of the local food, bragging that North Galna was packed with fair-skinned delicacies and practically vibrating with excitement at the thought of bringing some home. With the upper hand, Hazen leaned into his advantage, praising what he knew about goods from other regions, then flashed a sly grin and teased his next picks. Gilgas chicken thighs, maybe Miglu cow dairy, or even a juicy fillet. The official let out a booming laugh, his lecherous thoughts firing off the moment those thighs and dairy got mentioned. Then he slammed his hand down and proclaimed that Hazen was a promising rookie who finally got him. He nodded at the praise and just said thanks, insisting he wasn't some foodie at all. He only learned it all from a guidebook. With the vibe locked in, Hazen guided the talk right back to his proposals. And Gamori, still grinning like a maniac and practically drooling, said they'd tackle it tomorrow at the very earliest because everything hinged on how tonight's fun turned out. He swallowed hard and grit sharpened his face. He got the deal in full, then nodded in silence, promising he'd do everything he could. When night rolled in, Yatai's lavish villa lit up like a dream, windows blazing beneath a crescent moon. Inside, a huge table groaned under a spectacular feast. And when Hazen swept out the food with a flourish, he shot a quick apology for being late, right as Gonmurray arrived, greeted the senior civil aide, and urged him to dig into his favorite dishes. But the second Gamori saw what was happening, his smug grin cracked. Confusion hit him like a tidal wave, leaving him staring in total disbelief. The reason for his confusion hit him like a truck. Hazen, towel in hand like a pro, snapped into a non-stop list of dishes. Gilgas chicken thigh, Balba chicken breast, Galna-style fried chicken, Miglu cow sirloin, and even a fillet cooked your way with assorted cheeses. Gunmori tried to cut in, begging him to stop, but his plea drowned under the sheer avalanche of food descriptions. With a cool head, Hazen fires back at the frantic official, "What about the women?" and flashes a sharp, knowing smile, "There aren't any here." Then he reminds him Gamori never said they'd be provided, not after the meeting. The official jerks back, eyes wide and mind reeling. After all that back and forth, how in the world did the lieutenant still miss the message? He glares at Hazen, who just stands there pretending he has no idea what's going on. His calm shatters like glass. Then Gunmori rips into a gut-wrenching roar, yelling that it was all just code, a secret Hazen, the pathetic fool, never even bothered to notice. The outburst collapses into frantic panic as he flings his hands around. Gunmori blurts out that he refused a meeting with his own superior, because Hazen demanded this dinner. Then he begs for answers, asking what he's even supposed to do now and how in the world any of this mess can be fixed. Gonmurray hisses women over and over, and while Hazen stress eats, he clocks that his opponent has fully cracked. Then bows with this sick little calm, promises he'll set things up right away and slips out, the door clicking shut behind him. Alone in the hallway, he keeps his calm face on. But inside, his thoughts rage over the state of the administration. The creeping corruption, the brutal taxes crushing everyone, the nobles skimming profits like it's nothing, and bribery spreading everywhere. This confirmation isn't doom at all. Ice-cold delight snaps onto his face as he realizes this simple corruption can actually help him. He's got his first target, and Yatai Gunmori is it. 1 month back in the imperial capital, Heisenheim declared he was done. And when the door clicked shut behind him, it felt like the final page of his life turning as he prepared to vanish. When he spun around, Emma was crouched behind the doorframe, hiding like she'd been caught red-handed. So he snapped that eavesdropping habit wasn't exactly admirable. And she blurted a messy denial, cheeks burning, insisting she wasn't doing anything wrong. She was just worried and came to make sure he was okay. She pushed him for answers, teeth clenched as frustration spilled out, and she couldn't believe he could stay so calm after he showed up for his transfer greetings, only to get instantly hated by the acting governor. But Hazen didn't flinch one bit, like it didn't even matter. She snapped at him, reminding him, loud and clear, that the acting governor held the highest power at his brand new post. He nodded like he got it, admitting this wasn't a frontline death trap, just a long, grating pain in the neck he could endure. Then it hit him, this was all because he never offered a bride, and he figured that at least gave him a way to reduce the blowback they'd judge him for beyond his real skills. He turned back to Emma and admitted that promotion was only the first piece of his plan. He had bigger goals in mind. Emma shot back with doubt, calling the rear support unit a spiteful punishment, and demanded to know if he was really fine with staying stuck while others climbed. His eyes slid down a long, ominous corridor as he laid out the truth. Imperial City stinks from the inside, crawling with bribes and embezzlement, and the corruption is rooted so deep it won't ever let go. Hearing that, Emma's face eased into pure relief. She even admitted she'd been sick with worry about the war in North Galna, and it was for nothing. Then Hazen flashed a confident grin, told her to just wait and see, and promised he'd rack up the best achievements before long. That bold promise drags the Chronicle straight into the present at Neotai's villa. Then Hazen slams through the doors, announcing his arrival to a drunken Neotai Ganamori like he's stealing the spotlight. And the senior civil aide freezes, staring in pure, wide-eyed shock. He snaps his arm out in a dramatic flourish, revealing a row of bone-thin, tattered women he's hauled into the lavish room. And a razor-sharp grin lights up his face as he asks his boss, Nyatai Gunmori, if these gifts are finally up to his standards. Women stand barefoot in filthy ruin, hair clumped across their eyes, either hollow-eyed with nothing left inside or burning with a deep, vicious resentment. One young woman, dark-skinned with wild black hair, just stares straight ahead like she's daring the world to come for her. With a wide, mocking grin, Hazen calls out that these people are the ones wasting away under Gamori, then dramatically tells them to dig in. When the starving women see the feast, they lunge for the table and devour everything in frantic, desperate bites. The spectacle snaps Gunmori into action. He slams his fist on the table, tremors rattle his frame with pure rage, a wine bottle gripped tight as he sputters, demanding to know what kind of game that young lieutenant is playing. Fury twisted his face as Gunmori jabbed a finger and roared for his guards to wipe out the insolent joker. Two of them surged forward with batons up, but Hazen stayed ice calm, hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed weapon. With one smooth snap, he whips out a giant bladed fan and slams it down. Guards get hurled aside before they can even blink, their weapons turning useless on impact, and the blow slams Gunmori backward, tumbling him out of his chair. As one guard hits the floor with a brutal thud, the dark-skinned woman freezes mid-bite, startled, until Gunmori roars that Hazen's gone insane and that treason is a death sentence for 3 generations. She doesn't flinch at all, just goes right back to sipping her drink. Right before Gunmori can keep screaming, Hazen rockets forward and slaps a gloved hand over the official's mouth, snuffing the shout with a brutal, choked gasp. He slams the man's head down and growls that he'd better not mess with him, then rants that the women are starving thanks to Gunmori's iron tyranny. While Hazen smirks to himself, thinking, yeah, he didn't plan on killing someone on his first day, but this is a pretty damn solid start. With the terrified official finally released, Hazen whips around toward the dark-skinned woman and demands her name. She swallows hard and says she's Kiana. Just then, General Gazar storms in with his horn-bearing companion, grinning as he calls Hazen out for being a brutal boss. Hazen doesn't miss a beat. He jabs a finger at Gunmori and tells Gazari, "You've gotta." He slaps his hand on Kiana's head, flashes a confident smirk, and declares that from this moment on she and the rest will be bandits, and Kiana is left completely speechless. The horned man snaps back right away, yelling that Hazen can't just throw down a claim like that. But Hazen doesn't blink, reassures him everything's fine, and explains that General Gazar will lead the way and guide them. Then Hazen's gaze snaps to the bound Neotai Gunmori, foot slammed on the man's back, while he spins the official story. These civilians, crushed by poverty, turned to banditry, hit the villa, grabbed the wealth, and dragged Gunmori off. The senior civil aide, drenched in sweat, can barely get the words out, furious at the idea that a fellow officer could even back a stunt like that. He grinds EO in the game, and back with a vengeance, snarls at that filthy pig to knock off the high-end mighty act, then coldly tells him he's just siphoning off that ill-gotten loot and he'd better be grateful for the help. Gunmori erupts in maniacal laughter, bragging that Hazen's got zero proof. But the young lieutenant stays ice calm and fires back that Gamori's own men have already been denounced in absentia, with solid evidence of his corruption locked down, and then Hazen leans in and swears he'll counterfeit proof so disgusting that even the liar's family will turn their backs on him. That threat smashes Gamori's confidence to pieces. His mouth goes dry, he blurts out disbelief, and he swears nobody in the world would ever buy that kind of fabrication. Hazen stares down at him and crushes every last shred of hope on the spot, coldly declaring that everyone will believe it, because Gunmori is famous for doing exactly that, and the corrupt official's face snaps into pure terrified horror. Mori's completely shattered. He scrambles backward in panic, swearing with his money he'll finally back the people he starved and rule with righteousness from here on out. But Hayasen tosses him a cold, wishy-washy answer, saying he'll think about it. But it was all a slick lie. Hazen flashes a cheerful grin, claps his hands, and tells the fresh-made bandits to split up the valuables and drag Gamori away, while the bound official twists on the floor, begging them to stop and insisting Hazen had just promised to consider his plate. With a chilling, stretched grin, Hazen lays out the nasty trick. His promise to consider it was just a lie. He drags the words out, savoring every beat, then leans in and asks the beaten man if he finally gets it. Neotai and Gunmori shake with pure rage, faces twisted in disbelief, as Neotai bellows, demanding who on earth could possibly make sense of Hazen's cryptic judgment, then screams that after a positive review he's been condemned as worthless and won't get a shred of help. Hazen coolly shuts him down, his face dripping with contempt as he snarls that of course he can't crack it, because a lust-crazed pig wouldn't even stand a chance. Under the crescent moon, a scream slices through the night, while General Gazar lounges with a bottle of wine, watching captured citizens, now slaves, get marched past with their goods, as he casually tells them they're being shipped off to that hellish place again. The scene snaps over to Hazen, trading words with Gazar as he paints a grim picture. Bribes and corruption run the show, and officials hoard their wealth like it's a prize. He tells them people are getting taxed down to the edge of death, and if nothing changes, the supply lines feeding the Lyle frontline will soon freeze and stall. Gazar scoffs at the assessment, sneering that losing a war over petty internal squabbles would be a pathetic joke. Their talk gets yanked off the rails when Kiana, shaking like a leaf, rushes up to Gazar and blurts that the cargo is finally loaded, while Hazen just watches, stone-faced. Then the general lays out his plan to Hazen on the spot. He's going to dump every valuable item through a merchant named Nando, and after that, he'll train the captured women to become useful in just a few months. He flashes that grin with sharp teeth and basically says Hazen won't stay silent for long. Then he presses, "So what scheme are you cooking up this time?" Hazen drags out a weary look and snaps back that he thinks the word is just too crude. His entire attitude flips, ice-cold confidence spreads as a smirk curls across his face, and he straight up confirms Gazar's fears are right, saying he'll settle everything within 6 months. The very next morning, after Senior Civil Aiden Yatai's reception, Lieutenant Hazenheim storms into his office with a folder tucked under his arm. Hazen wastes no time. He walks right up to a startled Gilman Wanoa, a mid-level civil officer, and he drops a steadying hand on his shoulder the second he clocks the shock on his face. He clocks that Gilman burned the midnight oil, 2 empty mugs on the desk give it away, and Hazen tells him straight. The Nyatai proposals weren't even urgent, so staying up all night tanks efficiency, meaning he should never do that again. Gilman just hangs his head and admits he got crushed by the insane pile of documents. He lets out a deep sigh, grateful for Gilman's responsibility, then cuts him off and tells him to take the rest of the day. He's already put in a full shift. Gilman stares back in shock, wondering what on earth is going to happen to the work. He tells Gilman he needs him to burn through the stamina, because soon he's going to crank the workload even harder. Gilman understands, stands up, and then weirdly shuffles out of the office like he's moving through syrup. As Gilman strides away, he lets out a long sigh, soaking in the rare miracle of a full day off, until a sudden tapping snaps him out of it, and when he turns, a small child is right there, making him blurts a startled shout. As Yin turns around and Hazen closes in from behind, Hazen starts to call her his master, then catches himself and blurts, "She's just here." Gilman stays totally dumbfounded and fires back, asking what Yin is doing in a place like this and whether she's lost. He plants a hand on her head and with a sharp bow introduces Yen as his personal secretary, then apologizes for being so late to say it. Yen lights up, beams right back and introduces herself, leaving Gilman completely dumbstruck by what he just learned. As Gilman stumbles down the hall, she can't help thinking about how amazing that kid must be next to him. Then Hazen yells over, reminding him he's more than capable. But he must stop comparing himself to her because she's something special. Back in the office, Yin blows her cheeks and snaps that Hazen is sweet to everyone except her. She expects him to cave, but he totally brushes off her pout, locks back in on the documents she's laid out and fires off questions about the supply route intel. Then he grins, shocked that she knocked out so much work so fast and still pulled results even better than they ever expected. He's stunned by her efficiency. The kid just zipped past every expectation. Yin-Lin tells him she does interviews to pull info fast, then double-checks any sketchy bits so the report stays solid. As he studies the map she laid out, he realizes every single one of the 12 supply routes to the front line is a detour, and it hits him that it's all about risk management, since a straight shot would mean crossing into other countries. Then Yin-Lin catches his intense stare, calls him out for being creepy, and takes a careful step back. He shrugs off her complaint and locks in on the mission, demanding to know if there's really no straight shot across the desert. Yin-Lin snaps back that it's reckless, especially with no oases, and even building one just to haul water would cost an obscene fortune. His eyes flick to the window and a plan snaps into place in his head. Forget fancy water routes, just make it rain and let the water do the rest. Yin-Lin stares at him, stunned out of her wits, insisting it's a desert asterisk because the sky refuses to rain on command. While Hazen, unshaken, claims that as a mage he'll find a way somehow. Her doubt flips straight into shock when she hears him, and she snaps back that even the Empire's magic can't conjure rain like that. Then, eyes dropping to an image of people suffering, her voice softens as she admits that seeing them makes her want to grab onto any scrap of hope. He gets her vibe instantly. After everything she's seen and heard out in this dried-out wasteland, she's fighting to save it too, and he jumps in, saying they need fast, hard-impact moves right now, because Oasis is exactly what can strengthen the supply routes and keep civilians standing steady. His mind races to the people he'll need for this mission, because without the Oasis Foundation, rain would just slip away. He remembers putting the right folks in General Gazar's hands, but he knows it'll take a full month before they're actually useful for what he's planning. Once he makes up his mind, he whirls to his secretary and barks an order. Yin-Lin, keep working, he'll go check things elsewhere. Stunned, she still nods and obeys. Meanwhile, in a different office, Chief Secretary Motskali Venice is losing it, panicking, pounding the desk, and demanding to know why Senior Civil Aide Nyate still hasn't been reached. An aide rushes in with a brutal update. Nyate's villa might have been ransacked. Without a second to spare, Motskali tears through the previous day's visitor list, screaming for answers, who the hell Hazenheim is and who let him walk in for an unrecorded meeting. He whips around to the two female aides, bellowing that the visit was only yesterday, then demanding to know what's wrong with them, only for both to stare back, completely lost, and swear they have zero memory of anything from that day. He clamps down on his thumb, panic snapping through his thoughts as nightmare after nightmare flashes. If Neotai got attacked, whether he even survives is on the line. He remembers all those secret banquets, yet somehow they always had his location. Now the chief secretary is sweating because if the worst really happened, Neotai's personal secretaries are done for jobless. His mouth goes FFFHFFF. His frantic thoughts get snapped in half by a knock at the door, and he clenches his teeth, furious, wondering who dares call at this hour. Then the door creaks open, and the second he sees the visitor, his suspicion ignites. Hazenheim. Hazenheim steps into the doorway with a cool, almost smug smirk. Then straight up announces he's come to check on the proposals he sent yesterday, and asks if Senior Civil Aiden Yadai is available. Matt Scully practically freezes when the question hits. Then one of Neotai's aides leans in and quietly confirms who the visitor is, and Matt snaps back with a shaky, strained welcome. He points to a chair, his voice razor-sharp with a hidden bite, and tells Hazen, "Turns out we've got business with you too, come on, sit." A steaming cup of tea slides in front of Hazen, and Mott Scully wastes no time. He steps up and introduces himself as the chief secretary to Senior Civil Aide Neotai, then coldly says, "We've lost contact with Neotai since last night." Hazen's face tightens as he blurts, "Have you reported it?" His composure cracks. Mott Scully slams his hands on the desk, lunges forward, and roars that their investigation proves Neotai's villa was hit the very same night Hazen met him. Then he snarls at the seated lieutenant for being utterly brazen. Hazen doesn't flinch one bit. He just shrugs and says the whole thing doesn't feel weird at all, because up on the front lines, co-workers and bosses disappearing is basically normal. Desertion, assassination, or friendly fire. Mott Scully slams his hand on the desk again, shaking with rage, snapping that this is the capital, not the front line, and jabbing at a document to demand answers. Hazen's meeting record is the only one that's totally blank, so is Hazen really trying to convince everyone he can be silenced that easily? He hits them with a charming, disarming smile and admits he's got a point, then calmly lays out why that report is blank, because Neotai's two aides were passed out the whole meeting. He even tried calling to them, but nothing worked. And there they sit behind him now, slumped in their chairs, totally out cold. Mott Scully's fury exploded as soon as Hazen's explanation hit the air. He slammed his fist down and demanded to know if Hazen really thought that excuse would work, then surged forward and accused him of using magic to control the aides. He met the accusation with a confident, almost mocking grin, and he pressed the chief secretary hard, demanding proof that magic was real, not just words. And Hazen then reminded Mott Scully that besides the meeting records, the aide had to document everything. The chief secretary snarled with pure frustration, fist clamped tight at his side, and slammed Nyot Tai's personal secretaries, saying their work was appalling and that they'd dodge responsibility using nothing but flimsy circumstantial evidence. The light-haired aide jumped in and said, "If this meeting was yesterday, we could have drafted the report from memory, but we didn't." Then she dropped the real reason, because they were honestly dozing off on the job and somehow they escaped anything worse. Hazen, quill in hand, leaned in with a grin that looked way too wide. Then he announced, chillingly confident, that because he remembered everything, they could just write the report right now. Then the finished document got checked, and it proudly declared that Senior A. Nayatai had praised Hazen's proposals and stamped them for approval. But the officer who read it felt his stomach drop when he realized Hazen had been brazenly falsifying what happened the day before. Mott Scully couldn't take the lie anymore. He blew up, yelling that there was no way Nayatai would ever do real work like that. His furious rant basically proved he knew Nayatai's laziness inside out, and Hazen picked up on every word. Seeing his opponent wobble with nerves, Hayasen went for the kill, casually dropping that he'd just gotten a consultation from a guy named Rakezaluo. Mott Scully kept talking, claiming the client was the woman who owned a members-only bar, and that she was furious because her ex-secretary's client kept shoving special play on her. So now, as Mott Scully started to sweat and shake, Hayes and Cooley snapped back that it was just routine for a civil officer to dig into everyone's past, not some dirty blackmail stunt. Those implications hit Mott Scully like a hammer, blasting him with a brutal memory, baby clothes, a pacifier in his mouth, and the bar owner calling him Babchan, while he squirmed and tried to protest as her taunts branded him a naughty boy, leaving him painfully exposed. He flops onto the bed, cheeks burning, and blurts sputtering denials, swearing they don't do that kind of thing, and snapping that it's wrong to dump it on someone at a non-specialty spot even if they're paying. Then, with a totally childish shriek, he yells that Babchan wet his pants. Panic explodes as he jerks upright and jabs an accusing finger at the woman next to him, shrieking that Babchan is a baby too. Sure, their members-only bar has baby things, but not the way she's picturing it. And he's beyond furious that there aren't any diapers, calling them an absolute must. Right back in the present, the haze in size calmly tells the man he's already done the interviews, the fact-checking, and the inspections. Then he confirms it. Victims and witnesses all agree and the whole story is true. Matt Scully's face drains of color as the nightmare hits him. They heard his play. His hands shake, but he steels himself and blurts that it's not illegal, just personal freedom, and he refuses to fold to any threats. Even as he tries to play it cool, his hands shake like they're betraying him because he knows the moment he shows fear, it's over. These guys won't stop, they'll keep shoving him until they break him. Hazen's face stays calm as ever. Exactly right, he murmurs. Then he twists the knife, asking what Mott Scully's daughter would think if she ever learned her beloved father was in a baby play. To prove it, Hayasen blurts the man's private details. Mott Scully Venice, 39, living in Canalk district, then digs in hard. He's stuck in divorce court, yet somehow still clings to a steady bond with his 16 and 13-year-old daughters. As Mott Scully chokes on the words, one sharp memory hits him, his eldest, Rogalio-san, congratulating him for marrying soon. Mott Scully's breaking point gets hit. He lunges across the table, snapping that Hazen better explain what he's playing at. Hazen just shrugs it off, saying he's only fact-checking, and that Mott Scully's reaction is a little too explosive. As Mott Scully swallows a scream of pure dread, then Hazen's face turns razor cold as he leans in, staring you down with menace and snapping, "That head of yours." He shoots up from his chair, drumming his sword's hilt like a countdown, and admits Mott Scully hasn't broken a single law, then drops one last, bone-cold warning. Society treats anyone different, and even their own families, like winter rain that never lets up. He stands stone still while Chief Secretary Mott Scully crawls on the floor, begging him to stop and swearing he'll do anything. Then Hazen calmly asks if his fact-checking missed the mark. Defeat eats into his thoughts as regret rages. He knows he has to swallow this humiliation for his daughter's future bond, but he can't stop asking himself how long this blackmail is going to drag on. With his total win in hand, Hazen leans in and smirks like a threat. Then he pushes harder, saying it's time to dig back into the meeting records, addressing the man as Chief Secretary Mott Scully before locking in and asking point-blank if he should call him Babchan instead. That brutal threat slams Mott Scully back into his chair and he breaks down, sobbing as he signs the papers. Hazen leans in and asks if he's finally settled it. The Chief Secretary desperately clings to one last idea. Maybe Nayatai's approval stamp was a fake on the original, but Hazen coolly crushes it, saying if the stamp wasn't real, then Mott Scully would be the one committing forgery. The truth hits Mott Scully like a truck. He isn't facing a warning, he's tangled with a full-on devil. Right as Mott Scully staggers from the shock, knock knock, the door bursts open and Yen Lin, a young girl, rushes in asking for the intermediate civil officer Hazen. Hazen beams at her and casually blurts, Babchan, and that tiny slip sends the chief secretary into pure horror. Then he flicks his hand between them, unveiling Yen as his private secretary and calling out Cooley's name as he reveals he's about to hire Matt Scully as his second. So he orders them to greet each other, and the moment they do, both Yen and the chief secretary freeze in stunned silence. Still catching his breath, Matt Scully shoots up and claims he's Neotai's private secretary. Then Hazen calmly shuts that down, saying the moment Neotai disappears, his contracted job is instantly gone, no matter what title he throws around. The chief secretary tries to wriggle free with a fake excuse, sweating through his lies about other connections and flat out refusing to work for the very man who sparked his nightmare. Yet Hazen just smiles, like this was destiny, and promises he'll cook up a new job for Matt Scully so he won't end up unemployed. To lock his control even tighter, Hazen snaps the conversation sideways and whips around to Yan, demanding her take on adults who wear diapers, leaving her utterly stunned and lost for words. She tries to think it through, guessing older folks might just want them for practical reasons, but Hazen leans in and corrects her fast. He's not talking necessity at all, he's talking about wearing them because it's his sexual preference. He stays stone still while Matt Scully explodes, his voice cracking with pure outrage. Then the chief secretary shoots back that personal freedom must be protected, and he demands why Hazen would drag such ugly stuff into the open. Right beside them, Yen Lin flinches like she can't stand it, her face gone pale as she snaps that the whole topic is absolutely disgusting. Unshaken by the outburst, he speaks coolly about what could happen next. Because yeah, it'd be a tragedy, he muses, if word of those rumors ever hit future employers or his family's ears. With a soft, placid smile, he sends the sweating chief secretary off with good luck, and that thinly masked threat hangs in the air like a blade. The moment it hits, panic claws at Matt Scully, dignity evaporates, and he bolts straight for Hazen, pleading to be let work under him. Desperation hits its peak. He drops into a full prostration, forehead almost kissing the floor as he begs Hazen to finally accept it. He stares down at that pathetic mess, and a smug smirk curls across his lips. Then he declares that the man's passion has convinced him, and he'll grant the request. From the floor, Matt Scully can only watch the fury burn in silence. Once the decision is locked in, Yin Lin steps forward and thrusts the official papers into the light. She tells Matt Scully, straight up, to read every line and sign the magic contract for confidentiality and employment. The defeated man opens his mouth to argue, then stops and signs in silence. The second the contract's signed, Hazen slumps with relief and blurts that he can finally talk without fear, while Matt Scully just stares, wondering if the lieutenant had been holding his tongue the whole time. He swivels toward his fresh secretary, grinning like he's itching to hear something dirty, and boldly declares he's got big perverted hopes for the guy, only to leave Matt Scully frozen, staring and drenched in sweat. The chief secretary sputters and demands to know if they only hired Hazen because of real skills, but Hazen just shrugs it off. Sure, Matt Scully can swing the basics, yet his rating S below average still good enough. He admits he can tackle most tasks, but there's one massive blind spot: the sexual service industry, and he's been actively avoiding that world like the plague. He keeps going, saying that now he knows prey exists in this world, he can't fish without an expert, so he orders Mo Scully to use his own special instincts, hit the town, drink up, make contacts, and dig for intel. Like the saying goes, he smirks, leave the rice cakes to the rice cake maker. Then Mo Scully, beaten down, can only mutter a quiet yes. He leans into his explanation with sharp, shaking intensity, and once the report on Matt Scully lands, he admits it hits him like a punch. Matt is a hardcore pervert who goes all in on the baby act, gets off when middle-aged women dress him in diapers, and Hazen just can't wrap his mind around that kind of value system, because he's never had it in him. Matt Scully snaps back after the assessment and wonders, with a twinge of shame, if he's really useful at all, admitting his thing isn't exactly deep. Then he spirals through the pros and cons in his head, because sure, this situation beats what he had with Nyatai and a magical contract locks him in, but he's still stuck hesitating. Hazen just ignored the new guy's inner turmoil and leaned in, demanding to know if the condition ran deep. So Matt Scully blinked in shock and asked what he meant by that baby nest thing, and Hazen calmly confirmed, yep, that's the name for it. He digs deeper into the idea that real babyness wakes up your instincts and makes you crave taking care of someone. Then he facepalms at his own shallow thinking, confessing he still needs to spell it out in words even when he's not in roleplay, calling that whole habit dumb. And as he talks, his crisp uniform starts to fall away like it's losing its hold. Once the transformation was done, Matt Scully stood there reborn, bib, diaper, pacifier, and all. Then straight up struck a pose and bellowed that he'd turn this babyness into something useful for the mission. A dark, triumphant grin flashes across Hazen's face as he tightens his fist. He always knew, and his judgment never once failed. Beside him, Yin Lin just doesn't care. A wild announcement rocks the scene. Chief Secretary Matt Scully Venice is in the mix. showing up in a downright bizarre, skimpy outfit with a pacifier stuck in his mouth. In the mid-level civil officer's office, Yen Lin bristles at the news, thinks the man's a sad mess begging Hazen not to rope her in, while Hazen, sitting at his desk, just shrugs and says she can handle it, like it was always going to happen. She challenges his judgment and basically says, infiltrating night strongholds is General Gazar's job. Then she admits Mott Scully's got talent, but her gut tells her Hazen isn't aiming to hand him a normal mission. He nods to confirm her suspicions and lays out his plan. Mott Scully's wild, extreme personal habits, he insists, can become a weapon, because nobles who dread scandal still secretly chase twisted pleasures and end up easy to control. If he steers Mott Scully, he'll earn the experience he needs for any special play. And Yen Lin can't help but grimace in disgust, begging for a more normal partner. Yen Lin dodges the topic and tells Yen Lin that while her proposal will get sent along, it's probably not getting approved, making her gasp and ask whether that means the townspeople are just going to be left behind. He spills his real plan. He wants her to step in personally, and that proposal's crash is exactly what he'll hold up as proof the higher-ups are negligent, until Yen Lin fires back that she's got no budget, no supplies, and no way to pull it off. He just raises a fluttering document and asks like that's all he needs. Will this do for now? Her eyes bulge with shock as the document lays it bare. He's been staking his own personal assets, firing off promissory notes so supplies like food and water, plus the cash, will finally land in the next few days. Gazing up at him, she blurts out that he's totally off the charts, then demands why he's going to such extreme lengths for the people of Doctrine territory, when he's only just been assigned there. He says it plainly as the harsh, fortified desert stretches out. This land needs help, and he's only stepping in for people who are barely hanging on, but even then he grimly admits the odds of recovery are worse than a coin flip. He declared the gamble finished, betting his entire fortune on his allies' grit and the people's will to survive, then flashed a confident smile and admitted it. He was finally broke and the fate of everything was now in their hands. With her orders finally in hand, Yen Lin grinned, pure determination blazing in her eyes, then clenched her fists tight and snapped a loud, "Yes, sir," as she threw herself into the mission. As a final note, he ordered her to keep Chief Secretary Matt Scully's entertainment expenses untouched, and make sure his food budget stays fully funded, no cuts, no slips. Yen Lin froze, stunned that anyone would treat these kind of costs like top priority. Fueled by this brand new purpose, she snapped that she couldn't waste another second. She needed to start preparations right now. She called out to her master one last time, then bolted out of the room as Hazen just watched her leave, expression locked in neutral. She stopped to thank him over and over, swearing she'd give it her all. Then Hazen just waved her off like her gratitude didn't even click and pushed her to get moving. Yen Lin didn't hesitate. She bolted down the hallway, slipped past a watchful Rifa, and nearly collided with the distracted Gilman Duanwa, who was hauling a towering stack of documents. With her mind locked in, she hissed her determination under her breath and kept sprinting. That display snapped Rifa into motion, and she strode up to Hazen, now parked behind his desk, then grilled him hard about whether he was heaping way too much on Yan physically and mentally. He calmly told him this wasn't just a job for Yin, trying to stop her would be useless, because if she didn't shove herself to the absolute limit, she'd end up drowning in regret. Rifa pushed harder, her words crashing over a brutal glimpse of tomorrow. Yin left standing alone among fallen bodies, making the cold truth hit. She couldn't save everyone, she'd be forced to watch so many people die, and Rifa couldn't shake the question of whether Yin could actually survive that horror. She finished her thought staring out over the city, and Rafe admitted it. Yen is still a painfully sensitive kid. But then she snapped that Yen isn't so fragile she'd look away from the truth. People are dying all around, whether Yen's there to see it or not. She pushed him harder, grilling him about whether he really planned to raise Yen Lin as his successor. Yet Hazen shut her down cold, saying he didn't have any room to do that. A serious look slammed onto her face. Then she snatched his gloved hand across the desk and made him lock this moment in his memory with a piercing stare. When he looked back, his expression stayed unreadable. She clamped her hold, leaned over the desk, and let the knife sit right between them, like a spotlight on how serious her words were. At last, he answered, steady, sure, and ice-calm, straight up telling her he'd never tried to use her as some kind of stand-in, and then laying it all out with total confidence. She could handle the mission, and he trusted his own call. After hearing his conviction, she finally loosened up with a heavy sigh, then flipped the mood and told him a letter had just arrived from a guy named Nando. He snatched it up, stunned it came so fast as Hazen read, his heart jumped. Nando's supplies were triple what he'd prayed for, stacked high enough to carry him through an entire month. And a quick flashback shows the merchant brushing off a subordinate's warning that he'll go broke, insisting he's not chasing profit at all. He just wants to back the person he truly believes is worth the gamble. He snapped his focus back to Rifa and shoved the letter back into her hands, claiming it was his answer. Then he handed her a brand new job, Lin's support and guardian. The moment she agreed, a huge, bright smile lit up her face as she gushed about his insane generosity. His face hardened in an instant, then asterisk crack asterisk, he clenched his gloved fist like a warning. He declared his move: skip meals, shove every bit of savings toward the cause, and then hit them with one brutal command. If he or Lin tries to follow his lead, Rafa better make Lin eat, even if she has to force it. She swatted away his self-sacrificing idea and snapped that he had to eat too. Because in a famine this brutal, one single portion wouldn't change the whole damn outcome. He glanced down at his own hand, that knowing smirk practically screaming secrets, and told him straight up, this wasn't just denial, it was a ritual. A magical warm-up meant to crank up the power behind his wish. She tells Rifa, cool as ice, that she can eat too. Then Rifa slams both hands on the table and protests like crazy, insisting she isn't some total glutton, even as she complains she's starting to act just like him. 2 days later, this calm falls apart. Right when Gilman Wanoa, a flustered civil officer, barrels into the scene with a report demanding attention, saying that people are already complaining about the massive charity work Yen has been running for the public. He snatches the document and interrogates the complaints, baffled that helping people could possibly be wrong, until Gilman steps in and says the finance department sees it as a direct attack on their authority. Hazen mulls it over too, then shrugs, because the donation is personal, not illegal, so why is everyone acting like it's some kind of crisis? His face tightens the second he gets it. Yan's donation is going to be a headache for the finance department for some reason. So he decides to deal with it now and orders Gilman to take him there. The poor officer goes rigid, salutes instantly, and rushes with him as they trudge down that long, grand corridor. Gilman's voice cracks as he hesitantly calls out to him. Hazen only flicks his head around like, what's on your mind? The young officer stares him down, swearing Hazen is right, then drops a heavy warning. Good doesn't always win, even when it's on your side. His warning still crackles in the air when they finally step up to the grand, ornate entrance of the finance department. Gilman lands his words like a hammer, saying in this place, righteousness doesn't stand a chance. He strides forward with total confidence, calming the worried officer as Hazen leans in and tells him, if you truly believe you're right, then you've got to stand your ground, no shaking, all conviction. Right as his confidence hits, a red-faced bully of an official named Gumino barrels in, snatches at his own tie and erupts. Only the finance department is allowed to help the people, and if Hazen cuts him out, he's handing everyone a disaster. Rage keeps climbing as the finance officer jabs a finger at Hazen and snaps that the charity is just a hopeless virtue signaling stunt, something young people love. And then he hurls the demand at Hazen to factor in what the department is going through. He calmly laid out his side, admitting people hate wasting money, but making it crystal clear that protecting the people isn't optional, it's a must. And with the city in this condition, he bluntly questioned how the finance department could possibly be doing its job at all. The officer blinked, stunned, and demanded if Hazen really meant that right down to the letter. Hazen didn't even pause. Rage pulsed in Gumino's temple as he sputtered, insisting Hazen wasn't trying to pin the blame straight on the finance department. While the finance officer stammered in pure disbelief, Hazen's face snapped into something else. He burst into a bright, beaming smile and declared, man, I'm just glad my point landed so clearly. He kept that warm smile frozen on his face, standing completely still while the official stared back, speechless. The officer's hands started to tremble, his composure shattering like glass, and he scrambled for any leverage he could find, claiming Deputy Finance Minister Ganasat himself had ordered a crackdown. His voice shot higher as he barked at Hazen, demanding to know if that young lieutenant even understood how deadly his words were. Inside the finance ministry, Lieutenant Heisenheim demands a face-to-face meeting with the deputy minister, straight, no delays. But mid-level finance officer Gumino explodes with derision, snubbing Heisen as a fool and points at a hierarchy chart like it's gospel, insisting the deputy minister is untouchable and rank doesn't matter. Heisen stays cool, arguing that an appointment should be possible no matter the badge. Yet Gumino shuts him down, scoffing that laws don't matter here, only their rules and customs do. The officer puffed up his chest and snapped that the deputy minister was way too swamped to relay Hazen's message, stalling the whole thing like a brick wall. The refusal didn't even faze him. Hazen pivoted to his aide, Secretary Gilman, and said, cool as ice, that he'd just go straight for a meeting request through Senior Administrator Moldud instead. Gumino watched the whole thing, mumbling under his breath about how wildly desperate the kid seemed. Gumino let out a shaky sigh and flicked him off with a dismissive wave, then snapped that Hazen was just Nyatai's lackey, since Nyatai has gone missing, and he laughed at the thought that Moldud would ever lift a hand to help someone else's subordinate. Hazen's eyes sharpen to a blade, and he answers with a calm, cutting tone, this has nothing to do with Gumino. Then he twists it into a razor-edged, or is it? He leans in and presses harder, then fires straight at Gyumano, asking if it would really be such a hassle for him to talk to the deputy minister, and whether it genuinely bothers him that much. That accusation hits like a punch. Gyumino's face snaps into a twitching, silent panic. As the finance officer locks up in fear, Gilman Wanoa jolts from his superior's unrelenting glare and blurts out a panicked, stumbling apology for the very question. Gyumino clenched his teeth, trying to shake off his composure as rage bubbled up, muttering that Hazen was just some brat playing big shots because he'd been on the front lines. Then he told himself he has no connections and Moldot will never lay eyes on him. Right then, Gilman barrels back to Hazen's side clutching a document and blurts out that their request for a meeting with a senior administrator is officially approved. Plus, Hazen isn't even flagged in the fact-check system, so they're clear to go. He strode forward like he had a plan, racing through his options in his head. He knew he didn't have the leverage to make threats, and he refused to turn to force in front of Gilman. But if it ever came down to it, he'd have no choice left. He stepped into the office and with perfect manners thanked Senior Administrator Moldod for squeezing in the sudden meeting. Then Moldod sat back, waved it off, and admitted he couldn't hide his shock that Hazen had pushed for an audience with the deputy minister. Right beside Hazen, Gilman Wanoa slapped a document on the table, and Hazen broke down the whole mess. Turns out the deputy minister had raised a stink about his personal charitable donations. Moldod's eyes narrowed because Hazen never skips the usual greetings unless this is big, so he leaned in and demanded the details. The administrator snatched the paper and checked the finance seal, then Hazen leaned in and said it wasn't the kind of problem that deserved a whole commotion. So that's exactly why he wanted to lay out every discrepancy straight to the minister. While Moldod flipped through the papers, he mocked Hazen's passion, like pouring one tiny cup of water into a desert that would never end, and then demanded, why? Because if criticism was coming, Hazen didn't just quit making the donations. Hazen shot back with a barbed comment, saying any outcome mattered more than burning time on polite greetings in that fancy castle, and Moldod just smirked. Yeah, he could feel the sting in Hazen's words. With a sly grin, the administrator leaned in and shifted his tone. He told Hazen he could bulldoze his way for now, but his proposal would only pass if the finance department backed it, and he warned that this route could blow up everything. Hazen's face hardened with defiant resolve. He snapped that he wasn't trying to start a fight with the department, but he sure wasn't going to fold just because he was afraid, and even Moldod's calm cracked at the sight of the young officer's unshakable will. With a heavy sigh, Moldod sank back into his chair and let the wood creak as he did. He smirked and admitted, yeah, he'd always get swept up by determination like that. Then he agreed to help but shot Hazen a warning. Whatever he could set up would only buy them around 5 minutes, so don't expect miracles. Then the administrator rose and laid out his whole role. His claim to fame was being the shield between stubborn upper management and a newcomer who actually had drive, even if he called himself a second-rate middle manager. After that, he leaned toward Hazen and asked if this setup worked for him. He stood shoulder to shoulder with his senior administrator, Moldod, brushed off the compliments like they didn't matter, and said they'd land better on someone like Nyatai. Hazen couldn't hide his shock that a big shot like Moldod was even here. The moment the words were done, Moldod lifted a hand and motioned for them to go on as. As they stomped down the corridor, Moldod dropped a rumor he'd been hearing. Nyatai vanished, and suddenly everything ran way smoother without him. Moldod even admitted he'd been hit with something similar, and it clearly rattled Hazen. Before Hazen could recover, he pressed his chance. Was Vice Minister of Finance Gainsud really the kind of guy who'd throw a fit over a simple donation? The administrator halted mid-sentence, saying the problem wasn't the deed, it was the status behind it. In their world, nobody had ever bled their own fortune to save others, even when it screamed that it was the right move. He pressed his case, saying Hazen, this fresh-faced outsider who'd only just arrived, had pulled off exactly that, and Moldod warned of the inevitable storm. Big, powerful people would see his wild new generosity as a targeted jab aimed right at them. Moldod spun around and asked if this cold, cynical world had crushed his spirit. Hazen shot back stone-solid that it hadn't, and that he still looked up to Moldod as his superior. The administrator burst into laughter, baffled that anyone would actually praise someone who openly admitted he was small. While Hazen's face stayed razor-focused as he snapped back that he respected Moldod because he wasn't afraid to confess his own weakness. Now they're strolling through an open-air colonnade, and Moldod can't help but smirk as Hazen clings to him in the strangest way. Hazen's somehow playing the flatter-me game, and Moldod tells him, I'll try to match the hype, just don't take it too far. Right as the talk heated up, a thunderous bang ripped through the air from below. Hazen and Gilman Wanoa were on the balcony when Hazen leaned over and saw it. An enraged man in the room pounding the window with his fist. A smug smirk curled on Hazen's lips as he stared at the display, while inside the room Vice Minister Gainsed was dripping sweat, his face twisted in a full-blown, sputtering fury. Inside the office, Genesud slammed his fist onto the desk and thundered Hazen's name, while a strict, high-ranking official calmly nodded to the Vice Minister, then swung his focus to the balcony, demanding to know who Moldud's companion really was. The stern official eyes Azen Hayes, yeah, the new kid who emptied his own fortune to help the people, and then he gestures toward the finance officer Gumino like, come on, join us. But Gumino is already boiling over, spinning on Hayasen and snapping, so why are you here? He stays calm and asks, did I offend someone? Then insists his move was a personal donation, not for the finance officer to weigh in on. Gumino fires back, yes, and drops the bombshell that Hazen handed him a document that very morning. The deputy minister butts in and says the document proves Vice Minister of Finance Ganesud had objections to the donation. So he presses Gumano for an explanation, and the finance officer immediately starts sweating and whistling in panic, insisting he's never heard a word of it his. Before he can even deny it, Administrator Moldud slams the document onto the table. Right there, it's stamped with the finance department's official seal. The deputy minister snatches it up, eyes tightening as he spots his own signature, then he explodes, demanding to know what any of it is supposed to mean. Trapped by the proof, Gumino snaps, screaming that it has to be a forgery or that someone else ordered it. Gilmanwanoa snaps his accusation in half fast, claiming Gumano handed him that document himself that very morning. Then Gumano erupts, demanding silence and blurting out the same denial over and over, while Administrator Moldud just stays cool, pointing out the paperwork still has him written all over it. The deputy minister flips through the document, sneers that it's the same sloppy work from Gumino and spots his telltale writing slip. Hazen then snaps, saying this forgery is something he's done before, meaning other papers could be fake too. And right then it hits Gumino like a punch. He's not just in trouble, he's being set up for a serious crime right in front of two powerful officials. Once the truth clicks into place, the deputy minister slams down an immediate order. Everyone starts digging in Gumino's office right now. He puts Hazen and Gilman on watch, forcing them to shadow the search and make sure neither side cheats, while Gumino sits in the middle of the room, squirming like he can't breathe. Then he slams a hard timer on everything. He only has 10 minutes to work with, and if they don't land answers in that window, the whole case gets tossed. Hazen says 10 minutes is plenty, whips around to his secretary and barks the order, "Search Gilman." His aide snaps to attention, already itching to start. He immediately tore into his search, yanking books and papers off the high shelf with a brutal clatter, while Gilman sat there cool as ice at the desk. And Gumino, the sweaty finance officer, stared in disbelief, stunned that Hazen couldn't stop digging into that exact spot. That random search wasn't random at all, it was a trap. He told Gilman to pry into the desk Gumino's eyes kept snapping to, while he himself tore through the bookshelf the finance officer had deliberately avoided, and Hazen couldn't shake the feeling that if he was right, they'd uncover more than a single forged paper. The plan hit pay dirt almost immediately. Outside the office, Gumano was still fuming, grumbling to the deputy minister about how it was disgraceful to use superiors to bully other departments. But his rant got yanked away the moment Gilman burst in, grinning as he held up his evidence. Half-finished duplicate papers and a hidden false bottom stuffed with forged seals. While Gilman clutched the forged proof, Hazen kept digging through the place himself. Then Gumeno burst into full panic and screamed at him to stop. Hazen didn't listen. He tore into it and proved his hunch, finding that the thing he grabbed wasn't just a cover, it had a hidden compartment built inside. He flung more documents aside, eyes locked on one thing, then Senior Administrator Moldud, watching the mess unfold, snapped whether Internal Affairs Officer Hazen was still digging. Gumino's panic exploded. He started shrieking that whatever Hazen wanted had nothing to do with him, confessed he'd forged the papers and begged anyone to end the search. Hazen's stubborn digging cracked open something way darker. When he yanked a particular document from the pile, Moldud's eyes snapped wide as he recognized it, a slave trade contract. The deputy minister's face turned stone cold, and Hazen grimly warned that even though this single paper was damning enough, a deeper search would almost certainly pull up even worse proof. The damning bombshell yanked Gumino into a panic sprint. The finance officer made a break for it, but Hazen surged forward so fast, *click*, his heel snapped down, then he slammed the man hard into the bookshelf, trapping him while Moldud confirmed he'd found it. With Gumino pinned under his boot, Hazen slammed the case shut, cutting off the man's frantic denials with a hard stop. And when the finance officer insisted he was being framed, Senior Administrator Moldud stared at Hazen in shock. "How do you know about the slave trade link?" Moldud blurted, the truth clicking into place. Because the Internal Affairs Officer had been hunting this exact crime from the very beginning. Once corrupt official Gumino got nailed, Deputy Minister 1 stood there with arms crossed and demanded, "How did Hazenheim dig up my slavebiz link?" Hazen snapped back that the giveaway was Gumino blabbing the Deputy Minister's name, classic tell for a petty criminal. Then the defeated deputy finance minister, Ganasad, dropped to his knees and muttered that at first he thought the deputy minister's anger was real. He keeps pressing his logic, grilling why Gyumino would fake being the deputy minister, and try to block his donation if the disapproval was truly real. And Hazen fires back that the deputy minister showed zero real disapproval whatsoever. When Hazen's done, senior admin Moldud leans in and lays out the slave trade's brutal math. The quickest way to turn people into property is to grind them down with hunger and poverty until they hit rock bottom, because even just keeping them miserable is where the money flows. And that's why Moldud says Gyumino worried Hazen's help would smash his profits. The accused official pants as sweat pours off him, and he blurts out a warped excuse, claiming that years ago, when he used his own money to help people, they labeled him a troublemaker just for exposing how badly the finance department was neglecting its duty. So now he insists nobody else can be allowed to do the same. The system itself paved the road for his corruption, because a mid-level administrator can't even get FaceTime with the deputy finance minister. So victims had no way to verify whether the disapproval was legit, and the ones before them probably got silenced and quit, which only made Gyumino bolder. This time was different. Senior Administrator Moldud had snagged an official appointment and caught Gyumino completely off guard. Gyumino barely had a second to cover the evidence before he burst into the office in full panic. After hearing the whole story, Deputy Minister 1 studies Hazen like he's under a microscope, sizing up that sharp tongue and fast mind, then throws a brutal question back at him. Did Hazen ever think the deputy minister himself could be part of the plot? Right before Hazen can get a word out, Moldud cuts in, arguing that if the deputy minister really had a hand in this, Gyumino wouldn't have dared use his name and pin down a big-time ally. Moldud then pushes the point. They must have felt it too, which is why they walk straight into that sudden confrontation. Hazen then drops his own view. He won't pin anything on a junior from his division without solid proof, so he moves with ruthless caution. With his explanation wrapped up, the deputy minister flicks his gaze to Hazen and Gilman and smirks, saying it's funny watching someone go toe-to-toe with them until you're the one getting hit. He tells Hazen straight up that he has no charm. Hazen just flashes a calm, confident smile and says he'll gladly call that a compliment. He is. He argues it's impossible that a piece of scum like Gyumino acted alone, and he demands they hit every accomplice in the finance department right now. Gilman Manhwa snaps to attention, swears the order through, and moves to question every single name on the list. The senior administrator slams his fist shut, roaring that a commander must own whatever his subordinates do, and telling Hazen not to underestimate him. Then he loosens his stance, admits age has dulled him a bit, and smiles because watching this has finally been worth the wait. He flashes a calming smile at the administrator and tells him, "Don't resign." Hazen insists the only job is simple: shut down the criminals. His words hit like a sledgehammer, so the administrator snaps around and roars that the people's suffering is his responsibility too. Then he demands to know if Hazen is really telling him to cowardly flee his duty and what resigning would even accomplish. He leans in and jabs the administrator's chest for emphasis, then makes it crystal clear. Moldud isn't here to laze in some garden sipping tea. He's going to throw every ounce of power and rank into saving the people. The administrator swallowed hard, shaken by the young officer's laser-focused stare, and gave a shaky agreement to think it over. Then the truth hit him like a punch. They just brought a truly terrifying monster into their midst. The next morning, Gilman Wanoa can't contain his excitement. He says the interrogations are going smooth, a task force is already hunting the slave trading guild, and an arrest is basically right around the corner. Hazen hears him out, then with a calm snap orders him, "Nobody talks about this." Gilman hears his superior's order and immediately balks. He blows up in outrage, screaming that every bit of corruption has to come to light and demanding to know if this is just going to get swept under the rug. Hazen cuts straight through it, saying Administrator Moldud is a great man who'll make the right call. Still rattled, Gilman fires back, stunned that Hazen would want a promotion that badly. He tilts his head up, confidence blazing. He's got the promotion locked in, and he can already feel it'll be great, because there's too much he still wants to do. Gilman's stunned, so stunned it shoves him into a brutal moment of self-reflection, fists clenched as he rips apart his own reasons for joining the Empire's ranks. Was it just for a paycheck, to live right, or to wipe out every last trace of evil? He froze on the spot, thrown off by Hazen's straight-up questions, and when Hazen clenched his fist and shoved him for answers, what Gilman was really trying to accomplish, he made sure he didn't lose track of the real endgame. Once his introspection finally burned out, a wild, steel-hard resolve snapped into place. He swore he'd trust Administrator Hazen's judgment and stand by him through anything that came. Hazen turned and bolted down the corridor, leaving Gilman standing there in silence. And though that kid's sudden clinginess felt way too weird, Hayes shrugged and let it ride. Gilman could do what he wanted, even if Hayes definitely wouldn't recommend. Later, under the brutal glare of a blazing desert, he stood there in a pale, hooded cloak, and Yin Lin, dressed the same, sprinted up to him yelling, "Master." He spun around, lantern swinging from his belt, and asked how everything was going on her side. She slumped as she handed over her report, insisting they'd already scavenged every drop of water and every bite of food they could. But even then, she couldn't stop the heartbreak of admitting how many people they still couldn't reach. Hazen stayed cool and said, "We're not gods, so what can we do?" Yin Lin nodded, then pointed at the cave entrance like, "Go on, lead the way, please." As she ushered him in, a bunch of worn-out faces snapped toward them, and one man bolted forward yelling for her, "Yinsama," before he could even catch his breath. He said everyone's been on edge, but Yinlin shot back that their stash will barely hold out for 3 months, and help is already on the way. Nandal is set to deliver more in just a few days. The moment she showed up, the crowd practically exhaled in relief. People swarmed around her, shouting her name and thanking every lucky star she'd come back safe, while the young girl blinked, clearly stunned by all the reverence. As the moment played out, Hazen couldn't help but chuckle that somehow she'd managed to tame the locals, and Yen Lin blushed, explaining her game plan. She'd heard a local legend about Saint Mimia, then used it like a spark to earn everyone's belief in her. She laid out her reasoning, and the smile dropped into something stone-cold serious, because nobody takes a kid seriously, not unless you force it. Things were getting desperate fast. People even tried to snatch their food, so she had to turn Saint on full blast just to survive and keep everyone in line. She remembered the moment things finally calmed down, right after the rumors hit that Riafa's terrifying strength had crushed the desperate attack. And suddenly, everything flipped. This fragile piece made the survivors look at Yen Lin like she was sacred, almost worship. So when 2 of them finally stepped up, they called her name with shaking awe, and one more dropped to the ground in pure gratitude. She tried to dodge the praise and silently searched for Hazen's help, but a villager cut in and shouted thanks for the strength to get moving again. So Yin Lin started to explain that the food and water really came from Hazen, only for him to lean in and tell her in a low voice to just accept it for now. His arrival didn't slip by. Someone in the crowd snapped a finger and shouted, alarm blazing in their voice as they spotted his clothes. "Yin-sama," they gasped. "That man's in imperial uniform." The moment they recognized him, fear and rage detonated in an instant. One villager snapped that Hazen was plotting to kidnap Yen Lin for helping them, then grabbed the rest of them too. Hazen just told him to relax, but his steady, calm face did nothing to stop the panic from boiling over. With a bright, charismatic grin, he turned to the crowd and boldly announced, "Sure, I'm an imperial officer, but Yin-sama's ideals hit me so hard that I'm choosing to stand beside her." Then he declared himself her first servant, even calling himself her senior in faith. Yin Lin just froze in shocked silence while the villagers erupted into cheers, convinced it was nothing less than Yin-sama's divine grace. Later, inside a cramped tent, Hazen sat with Yen Lin and the group's chief while the chief admitted the truth. Sure, they'd dodged the immediate threat, but they were broke, trapped, and could not keep surviving on scraps of food and water. Hazen spread out a map, leaned in, and said he had a plan. He stared the shocked chief dead in the eyes and slid him his promise. "So tell me, will you help me build an oasis?" The chief stared in disbelief, asking how anyone could even build an oasis. Hazen shot back that they weren't starting from nothing. He'd cast magic as the base, set up a water reservoir fed by an aquifer through a water-lifting pump, and all he needed from the chief was to keep it maintained and running. His plan didn't just bring water, it lit the path to freedom. When the villagers heard the proposal, they erupted in cheers, praying for a day when they'd never have to bow to those imperial monsters for a single drop again. And choked up with hope, the chief accepted the colossal mission, tears shimmering in his eyes. Fueled by the hope of a brighter future, the desert dwellers burst into cheers, swearing they'll repay Yin Lin's kindness, and they shout for their people in the nearby valleys to come help. Yin Lin stands there, but a flicker of doubt tugs at her expression. Seeing her face, Hazen snaps, asking why she looks so shaken. Then she admits in a soft voice that it feels like she's betraying them, twisting their precious faith to serve her own ends. He warns her not to underestimate them, saying they've survived a brutal famine and that they're no fools. This belief is how they endure what's happening right now, and once their lives are steady, the whole mess will shrink into some childish tale. Yin Lin hears him out, and her face finally melts into a warm, understanding smile. With the plan already rolling, Hazen tells Yin Lin they'll head back to the capital for now. There's someone waiting there he's desperate to meet. And she nods, ready to follow his lead as they set off. The moment they start moving, he suddenly trips, his body lurches forward like gravity grabbed him, and Yen Lin yelps, yelling for the master. He braced himself against the canyon wall, telling her he was okay. Then Yin Lin barreled up to him, worry written all over her face as she demanded to know if he really was fine. She's not buying it at all, she still remembers he swore off water earlier. Then it hits her, he's skipping food and drink for the relief effort. Hazen finally admits he hasn't eaten or drunk a thing for days, but he insists he can hold out for 10. He tells them this is a golden chance, and he's dead set on using his own deprivation to push his body to the absolute limit, to see just how long his performance and self-control can hold. Yinlin challenges why they need to go that far, but Hazen snaps back that he has to, because you've got to carve your limits into your own heart, or you'll either freeze in fear or pay with your life for reckless courage. As he strides off, Yinlin glares at his back and snaps, "You're a freak," then sighs hard and trudges after him, resigned as she says, "Let's go." She feared that if she spoke up, she'd just stack even more weight on her master's shoulders. Moments later, she steps right in front of a man in a crisp military uniform and flashes a bright bow. "I'm Yin," she says, her voice cheerful as she reveals she's Hazen's private secretary. The senior administrator, Moldad, grins instantly because he's heard legends of the famous Saint Mimia. Hazen cuts into the conversation, saying Moldad seems to spot everything before anyone else can, and Moldad grins back, admitting he may not be the fastest, but his crew is definitely sharp. Then he slaps his hand on Yinlin's shoulder and asks in a stiff formal voice that Moldad watch over her, saying she might look young and play immature, but her skills are unbelievable. Right as he talks, Yinlin leans in and hisses a warning. Moldad's got two faces, and he's not heartless only because he's great at his job. Hazen calmly grabs her wrist to shut her up, and Yinlin lets out a tiny, startled little gasp. Right after Hazen formally introduces himself, Moldad bursts into a hearty laugh and says she's got everything covered. As long as she's great at her job, that's all that matters. Then Hazen leans in and gives Yinlin a dismissive pat on the head. Hazen clears his throat, tossing out an apology for the whole scene, then urges them to drop it and get to the real point, while Moldad grins and admits he's genuinely shocked she can talk back to Hazen. And just like that, it's made crystal clear. This is nothing but student and mentor. Right at the start, Yinlin snaps, "Wait, they're talking about that proposal from the other day." She remembers Hazen swearing it wouldn't get approved since it was submitted just to expose the negligence of the higher-ups. Her suspicions snap into place when Moldad finally reports some freaky movement with the documents, like they vanished off the map. He says they should asterisk have already reached the acting console, Viginal, but somehow they're gone. Hazen takes it back, stunned that Moldad tracked the proposal all the way up to the top. Moldad keeps talking and paints the acting console like a man who makes calls in a flash, sweats every detail in his setup, and handles everything with total skill. But he warns that their viewpoints don't always match up. He figures Viginal is the kind of man who worships national interests above everything else, and that's when Hazen's size snaps. Then why is everything still falling apart if he's at the top? Moldad can only shake out a jittery laugh like he has no idea what to say. He lays out his request straight to Senior Administrator Moldad, then begs him one more time to set up a meeting with Acting Consul Vigorn. The administrator nods along but slams one rule down: this help is the first and last time. Then he tells Hazen to trust his own convictions, not chase approval, and sends him away with one order: come back tomorrow. A sharp grin cracks across his face as he immediately takes the terms. No hesitation, and he thanks Moldad, saying the admin's willingness to step up clears the way for him and that they'll face the challenge side by side. Moldad, visibly thrown off, warns him not to push himself too far. The next day, Moldad shadows him to the meeting, and when they face the host, the senior administrator steps forward, introduces himself with a crisp formality, and thanks the man for the hospitality he showed at their last exchange meeting. Behind a grand desk, Acting Consul Vigornal lines in and warmly welcomes Moldad, grinning that he truly enjoyed the gathering. Then his eyes snap to Hazen, and he instantly spots him as the author of the proposal they're talking about. The acting consul lays out his verdict, calling the plan smart, steady, and truly loyal to the people. And Hazen can't help but respect it. He then shoots back his heartfelt thanks for the kind words. Even with all the praise, he drops a huge catch. He taps his fingers on the desk and says the project's massive scale and money problems force him to ask his superior first, and the wait will be at least 6 months. Hazen explodes on the spot, screaming that the delay is absolutely unbearable. The outburst didn't even faze it. The acting consul just tilted its head, wore a calm, knowing smile, and said the delay was totally fine. His cryptic answer doesn't confuse Hayes for a second, so he fires back, asking what the acting consul is trying to say with that. With his back turned, Vigernal slams down his final verdict: reject the proposal, then sneers that Hazen's too young to even grasp the why. He stood there stone still while acting consul Vigornal eyed him with that sly wry grin. The consul admitted Hazen had definitely caused a ruckus, then straight up promised he'd handle it. Then the consul launched into a smug history rant, making it sound like Hazen's ignorance was the punchline. Because years ago, the Empire grabbed this nearly empty land just to stash supplies for the Lyle frontlines. He kept going, saying that soon people and shipments started pouring into the area, and locals couldn't help but trade with each other, until the Empire let them settle only if they paid taxes. And then Viginal spat the real kicker. They still had the nerve to rebel. Vigornal finished his story by saying that once the rebellion was crushed, the Emperor actually let the people stay, because they swore they'd never survive the desert. And the consul couldn't stop himself from being just as shaken by that kindness. Too as his lecture snapped straight to Hazen, Vigornal told him to open his eyes, toss out any noble justice, and remember this: keep the people alive but never let them prosper. And right then, Hazen finally saw the truth behind those brutal taxes. Every penny was forced to stop the locals from ever rising to real power. Vigornal patted Hazen on the shoulder with that patronizing confidence, turning the whole mess into some valuable lesson. Then urged him not to get discouraged, push forward and bring new proposals. As they walked off, Senior Administrator Moldut muttered that acting Consul Vigornal was undeniably sharp. But then he stalled, eyes narrowing, because he couldn't quite put his finger on the one deep flaw he sensed in him. A sudden click hit Hazen's brain and he finished Moldud's thought for himself. My view is too narrow. Right then, Vigornal's eye snapped open with rage, and his fist clenched like he'd just sensed that silent judgment. A cold truth drops into the room, and his world feels painfully small. The judgment hits like a hammer, and acting Consul Vigornal Ghana freezes, completely lost. Right next to him, Senior Administrator Moldud jerks back, snapping, "What's the meaning of this, Internal Affairs Minister Hazenheim?" Vigornal's eye spasms with pure irritation as he blurts that maybe he misheard, asking who in the world Hazen thinks is narrow-minded. With unsettling calm, Hazen just nods and says he's talking about the acting consul, right there in front of them. He barrels forward with his critique, calling Vigornal's tax rate shakeups a disaster, and then lays it out plain. The consul's punish-only strategy doesn't work, it squeezes nothing, and it never pulls out the full revenue the people could be forced to give. He lays it out plain. This whole plan is meant to drain the people until they're easy to steer, but it's blown up in the Empire's face. Tax revenue keeps sliding, and now even the tiny supply of river water is in Imperial hands, choking the land and crushing everyone who lives on it. He shrugs it off like the work of some petty bureaucrat who's just checking boxes, and Vigornal snaps back in blazing anger, thrusting a finger forward, saying the city isn't here to prosper at all. It's here to stand as a steady, safe relay point for the front lines. Rage drains from Vigornal's face into sharp, skeptical curiosity as he snatches Hazen's proposal and demands, will this really boost tax revenue? Hazen slaps his plan on a map, turn the messy winding supply route into a straight shot and slash the costs, and then spells out the catch. They've got to get people living in the desert because roads don't appear out of nowhere, they grow where settlements grow. Vigornal scoffs at the idea like it's pure delusion, jabs his finger in the air, and storms that nobody can survive out in the desert. Then it hits Hazen hard. It's been years since the last rainfall. Vigornal's confident dismissal gets blown apart when Hazen, dead calm, drops one world-shattering line, and Vigornal just stares in disbelief. Then we'll just make it rain. He imagines the outcome. If people can live in the desert, trade will explode and logistics will thrive. No one would have to pay tolls for detours through other nations. And Hazen's convinced the current administration intentionally crushed the people's potential, stealing their shot at growing. Vigornal Ghana, the acting consul, erupted when the young officer made that bold declaration. His face twisted in raw rage as he blasted the kid for taking the safe, cowardly, crafty route, dodging every challenge just to dodge failure. Standing right there, Senior Administrator Moldud jolted back, muttering under his breath that he never meant for the confrontation to spiral this far. He calmly reminded the acting consul who he was, saying he'd been sent with a commendation from a colonel at North Galma Fortress, and that no one could toss him out without a real reason. Then he leaned in and demanded to know if Ghana planned to fire him just for getting mad after hearing the truth. His calm snapped like glass. Ghana shook with fury, veins snapping tight in his clenched fist. Then he cut himself off mid-thought and told Hazen, "Do whatever you want with these proposals." Then the acting consul snapped right back, bellowing that he'd never approve a single one, calling his own subordinates dogs, and swearing Hazen would be kept on a leash and left to rot. He answered the outburst with a calm, confident grin and dropped a shocker. In just 2 months, Ghana would finally bow his head and beg for forgiveness. He raised 2 fingers to nail the timing, and the acting consul just stared back, completely stunned. He waved it off and said he didn't think anyone so narrow-minded could ever get the last note that tipped Ghana over the edge. That taunt pushed Ghana over the edge. He exploded into a violent scream, begging Moldud to drag Hazen away and swearing he never wanted to see him again. Then rage surged so hard he slammed a heavy object off his desk, It crashed and shattered on the floor while Moldud snatched Hazen and bolted out. As they led him away, he flashed a huge grin at the frantic administrator, thanking him for letting him speak without limits. While Moldud, right after, crumpled over a desk with his head in his hands, completely wrecked and defeated by the whole ordeal. He clutched his head in despair, and Moldud had to admit it. Sure, he had doubts about the acting governor's methods, but Hazen's moves had just made Moldud's whole job as a mediator feel completely pointless. Slumped over his desk in defeat, the senior administrator watches as Hazenheim looms over him, taunting him with the question of whether his plan to tame the rebellious rookie has finally blown up. He jerks his gaze up, a vein sting throbbing at his temple with sheer exasperation, and snaps that Hazen is nothing but a little rascal, only for Hazen to shoot back a smug, knowing smile. The administrator slams back into his chair, shocked into admitting nothing could top Hazen's last stunt, until this one blows it out of the water, and then he has no choice but to admit he's in it now, forced to bet everything on Hazen's proposal. Hazen, now rocking a pair of glasses, praises the administrator to the sky, calling him incredibly capable and more than deserving of respect, then admits with a grim smile that his methods are pretty forceful. Still pouting with his cheek pressed to his hand, the administrator snaps, asking if this is how Hazen plans to earn trust. Then Hazen just stays calm, says that all they need is cooperation built on shared goals, and tells him not to worry because he's not picking fights he can't win. That night, Chief Secretary Mott Scully, blindfolded and completely wrecked, stumbles down the street with a bottle in his fist, drunkenly blurting praise for Minister Hazen, while Gilman Wanoa, stationed nearby, watches from a doorway with worried eyes, unsure what he'll do next. Stumbling drunk, he drifts into a long, pitch-black corridor, then stops cold because the heavy silence feels wrong, like danger is lurking just out of sight. Somewhere else, Hazen was hammering away at his desk, scribbling like the words might run out, until he set his quill down and a rogue drop of ink slid off his gloved fingertip. Right then, Yin Lin crept in from behind and called out to her master. He whips around, his face gaunt as a nightmare, eyes sunken and bloodshot, and asks Yin what's wrong, but the moment he speaks, Yin is horrified, screams his name again, and can't believe he dares ask that. Tears stream as she tells him he hasn't had a bite in almost 10 days, and she begs, voice shaking, for him to at least drink water, terrified he'll drop dead. From the doorway, Rifa peeks in, her face full of worry, while Hazen, barely holding on, gives a weak little wave like he can brush it off. In a dim, shadowy room, Chief Secretary Matt Scully, blindfold, crooked, hair a mess, hurries out a flood of apologies to Hazenheim, admitting those night spots run on trust and you've got to keep spending regularly. But Hazen's face stays ice cold as he snaps him off and demands a progress report. He rested a hand on Mott Scully's shoulder, nodded at his argument, then dropped a combat deadly warning. Go ahead for now. But if he can't deliver results down the road, consequences are coming. As Hazen spins around and heads out, Mott Scully tells him the receipts for the outside expenses are waiting on the desk, and sends him off with a grin. Meanwhile, fear is knocking around in the chief secretary's chest, shaking him to the core. Under a blazing full moon, the story jumps to a ruthless desert. Hazen and Yen Lin, cloaked up tight, tear across the dunes on a massive beast. From above, they spot the camp, people packed around a bonfire exactly where they should be. Hazen nods and tells Yen Lin they've got them in place, now it's time for the next move. She strides toward the crowd on foot, and the tribe's chief steps out to meet her, thanking her for showing up in their barren land. Right then, another villager can't believe it. How did he pull together so many of them in the first place? The chief leans in and tells them how they ride a magical beast called Rada, built for the desert, and Yen Lin snaps that everyone's starving, yet they refuse to eat the Radas. The chief answers with grave pride, they won't kill one unless their own lives are already slipping away, because those beasts aren't just animals, they're their whole way of living. Then he and his people drop to their knees in the sand before Yenlin, offering every last thing their tribe has to the one they call the Lady Saint. She's stunned by their gesture and shuts them down, refusing the offer. Then Yenlin snaps the chief back to a promise they once swore, but the chief's face twists with pain as he insists, I can't take it. Her face hardens instantly. She leans in and tells the chief straight up, there's one specific request only he can pull off thanks to his deep knowledge of the desert. Meanwhile in the camp, a few villagers stare into the distance and spot a huge white skeletal monstrosity, and panic flickers in their eyes as they wonder what it could be. Close by, Hazen leans in and tells an unseen listener that his servant has been planting structures like that all across the desert. The villagers feel uneasy, but one tries to calm everyone down with a shaky thought. If the guy is Yinsama's servant, then he can't be up to anything right. Face to face with the desert nomads, Yin Lin unleashes her plan. That giant man-made structure will drink in the rain, feed it down to pull up the groundwater, and she's not just talking. She's asking them to move in, build a town, and keep the well running using their sacred Rada bees. Right when it's about to go down, the tribe's chief snaps in and calls her Lady Saint, warning that the brutal truth has been ruling their desert for years. Yin Lin stands rock solid in front of the hopeful villagers, her small figure cut against the dark as the sun gets blotted out. Then she makes a fearless promise. Rain will slam down for the next few days, and she begs them to actually believe her. Her words crash over the chief and his people like a wave, dropping them to their knees in deep, grateful awe. While they thank her, Yin Lin grips a tiny vial and steels herself, knowing every step is playing out just like her master planned. Up on a towering runic platform, Hazen grips a device wired into the blazing glyphs etched into the sand, staring out across the desert with a heavy, uneasy question hanging in the air. Just as his thoughts start to spin, Yin Lin barrels over the sand dunes toward the structure, shouting, "Master." He doesn't even seem to hear her. Sweat pours down his brow as he bows his head, trapped in a dark incantation, snarling curses at the heavens, spitting hate at the earth, and finally lifting his gaze to the sky to bless the gift of life. Right then, the runes on the ground explode into blinding light. Yin Lin gasps in shock as the vial in her hand starts twitching, pulled by the surge of raw power. Immense power surges through Hazen, and his eyes blaze with an eerie, otherworldly glow as he hurls the spell into the world. A massive bolt of energy rips through the dark, blasting from the magic circle straight into the sky, and then the spell's name explodes into view: Tears of the Chaos God Asterisk. His spell blasted a blazing pillar of light into the night sky, shoving the moon into the shadows for a heartbeat. While down in the desert, Yin Lin stumbled backward, stunned. Above them, the tribe's chief and everyone else snapped their heads upward, confused by the blinding flash and the sudden dark as heavy clouds started rolling in. Seconds later, the sky erupted, lightning tore through the storm clouds, and a savage downpour slammed the land. The villagers froze, staring like they couldn't breathe because their long-awaited salvation had finally arrived. Yin Lin's eyes flooded with tears as she realized it was exactly the power of the Lady Saint she'd been promised. Hazen stood at the heart of his creation, staring out as rain blasted his face, mixing with the tears that streamed down his cheeks, while the monstrous power he'd unleashed shook him to the core. Elsewhere inside a fortress, the impossible rain battered the windows like it wanted in. Vicarnal Ghana froze and insisted it couldn't be real. Down in the cell, Kiana slammed her palm to the glass, eyes blazing with fear as she recognized the magic and shouted for her master. Back in the desert, his strength finally snapped. Hazen crumpled to the sand, and Yin Lin burst forward, snatching him before he could hit the ground. She shook him and begged, voice breaking, to open his eyes. But as his world went dim, he whispered that it had been raining just like this back on that fateful day too. Regret crashed through him like a wave, his past choice to make a monster, the brutal helplessness of being trapped with it, and the vow he swore to end the road that creature would take with his own hands. Through the pounding rain, Yin Lin's frantic screams for his name tore across the chaos. He jolted awake, eyes fluttering open, and there was Yin Lin in tears over him. She didn't even try to hide it. In a weak, shaky voice, he asked why she was crying, and the hurt on his face twisted into one more question: did she hate him? Her grief snapped into raw frustration. She clamped both hands around his face and sobbed, screaming that she hated him, not for who he was, but because he was cold, cruel, and had the worst personality imaginable. She kept blurting through her tears, hiccuping that on top of everything else, he wouldn't even let her worry about him, so she wiped her face and snapped that he was a big, dumb dummy. Hazen just sat there, staring, unable to read a single thing on his face. The rain kept hammering down when the desert chief marched up, lantern glowing in his hand. He took one look at their battered faces and spoke coolly, urging them to settle things over a proper meal since everyone was starving. This is the tale of one ruthless mage who will change everything. In front of a stall stacked high with fresh produce, Merchant Nandale sizes up the young officer and confirms the truth of his intent. He gets that the officer wants to buy food, and he wastes no time agreeing. Eisenheim cuts him off with a calm, placid smile, then tells him in no uncertain terms, he's the one who'll sell it, watch out, because the food will hit you at a jaw-dropping 600 times the market price. The merchant jerks back in pure shock, his face draining of color as his words tangle into stammers. He just can't believe that ridiculous price, and the number itself feels like it's floating there while the winged coins slip out of his reach. That simple moment yanks me back to an old legend. When the Black Sea was called deadly and impassable, a famed wizard faced a hulking horned monster, drew a blazing magical sigil to shield the terrified villagers as, with a crack of raw power, the wizard's spell landed dead on, smashed the massive creature down, and hauled the terrified people to safety. After everything calms down, one of the villagers he saved comes running up, laughing hard. He slams his hands on the wizard's back and blurts out an apology for doubting him for a second. The wizard gathers the farmers and tells them he's come to the countryside hunting for an heir. And though most of them know almost nothing, one guy drops a rumor about a child living beyond the mountain who can hear spirits. So the wizard leans in and demands the details. He follows the lead and stumbles into a tiny village, Right away, a local woman greets him, and the wizard thrusts a small carved object into the air. It flares to life with blazing light, instantly yanking the attention of a nearby young, dark-haired boy. That boy looks totally unimpressed. He casually lifts a handful of stones in midair and shrugs that the city wizards aren't that good. Then he drops the real bomb. He says he already clocked the wizard's earlier levitation trick. The wizard's jaw hits the floor, stunned that some self-taught kid from out in the middle of nowhere somehow sees through it all. The wizard finally drops his real goal. He's hunting for a gifted kid to train under him, and he's got his eyes on the boy as a real talent. Then, just to prove it, he whips a swirling vortex of power into his palm. The boy who'd been brushing him off freezes, mouth wide open because the truth hits hard. He's got no choice but to admit the wizard is on another level. He speaks to the trembling boy with eerie calm, shrugging off the villagers' stunned gasps, then declares he'll start with the boy's parents, asks to be taken to them, while a tiny orb of light whirlwinds around his raised finger. That same night, a wizard barges into the boy's home and talks straight to his mother, claiming Ash has real talent and the brains to make it, and insisting he has to go study in the capital. The mother hesitates, pushing back, "So you're really saying he'll become a wizard?" Meanwhile, Ash glares, convinced something off, and snaps to his mother that this guy is a criminal for sure. He reassures them, telling them to slow down, no need to rush the choice. Then he looks the mother and son in the eye and says he'll be staying in the village for a few days, so when they're ready, they can find him at the inn. Later, once he finally settled into the inn, a sharp thought hit him. He remembered this region got crushed by an epidemic the year before, and now he couldn't stop wondering if this village somehow slipped through untouched. He snaps his mind shut on it, tosses the thought aside, and heads to bed for the night. The very next day, the village's weirdness hits him like a brick. He steps through the streets and catches odd, torn-up conversations. A woman whining about her husband's bad back, and someone else cheerfully greeting the village like it's a person. The unease creeps in and won't let go. A cold shock hits him as he watches the villagers move. Everything they say, every move they make, falls into place like a puppet show, and then it clicks. Someone or something is pulling the strings. His eyes lock in, snapping to the boy posted beside his mother. And then the truth hits like lightning. The wizard realizes the illusion's source is Ash. The boy knocks it out of the wizard's head, dead on. He blurts out that last winter a plague swept through the village and wiped everyone out, and the village chief had been begging the capital for help with letters, but all that showed up were thieves pretending they were offering a rescue. He turns to the woman he calls Mother, desperation shining in his face, and begs the wizard, "If I learn magic from you, will I finally get strong enough to cure diseases and save people?" He stared at the boy, and the wizard's heart didn't feel pity at all. It surged with excitement, thrilled to spot raw, prodigious talent. Then he laid a gloved hand on the kid's head and swore he'd nurture this power. After agreeing to the wizard's offer, Ash spun his back on the silent village and sprinted off, leaving his reanimated family and neighbors sprawled under the trees as he ran to serve his new master. With the wizard guiding him, Ash's power shot up at insane speed, but the training was brutally harsh, and even his wizard daughter couldn't take it anymore. She marched up to her father and demanded answers. Why was he ripping Ash apart with rules that no one else got? Even with training that nearly broke him, he started getting close to the wizard's daughter, and that warmed the old master's heart. When exhaustion hit, he'd fall asleep with Asha sprawled over his books, and she'd just stay there, quietly watching over him like it was her promise. Those peaceful days didn't last. Then suddenly their daughter's health crashed, and violent coughing ripped through her, blood pouring out while both of them watched in sheer horror. In pure desperation, the two tore through the wizard's lab, hunting a cure with no luck, while the wizard snapped his fist to the table in heartbreak. Ash could only scream his master's name through the rage and despair. After days of frantic, alone-in-the-dark struggle, Ash finally burst out, gaunt and ghost-pale, skin split, one hand twisted into a brutal claw. He panted, raised a vial to the light, and swore it was a medicine strong enough to stop her from dying. His master snatched the vial, then boom, horror crashed across his face, because he finally recognized what was inside and felt the truth hit him like a tremor. This wasn't a cure at all. A forbidden drug brewed from human flesh, blood, and soul, promised immortality, but it was never poured into the daughter. All that's left is a former boy who threw away his humanity, his body twisting into something monstrous. And a lone wizard vanished into the mist. Now all that's left is Hazenheim, standing in the present, staring into a glass as his past clings to him like a curse in his somber eyes. He's slumped alone on a wooden porch, staring into the fallout of that wizard's curse. Doomed to become a monster that never dies, never ages, and only helplessly watches everyone he loves get taken away. Just as his mind sank into a gloomy spiral, Yin Lin burst in with wide-eyed worry and asked if he'd tried to save that monster. While Hazen stood there holding a glass, his face turning cold as he muttered to himself that the wizard should have finished it off. He spun away and shut her down, saying he'd spilled enough for one day, then, quieter, admitting the truth. If there was even a spark of hope, he'd always wanted to be that spark. With a soft poke to her forehead, he told her the boy and the wizard had busted their asses enough for one day. Now it was time to sleep. She instantly passed out, slumping against him while he cradled the sleeping girl, and he decided, right then, that for now she didn't need the whole truth. In that split second of quiet resolve, a flamboyant horned demon burst into the air with a dramatic flourish, blurted a name, and insisted it was all a misunderstanding. Because the darkness inside Hazen had just summoned Berselius, who looked stunned to see Hazenheim standing there holding the girl. The demon snapped into a flashy pose and announced his arrival was pure perfection, divine timing, no less. Then Hazen just stared back unimpressed and asked if he should get sent right back since he looked busy. Berselius clasped his hands with eager intensity, instantly agreeing to Hazen's request to seal away a piece of the sleeping child's memory. His eyes narrowed into a scorching glare, and he snapped a warning at the demon, touch her memory recklessly and you'll pay for it. The demon gave a shaky chuckle, swore he'd never lay a hand on the disciple of the one who enslaved him. And as he talked, he started conjuring a blazing magical seal right above Yin Lin's forehead. In a dim little room, Hazenheim held up a tiny, ornate key that burned with dark energy. Then, with a calm smile, he begged Rifa to keep it close. The camera snaps to Rifa's face, sorrow carved into her features as tears streak through the pounding rain, and then someone shouts her name. Coming back to the conversation, she let out a sad smile and admitted she was happy, because Ian really did care about Hazen's well-being, and him finally opening up felt like the space between them suddenly got smaller. Under the harsh lamp glow, his face tightens, he stares her down and demands, almost like a threat, "Tell me you'll make it all vanish like none of this ever happened." Meanwhile, Yinlin is out cold, but her mind is still working overtime, quietly piecing together everything that just happened. She knows the memory isn't gone for good, it's just locked away for now. And she's got a mission: master magic with that staff first, because every magic system she learns is another clue, another step toward her own growth. In the pouring rain, Rifa shuts her eyes through the pain and demands, "Why do you have to hand me the key?" Hazen turns his face away, knuckles tight in his glove, and snaps that when the moment comes, he'll be certain he won't be standing beside Yan. His eyes drop low, but his voice stays ironclad. He's dead certain of one thing: they'll clash and neither side will back down. With the clash coming no matter what, he digs his heels in and declares that Rifa is the one who has to hold the key. Her bare hand shoots out and snatches the tiny key from his gloved fingers, and with a heavy, resigned sigh, she nods. "I get it." Somewhere else, a young man with slick-back hair glares out the window as rain hammers down, yanking his hands through his hair like he can't stand still. Then he blurts out a curse, furious that the downpour really happened by dumb luck. With a tired, irritated glare, the man thumps the double doors hard and announces himself to acting administrator Vigornal. Inside, Vigornal wiped sweat off his forehead and kept apologizing for the mess the non-stop rain was throwing his way. Then the visitor, Chief Internal Officer Daggle, came in hot and heavy, wheezing for breath, and demanded to know why Vigornal had shown up. He tells everyone this visit is all about the newcomer, Heisenheim, and Vigornal snaps that Heisen's moves are already worrying other departments too. His words laced with a sharp mental picture of the chaos closing in around that young officer. He makes it crystal clear, he refuses to be misunderstood. Then he sets the bar sky high for Hazen, but he throws a hard warning too. If Hazen keeps working with selfish blinders on, all that talent will end up getting wasted. As Dagall listens, Vignal pushes him, "Tell the chief to demote him already." And the chief internal officer leans in, asking straight up if that's really the plan. A sly, vicious grin creeps across his face, and with a low chuckle, Vigornal tells Dagall, "If that's truly what you think is best, then go for it." Dagall's face melts into a pleased smile as this power settles in, while Vigornal keeps chuckling, saying he'll train Hazen the hard way because this is for Hazen's growth. Two officials huddle by a huge window as rain slams down outside, and Dagall lets out a quiet laugh, then nods and hands the whole mess to Vigornal completely.